Chapter 16:12. Mine Cave. After arranging arrangements for the 400,000 soldiers, Qin Yu let out a long breath. He thought that being a person of status was also a tiring matter. Luckily, his ambition wasn't to be a qualified general. He just needed to deal with everything that came his way, but he needed to do his best. True Saint Bai Tu was a good choice. He had the bloodline of an imperial family and was the nephew of the Skyborn King. He was an elite that had been carefully raised since he was a child. If he wasn't properly ordered around, it would be a waste. Qin Yu called him over and gave him a few instructions. Then, without giving him a chance to refute or struggle, he waved his hand and sent him away. As True Saint Bai Tu walked out, he rubbed his face. Just what was going on? The mine cave had an army of 600,000 soldiers, and yet they were handing over the daily chores to him? He looked down at the still-warm Marquis Loyal Marshal's letter of acceptance. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Temporary Military Affairs Counselor. Marquis, are you sure that there is such a strange official position in the Western Desolate Border Army? It was fine if he wanted to slack off, but for better or worse he had to put in some effort. As he thought of all the things he would have to do next, he wanted to pull out his hair. After dealing with True Saint Bai Tu, Qin Yu was in a good mood. He continued to cultivate, but he was also hesitant about taking a trip to the mine cave. After thinking for a moment, Qin Yu shook his head. He wouldn't be able to hide from her sooner or later. Since he had to let her know, he had to do it sooner rather than later. Otherwise, it wouldn't be sincere enough. Qin Yu stood up and walked towards the rear courtyard of the mansion. After news of his promotion to Marquis Loyal Marshal was sent back to the mine cave, the army stationed there had clearly made plans for the mansion and expanded it. The scale was several times larger than before and it was even more luxurious. For instance, there were sun essence stones embedded into the stone walls that acted as suns. Each one was the size of a millstone and they shined in all directions, revealing the style of an immortal cave dwelling. Of course, it was impossible for the peasants of the border army to find such good things. But not too long ago, the high-spirited Zhou Dafu had brought several of his trusted subordinates back to the border army from the imperial capital. When he learned that the mine guards were preparing to open up a mansion for the Marquis, he immediately took over. It was not a secret that the Marquis was involved in smuggling with the barbarians. The border soldiers in the mine were used to this and did not find it hard to accept. After confirming Zhou Dafu's identity, he accepted them with a face full of smiles. Later on, he realized that it was indeed right to leave professional matters to professionals. In terms of enjoyment and luxury, Zhou Dafu was a master. Previously, when Zhou Dafu paid his respects to Qin Yu, he was extremely respectful and offered him a storage ring with both hands. Inside the ring was Qin Yu's share of the smuggled goods from last time. Of course, it was 30% more than usual. Moreover, Zhou Dafu paid for the construction of the mansion out of his own pocket. He was now fawning over Qin Yu, wishing that he could tie himself to the Marquis's thigh. In the end, it was because Zhou Dafu and the others had witnessed the true might and tyrannical might of the Zhongwu Marquis. Originally, they had been trembling in fear, worried that the great figures of the imperial capital would kill them in a fit of anger. But when they saw them, their attitudes were so good that they didn't even try to make things difficult for them. Instead, they easily separated the matter from the past. From now on, the mountains were high and the rivers were wide. They no longer needed to tremble in fear as if they were treading on thin ice. While they were ecstatic, there was also a bit more awe in their hearts. Such a thigh was placed in front of them, so why didn't they hurry up and grab onto it? Had their brains rusted or had they been kicked by a donkey? The smart Zhou Dafu certainly wouldn't do something so stupid. However, the mansion was too large, and the disadvantage was that it took time to walk. After all, it wasn't good to use supernatural powers to travel back and forth at home. As for Qin Yu, this trip had delayed his cultivation. he silently thought about how much cultivation time he had wasted. As he looked at the mansion in front of him, he wasn't in a good mood. At the same time, he had a much worse impression of that Zhou Dafu who had nearly clung onto his thigh and flattered him. In all honesty, Zhou Dafu dared to slap his chest and swear that when he built this mansion, he put even more effort into it than when he bought a mansion for his father and mother. If he knew that he had ended up in such a miserable state because of Qin Yu, he feared he would have cried out in aggrievement. The residence that Little Meat had chosen was the largest and most magnificent one in the backyard. There was a sun essence stone that was as big as 2 millstones embedded in the ceiling. Under the illumination of the stone, the entire place shone with brilliant colors. It truly displayed the grandeur of a noble clan. Qin Yu stepped in. The maids bowed and bowed. His eyes swept over a white robe and he waved his hand. "You may all leave." The maids bowed and excused themselves. Baiji was the last to leave. She glanced at Qin Yu. Little Meat was drinking tea and eating the exquisite pastries on her plate. When everyone left, she looked up at Qin Yu. "What are you looking for me for? I just rested for a day or two, can't you calm down a bit?" Qin Yu rubbed his nose. He couldn't blame Little Meat for having such a bad attitude. It was just as she said, most of the time he came here, nothing good would come out of it. He would always add to her troubles. He lightly coughed and said, "The reason I came here this time is to take you to a place. Of course, I might need some suggestions from you." Little Meat glanced at Qin Yu. Her eyes were bright, as if she could see through his heart. She finished eating the pastries in her hands and then lifted a foot to step on the ground. Qin Yu thought to himself that he had expected this. He nodded. Little Meat licked the corners of her lips. Seeing her actions, Qin Yu inexplicably felt flustered. He suddenly felt a bit of regret. The decision he made just now, or could it be that he had let a wolf into the house? Humph! Little Meat coldly sneered. She clenched her teeth. "Leading a wolf into the house? I didn't think you would have such literary talent, Qin Yu. To use this phrase here, I have to say, it really is quite appropriate." Qin Yu felt a headache coming on. He quickly suppressed these thoughts. No, it was just a subconscious thought. You know, sometimes these things really can't be controlled. What sort of relationship do we have? Of course I have complete confidence in you. Little Meat coldly sneered. She lowered her head and drank some tea. "Forget it, I think it's best if I don't take this trip. I don't want you to worry about me in the future and suspect me over and over again." Qin Yu stood up and grabbed her hand. He turned and walked outside. I admit my mistake. I have no conscience. Miss Little Meat, a great person like you will forgive me." Little Meat's eyebrows arched up. She looked down and saw Qin Yu grabbing her hand. He coldly snorted, but his eyes softened. After half refusing and half agreeing, she was pulled away by Qin Yu. They left the mansion and casually chose a tunnel. Without alerting anyone, they flashed in. In the pitch-black underground, the tunnels extended in all directions. The two of them continued downwards, passing through countless crisscrossing tunnels that seemed like a maze. Luckily, Qin Yu had a feeling in his heart, so he didn't need to think about anything. Finally, they arrived at the Ghost Fog Grotto. Qin Yu let go of her hand. He turned and smiled. "We've arrived." Little Meat grunted. She tried to keep her voice as calm as possible, not revealing any of her inner emotions. Qin Yu glanced at her, feeling a little strange. Before he could think about it, Little Meat coldly sneered. "What are you doing? What a waste of time." This was Little Meat's normal state. Qin Yu reached out a hand and gestured. "Miss Little Meat, please follow me." He stepped inside. The moment Little Meat entered, a great panic rose up in Qin Yu's mind. In the next moment, the space and time laws within the grotto fell into a berserk state. It was like a sea in a storm, chaotic and disorderly. Chapter 16:13. Qin Yu sucked in a deep breath. He turned to look at Little Meaty. She rolled her eyes, not speaking. But her eyes were clearly saying, "Are you blaming me for being timid?" Cough! Qin Yu lifted a hand and pressed forwards. The wild space and time laws soon returned to tranquility. The fog vanished and the heaven and earth spirit embryo appeared in front of the two. But it had lost all of its aura and all of its spirituality. It looked just like a very ordinary stone. Of course, Qin Yu knew that this was only a facade after being frightened. He stepped forwards and patted it. Don't be afraid, little Meaty is one of us. She won't hurt you. The heaven and earth spirit embryo remained deathly still. Little Meaty coldly sneered. If you don't want to come out, then I'll do it myself. With a loud crack, a ball of light fell to the ground, sprawled out on the ground. Then, it crawled back up and hid behind Qin Yu. Surprisingly, it was a little person that was around a foot tall. Looking carefully, this little person was 70 to 80% similar to Qin Yu. It was just that as its body shrank, its skin was soft and tender, making it seem like it was carved from jade. It was extremely cute. At this time, its face was filled with fear. It hugged Qin Yu's calf with both hands, looking even more pitiful. Little Meaty narrowed her eyes and then composed herself. Qin Yu, although most of the debt between us has been erased, it still hasn't been paid off. Do you still remember? The little person that was hugging Qin Yu's calf shivered as he heard this. His eyes popped out of his head and he vigorously shook his head. Qin Yu hesitated for a moment and then nodded. Yes. Little Meaty pointed a finger. As for the rest of the debt, I'll have this little thing pay it off for you. In any case, the two of you are essentially the same. The little person immediately began to cry. Qin Yu revealed a look of unwillingness. But before he could speak, he was interrupted by Little Meaty. I am the creditor, so I have the final say. Moreover, I already know what you want to say. If you agree to this matter, then I will agree to help you. Although this was a bit of a tongue twister, Qin Yu immediately understood Little Meaty's meaning. His eyes brightened. The little person's cries became even louder and more pitiful, making it hard to bear. Frowning, Qin Yu said, Can you guarantee that you won't hurt? Meaty sneered, interrupting him. I can't. She glanced at Qin Yu and his frown deepened. She impatiently said, Don't worry, he won't die and his foundation won't be damaged. Do you agree or not? Otherwise, I will go back on my word. Qin Yu thought for a moment and slowly nodded. If Little Meaty really wanted to harm the heaven and earth spirit embryo little person, there was no way he could stop her. In other words, there was no need to make things so troublesome. Seeing Qin Yu's stance, the little person wiped away his tears, a resigned expression on his face. He closed his eyes and began to sob. Rest assured, Little Meat is our friend. You've suffered today. In the future, I will think of a way to compensate you. Qin Yu let out a long breath and turned to leave. As he left the ghost fog grotto, a seal suddenly appeared, isolating all perception. Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows and turned his head. He felt that there was something wrong with Little Meaty's current actions. After Qin Yu left the ghost fog grotto, there was only Little Meaty and the foot-tall little person left behind. The little person's eyes were still closed and he was quietly sobbing. Tears constantly fell down his face and his body shivered in fear. Little Meaty narrowed her eyes and the sneer on her face vanished, turning into indifference. All right, he has already left. Who else do you want to act for? The foot-tall little person looked up, an aggrieved and puzzled expression on his face. His large red eyes blinked, as if he were the embodiment of innocence. Little Meaty had no expression. I'll be frank with you. If you continue to play the pitiful part, little thing, do you really want to die? The little person wiped away his tears and let out a deep breath. Your aura is too terrifying. I am the weaker one to begin with, so it isn't too much for me to play the weak and win some sympathy, right? Of course, if you don't like it, then let's talk nicely. He rolled over and landed on the ground, respectfully bowing. Greetings, Your Excellency. Little Meaty coldly sneered. Then guess what I'm going to do next? The little person frowned, deep in thought. Are you worried that I will harm the main body in the future? Little Meaty said, You're smart. The little person bitterly smiled. Your Excellency is thinking too much. I was born from a soul fragment of the main body, and I share life and death with him. Everything I do is based on his will, so I would never do such a thing. Oh, is that so? The little person seemed to feel some sort of terrifying aura. With a panic-stricken expression, he instantly vanished. In the next moment, the space in front of Little Meaty suddenly shattered, revealing the panic-stricken little person within. Little Meaty reached out a hand and grabbed his neck. Her expression was cold and indifferent. Little thing, it looks like you really want to die. The little person screamed, You promised the main body that you wouldn't kill me. Little Meaty's fingers slowly tightened. I promised, but if I change my mind now, what can you do about it? The little person's face flushed red. He desperately struggled. Why won't you believe me? I was just born and I never had any thoughts of plotting against the main body or replacing him. A smile suddenly appeared on Little Meaty's face. Replacing, that's a very good word. You are indeed worthy of being a person, your literary skills are quite good. Her smile faded. She pulled the little person in front of her so that their eyes were almost touching. It seems that you still don't understand just what sort of existence is standing in front of you. As for me, my understanding of you far surpasses your imagination. After all, in this world, there are no harvests that don't require a price. The so-called meat pies that fall from the heavens are likely to have something added to them. The little person stopped struggling. His expression became as indifferent as Little Meaty's. His eyes were calm, without any fear. You don't dare to kill me. Little Meaty nodded. That's right. If I kill you, I will be in trouble. But I can seal you away so that you can only forever be a white lotus or a crybaby. Can you guess whether or not I can do this? The little person's face collapsed and he began to cry. I believe you, I believe you. Just what do you want to do? Even if you chose my main body first, I won't fight with you for it. With a heavy slap, half of the little person's face instantly swelled up. 5 clear finger marks could be seen. It looks like you are incredibly stupid. Even now, you still haven't been able to understand my meaning. Remember, Qin Yu is your main body. He is one of my people. If you dare to touch him in the slightest, I will make you wish you were dead. Little Meaty licked the corners of her lips. She completely sealed herself away, and suddenly revealed a trace of her aura. The little person that had been slapped suddenly widened his eyes. He struggled with his hands and feet. It's you, it's you. Little Meaty slowly said, Now, do you understand? The little person desperately nodded. Little Meaty gulped. Since you understand, then let's proceed to the next step. Let's settle the accounts. Your main body still owes me a great deal. Let me calculate how I will pay you back. She suddenly grabbed the little person's arm and tore it off. As she watched him howl in pain, she casually tossed the arm into her mouth, chewed it several times, and swallowed it. Her eyes turned incomparably hot. This taste was wonderful to the extreme. She nearly couldn't restrain the violence in her heart and wanted to eat him up. Qin Yu's complexion paled. He could clearly feel the pain and fear transmitted from the little person. His feet moved and then he abruptly stopped. He stared at the entrance of the ghost fog cave, his expression grim. After thinking about it again and again, Qin Yu took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the restlessness in his heart. He stood still where he was. Since he had chosen to bring Little Meaty here, he had to give her enough trust. Otherwise, it would only backfire. Luckily, after this, there was no other horrifying feeling. He could only faintly feel that the little person was in a panic-stricken state. A moment later, the entrance to the cave flashed and Little Meaty walked out. Behind her was an extremely pale youth. He looked 11 or 12 years old. His lips were red and his teeth were white. He wore a white robe and was incomparably handsome, like an immortal that had fallen to the mortal world. Chin Yu furrowed his eyebrows, a bit confused. Little Meaty said, I've already spoken with him. This boy is willing to run errands for you and go to the Western Desolate to give it a try. But it's hard to say whether or not he can smoothly arrange it. She looked at Chin Yu and her lips curved up in a smug smile. I can see through your little thoughts with a single strand of hair. The white-robed youth walked out and bowed. I ask Master to bestow me a name. As he spoke, his expression was extremely respectful and calm. But only he knew just how much he was gnashing his teeth in his heart. His name wasn't something that could be casually given. Once he asked for it on his own initiative, that would be the same as his true name being known by others. There would be great hidden dangers. Moreover, this name was given by Chin Yu. In the future, he couldn't have any other thoughts, otherwise he would be courting death. Chin Yu looked at Little Meaty and nodded. Although he didn't know the truth, he thought for a moment and said, white clothes like feathers, fluttering like an immortal. From now on you will be called Chin Yu. The white-robed youth seemed as if he had been struck by lightning. He fiercely looked up at Chin Yu. After several breaths of time, he began to cry out loud, incomparably heartbroken. Little Meaty was stunned. She glanced at Chin Yu, a sharp light flashing in the depths of her eyes. Chin Yu helplessly said, if you don't like the name you can change it. There's no need to do this, right? Little Meaty waved her hand. No, this name is very good. Chin Yu, the same sound but different characters. There is nothing better than this. I think that Chin Yu must be overjoyed to obtain this name, that's why he's crying tears of joy. Although the white-robed Chin Yu vigorously nodded, Chin Yu still felt that the atmosphere was too strange. But he glanced at Little Meaty and didn't say anything. Like this, the name was decided. Little Meaty glared at Chin Yu. What are you standing around for? Give him the materials. This boy has just refined his human form, so he must leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the world senses tribulation thunder and falls down, there will be nothing left to hide. Chin Yu nodded again and again, no longer caring about crying. Chin Yu took out all the remaining materials in his hands. He only kept 2 portions just in case and gave the rest to Little Meaty. Farewell, Master. Chin Yu knelt on the ground and respectfully kowtowed. Then, he turned and stepped away, vanishing from sight. Chin Yu revealed a look of surprise. He was well aware that Chin Yu had no cultivation at all and was just an ordinary person, yet he was able to travel through space. Little Meaty coldly sneered. A life form born from a heavenly spirit embryo is naturally different from others. What is so strange about that? She lifted a hand and flicked a finger. A pained cry immediately rang out. If you dare to peep again, I will dig out your eyes and make you blind. The pained cry faded away. Chin Yu discovered that Little Meaty's complexion had suddenly paled. Her body swayed and she seemed a bit unsteady. He hurried forwards and grabbed her. What is going on? Little Meaty clenched her teeth. She nearly cursed out loud. What is going on? If it weren't for you, I almost couldn't control the situation. If I had failed, you would have known what it meant to be someone else's clothes. But as she thought about these words, she didn't say them. She rubbed her temples and said, I'm fine. Send me back to rest. Chin Yu took a deep breath. Okay. Passing through the darkness, the 2 of them left the mine and quietly returned to the residence. Little Meaty's complexion was still pale. She poured herself a cup of tea and gulped it down. Then, she looked up at Chin Yu and said, If I don't leave, what else can I do? I'm really tired, so don't bother me any more. Chin Yu's lips twitched. He thought that her words were a bit inappropriate. He took a deep breath and said, Rest well. He turned and walked out. After taking 2 steps, he stopped and said, What did you do underground just now? Little Meaty furrowed her eyebrows. But as she looked at Chin Yu's earnest expression, she fell silent for a moment and said, I just wanted that little thing to remember better and not have any thoughts she shouldn't have. Chin Yu cupped his hands together and bowed. Thank you. He turned and walked away. Chapter 16:14. Although little Meaty had casually mentioned it, her expression afterwards indicated that this matter wasn't so simple. He had discovered the heaven and earth spirit embryo and smoothly planted his soul within it. When it finally sprouted, he never imagined that it would be a blessing and a curse. Luckily, he was willing to explain things to little Meaty on his own initiative. He had shown enough trust in her, and luckily little Meaty was by his side. Otherwise, it was hard to imagine just how far this matter would have developed. Looking at Qin Yu's back, little Meaty's lips twitched. She had a look of disdain and dissatisfaction. She thought that all he did was talk and no action at all. However, the expression in her eyes softened, revealing a hint of joy that even she herself didn't notice. Bad luck, really bad luck. I thought that after so many years of suffering, I would finally be able to make a breakthrough. But who would have thought that I would run into a pair of demonic female and male demons and be thrown into the sea of bitterness? I have no idea how many years it will be before I can find a chance to return to shore. Or, will I be suppressed for the rest of my life without a chance to rise again? As the white-robed youth who had been bestowed the name of Qin Yu thought of this, tears began to well up in his eyes. He felt a river of sorrow that he couldn't suppress. He couldn't help but lift a hand and wipe away his tears. He sobbed, "I watched for so long. If you didn't come out, I would have run away." Space twisted and a figure appeared out of thin air. She wore a voluminous black robe that covered her entire body. A gust of wind blew past, lifting up the black robe and outlining her enchanting curves. It was clear that this was a tall woman. After a brief pause, a respectful voice sounded out from beneath the black robe. "I don't know who you are, but I do know that you and I might be able to cooperate." Qin Yu continued to sob. He looked at the black-robed person across from him with teary eyes. "Why should I believe you?" The black-robed person stretched out a fair and delicate hand. She spread open her fingers, revealing a dark red mark on her palm that seemed like a flame. Qin Yu wiped away his tears and earnestly looked at it. He muttered, "Two unlucky fellows meeting. Then let's give it a try." Half a month later, the board Zhou Dafu finally received the Marquis's order to organize his troops and set off tomorrow. Qin Yu certainly didn't forget what his true goal in returning to the Western Frontier Border Army was. Thus, on the day that Li Sangdo was stripped of all his positions by an angel from the imperial capital and was escorted back to the imperial capital for trial, the loyal Marshal Marquis Ning Qin announced that he would go into seclusion once more. As for what he wanted to do, everyone knew. Wang De too was both excited and terrified, because Master Ho had ordered him to choose 12 people to follow him. They were similar to the personal guards who returned to the imperial capital, but they were also very different. After all, they were going to enter the land of the berserkers this time, and there was no need for them to rely on such things. As for these people, apart from putting up a front, they didn't seem to have much use following Master Ho. Although he didn't understand, Wang Data didn't have any intention of shirking the responsibility. Looking at his old brothers, who all had rabbit eyes, he knew how envious they were. Wang San was naturally one of the 12. Although the army paid particular attention to ability, there was no lack of selfishness. Wang Datu was not afraid that there would be people secretly scolding him for using his position for personal gain. This was just human nature. After all, there was nothing wrong with following Master Ho and becoming familiar with others. Just like the first time they entered the berserkers' territory, the group of people that set off from the mine quietly disappeared into the border region. Zhou Dafu and the others were all experienced people in this world. They were completely safe and sound, so there wouldn't be any problems. As for the 12 personal guards that Master Ho brought with him, although the people in the smuggling team didn't understand, they didn't speak any nonsense. They had already made it clear that they wanted to follow Master Ho to make a living, so they knew how to be qualified dogs. That's right, the members of the smuggling team, from Zhou Dafu down, were all self-aware. If Wang Datu and the others in the border army in the mine were said to be country bumpkins that couldn't even be seen in public, then these people that specialized in smuggling were constantly sending goods into the berserkers' territory. Those that sent large amounts of goods were truly struggling to survive in the mud, so they were even more lowly. They said that smuggling was to seize the resources of the berserkers so that they could play a more effective role in the future war. That's right, they might be of some help, but the essence of it was to fatten up those great figures of the empire. They didn't have any extravagant hopes that they could truly become subordinates of Master Ho. As long as they could receive protection and become dogs that wouldn't be slaughtered at will, that was already enough. This caused Wang Datu and the others, who originally feared these smugglers who lived on the edge of a knife and were rumored to be cruel and ruthless, to discover that Zhou Dafu and the others were even more humble than they were. Both sides were in harmony with each other. As for the reason, Wang Datu and the others believed that it was because their Master Ho's fame had awed this group of smugglers. Otherwise, they were nothing but country bumpkins, small characters that weren't worth the Master Ho's attention. Thus, while they were proud in their hearts, they also felt increasingly tormented. Every day on the road, they would desperately temper their mortal bodies and increase their cultivation. But the reality was that their talent was ordinary and their cultivation methods were also ordinary. If they wanted their strength to rise in a short period of time, that was nothing but the ravings of a fool. Within the carriage, Qin Yu opened his eyes from his cultivation. He let out a deep breath, a sharp light surging in his eyes. He could feel the increasingly tyrannical strength in his body. He was extremely satisfied and couldn't help but smile. Raising his head, he saw that little Meaty was looking out the window. Two strange-looking trees had been taken out at some point in time, and they were serving them respectfully and obsequiously. Seeing Qin Yu wake up, a branch was quietly placed in front of him. Without hesitation, he reached out and plucked the wine fruit. Compared to the debt he owed from before, eating and drinking wasn't anything at all. He opened it and drank a mouthful. The taste was just as invincible as before. Qin Yu wiped the corner of his mouth. He followed little Meaty's gaze and said, "I still don't understand. Why did you bring Wang Datu and the others?" Little Meaty didn't turn around. "Is it my problem that you can't understand?" She glanced at him and pointed at the wine fruit. "You owe me another sum. I'll note it down." Qin Yu's lips twitched. Although he was already mentally prepared for this, it still felt a bit strange to have a sum added to the bill so directly. Whatever. Since little Meaty didn't want to say it, he would let her do as she pleased. In any case, it wouldn't be a bad thing. Regarding this, Qin Yu could be sure of it. After drinking the wine fruit, he waited for a while longer. Seeing that little Meaty didn't give any orders or that the chefs had any intention of cooking, Qin Yu licked his lips and closed his eyes to continue cultivating. It had to be said that his efficiency was much better than before. He had to freeload. Even if he knew that this would be recorded in the ledger, he absolutely couldn't miss out on any opportunity. Little Meaty turned her head and continued to look out the window. Wang Datu and the other 12 border soldiers were riding on their horses, all of them sweating as they tempered their mortal bodies. She curled her lips, revealing a bit of disdain. She thought that if they continued to cultivate like this, even if another 1,000 years passed, they would still be trash that couldn't withstand a single blow. Several days later, on a certain night, little Meaty's figure quietly left the carriage. Qin Yu was still cultivating, so he didn't notice this at all. The smuggling cultivators that were on night watch all respectfully bowed as they saw little Meaty, their expressions filled with respect. Most of them were people that had followed the barbarians once, so they knew that this madam in front of them was no ordinary character. Even Marquis Zhongwu had to give her sufficient respect when facing her. Little Meaty didn't say a word. She arrived outside the tent of the 12 border soldiers. She glanced at them and then gently stepped forward. The ground shook in a small area, causing them to wake up. Wang Datu was startled. As he opened his eyes and saw Little Meaty, he quickly stood up and bowed. "Madam!" Little Meaty swept her eyes over them. She lightly said, "Starting from today, you will all change your cultivation methods. On the 10th day after entering the barbarian territory, they could be considered to have truly entered deep into the barbarian territory. The movements of the smuggling team had already been discovered by the barbarians. On this day, Qin Yu frowned. He awoke from his cultivation state and looked at Little Meaty. She was looking out the window, her eyes falling on the distant wilderness. A faint een and cold aura was being released from her body. What happened? Little Meaty turned around and lightly said, "Someone has locked onto us. It's a powerhouse of the barbarian tribe. They cultivate special concealment methods and have hidden themselves quite deeply." Qin Yu sensed with rapt attention. A suppressive feeling immediately appeared in the great net of rules. Then, he locked onto the abnormality transmitted from somewhere in the net of rules. It seemed that the person Little Meaty spoke of was hiding there. Little Meaty glanced at Qin Yu. Since he had the name Qin Yu before, being able to sense the essence of the world wasn't anything at all. She wasn't surprised by this. "Do you want me to attack and kill him?" As she spoke, Little Meaty licked her lip. Qin Yu thought for a moment and then shook his head. "Let's wait a bit longer. I feel that something isn't right." When they left the barbarian tribe, this shouldn't have been the case. Could it be that another accident had occurred? At this time, Little Meaty's eyes flashed. She suddenly said, "It looks like there's no need to do anything." Qin Yu immediately sensed that someone was rapidly approaching the team. Looking at Little Meaty's expression, there shouldn't be any threat. Whoosh, with the sound of breaking air, the figure of the ascetic cultivator Prajna fell in front of the team. Qin Yu's thoughts stirred. He turned to look at the team and saw the 12 border army soldiers. A trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. And at this time, Zhou Dafu had already come out with a smile on his face. He respectfully bowed and said, "Greetings, Grandmaster Prajna, we meet again." Just now, that uneasy feeling disappeared along with it. Prajna glanced at the border army soldiers that had become ordinary again. Then, she looked away and bowed with a smile. "I have come to greet the general." The carriage came to a stop. Then, the door opened from the inside and Qin Yu stepped out. He cupped his hands together and said, "Grandmaster Prajna." "General, shall we take a walk?" "All right." Qin Yu jumped off the carriage. He ordered them to stay where they were and then left with Prajna. And from his senses, he could sense that the abnormal area of the net of rules had already disappeared. It was clear that the person monitoring them had seen Prajna arrive and had retreated on his own initiative. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He slowly said, "Grandmaster Prajna, why have you come here to greet us?" Prajna revealed a smile. "The barbarians are hospitable and hospitable. This is something that the general should know." He paused and bowed slightly. "Now I should call you Lord Marquis. Lord Marquis's promotion is truly worthy of celebration." Qin Yu shook his head. "It looks like the trouble isn't small. Not only did you have to run all the way here, but you aren't willing to tell the truth." He lifted a hand and pointed somewhere in the distance. "Before you arrived, someone was already there. They have been monitoring us for a long time." Prajna was silent for a moment. Then, she bitterly smiled. "I knew I couldn't hide it from Lord Marquis. Indeed, there is some trouble occurring within the barbarians." Following that, Prajna didn't conceal anything. She explained everything from beginning to end. The general summary was, there are different voices within the barbarians. They believe that the desolate human General Jinwu was helping the barbarian totem rise. There must be some sort of sinister plot involved, and they needed to thoroughly investigate it. Qin Yu rubbed his nose. "Strictly speaking, these people aren't wrong. It seems that I didn't hide it well enough." Prajna slowly said, "Lord Marquis, rest assured that since I came here, I represent teachers' will. They cannot stir up any waves. Qin Yu glanced at her. Don't brag. If it was so easy, why would you need to personally make a trip here? He took a deep breath and then let it out. It's fine. If they want to thoroughly investigate, then let them investigate. I am not afraid. Prajna's heart relaxed. She stopped and respectfully bowed to Qin Yu. Lord Marquis, rest assured that I will do my best to protect you. Qin Yu laughed. Then I'll have to trouble Grandmaster Prajna. Chapter 16:15. Afterwards, the feeling of being watched from afar appeared a few times. However, the other party was clearly afraid of Hanya's existence and did not act rashly. After more than 10 days, they entered the territory of the Green Willow tribe. As mentioned before, the next time they returned to the barbarian tribe, the desolate men would set up camp in the Green Willow tribe. As a person, unless it was absolutely necessary, it was a virtue to keep one's word. However, it was obvious that the atmosphere in the Green Willow tribe was not quite right. Outside the carriage, after politely declining Qin Yu's invitation, Hanya sat on the back of her horse. She frowned, a dignified look on her face. Soon, the ground started to rumble, and a black line appeared in the distance, charging straight towards the troop. It was a troop of barbarian cavalry. The team stopped and assumed a defensive stance. Grandmaster Bo-Ri glanced over and his expression softened. It's the Green Willow tribe. The old chief was also among them. When he was still some distance away from the team, the Green Willow tribe's greenwood cavalrymen had already stopped. He dismounted and quickly walked over, bowing respectfully. Green Willow tribe welcomes Marquis Zhongwu. Welcome, Marquis. Although the rest of the cavalrymen did not dismount, they all bowed and beat their chests, showing enough respect. The car door opened and Qin Yu stepped out. Patriarch, there is no need to be so polite. Please rise. The old chief stood up with a face full of smiles. After not seeing him for a short period of time, he actually looked much younger. His spirit and energy were flourishing to the extreme. The Marquis is a man of his words. Today, I will lead my men to personally escort you to the Green Willow tribe. Marquis, please take a seat in the carriage. There may be some bumps later. If Marquis trusts me, you don't have to worry about anything and just wait for us to arrive at my tribe. Qin Yu hesitated for a moment. He said, Old Patriarch, there is no need to be like this. The Green Willow tribe has been plagued by abuses for a long time, and it will be difficult for them to return to their peak in a short period of time. If there is any inconvenience, then I can simply change stations. Marquis. The old chief roared and took 2 steps forward with his eyes wide open. Our Green Willow tribe doesn't care what other people say or think. If you hadn't saved us, I'm afraid that all the people in our tribe would have died. Therefore, the Marquis' camp can only belong to our Green Willow tribe. If anyone dares to object, ask our men in our tribe if they will agree. Ha ha! Ha ha! The Greenwood cavalrymen roared loudly, displaying their imposing manner and overflowing battle intent. Qin Yu thought for a moment. He smiled and cupped his hands together. Then, I'll have to trouble the old patriarch. Without any hesitation, he turned around and returned to the carriage. Since the Green Willow tribe was willing to cooperate, what did he have to be afraid of? It was normal for there to be different voices within the Berserker tribe. Then, he would go and see just who was the one stirring up trouble. Hanya smiled and bowed. Patriarch, I will go with you and open a path for Marquis Zhongwu. The old clan chief smiled. If that's the case, then I'll have to trouble you, Grandmaster. He respectfully bowed without the slightest bit of hesitation, because this was one of the reasons why he was so strong-willed. The Holy Land had been silent for many years and no longer interfered with the internal affairs of the barbarian tribes. Many people had probably forgotten the true terror of the Holy Land. The Greenwood cavalry turned their horses around, maintaining a steady speed as they slowly made their way to the tribe's camp. Their hooves stomped on the ground, creating a deep rumbling sound that was like thunder in the sky. A powerful aura swept out, causing everyone's eyes to turn sour. The feeling of being stared at appeared once more, becoming increasingly intense. It was clear that the other party's endurance had reached its limit. Finally, as the Green Willow Tribe's camp came into view, the Greenwood cavalry leading the way slowly came to a stop. Loud shouts rose up one after another. The war horses could feel the tension and restlessness before a great battle. Their hooves constantly stomped on the ground, adding to the tense atmosphere. An army of barbarians had already set up a battle array, blocking off the path in front of them. The old clan chief rode his horse forwards, an angry expression on his face. "Do not forget that this is still our Green Willow Tribe's territory. If you stop us from returning to our camp, are you trying to provoke an endless war between us?" He lifted a hand and roared out, "My sons, hold on to your horses and raise the sabers in your hands. Use our blood and lives to defend the dignity of our Green Willow Tribe. All those who block our way are your life and death enemies." Schwa, 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 the sound of sabers being unsheathed instantly resounded through the world. Countless shining saber edges reflected a cold sheen in the sunlight. Across from the barbarian army, there was a sudden uproar. The several people at the front furrowed their eyebrows, anger in their eyes. Those old fogies of the Green Willow Tribe were really like stones in a latrine pit, hard and smelly. If they joined forces, they certainly wouldn't fear a single Green Willow Tribe that had barely escaped death and had yet to recover to its peak. But while they said this, they couldn't do it. Otherwise, if they really started a war, even if they could win, they would still have to pay a price. And more importantly, doing so would likely leave behind massive hidden dangers. They stubbornly held onto their suspicions of the forsaken humans. From the perspective of the barbarians, this was a good position, so the Holy Land maintained its silence. But once this line was crossed, for instance by triggering a civil war and the Holy Land interfering, they were still afraid. Hanya urged her horse forwards. Her calm voice, supported by her powerful cultivation, resounded through the world. "Are you sure you want to use the sabers in your hands to kill an ascetic cultivator? And my teacher is the only great shaman of Meng Mountain in this vast world of Heng Mountain Black Temple." There was another violent uproar. The barbarian warriors' eyes were filled with fear as they faced the coalition army that had far more people. Great Shaman was the highest title of the barbarians, and the Black Temple that stood in the snow on Heng Mountain was the Holy Land in the hearts of all barbarians. Offending the Holy Land, killing the disciple of the great Shaman of Meng Mountain, a noble and powerful ascetic cultivator. Just thinking about it made people feel fear. In front of the battle formation, the leaders of the tribes looked at each other. They all knew that starting a war was an outcome that none of them could accept. One of them immediately dismounted and stepped forward. He bowed with the barbarian etiquette and said respectfully, "Noble and powerful Great Master Hanya, we have no intention of offending you and your teacher, the great shaman of Meng Mountain. But the forsaken humans and us barbarians have a blood feud for generations. I suspect that Marquis Zhongwu Ningqin must have done something unspeakable and endangered all the barbarian tribes." He raised his head and spread his arms. "So the Black Tower, Chongshan, Yenha, and Purple Forest tribes have formed an alliance to come here. I hope that Great Master Hanya can represent the Holy Land and give us a convincing answer. If the facts prove that Marquis Zhongwu is indeed an innocent person, our 4 divisions are willing to offer generous gifts to express our apologies and directly withdraw our troops from the Green Willow Division's encampment. Or else, even if we start a war, even if blood flows in rivers, even if we incite internal strife and slaughter among the berserkers, we will not back down." The patriarchs of the other 3 tribes stepped forward and bowed. "We ask Grandmaster Bo-Ri to represent the Holy Land and give us an answer, otherwise we will not back down." The atmosphere was heavy and gloomy. The eyes of the old chief of the Green Willow tribe were extremely cold. He raised his hand high in the air. The eyes of the young men became ruthless and bloodthirsty. Hanya suddenly sighed and stretched out her hand to stop him. Tribe leader, we can't let the internal strife in the brute tribe happen again. I will explain this matter to Marquis Zhongwu. I believe he will understand our choice. Behind him, a calm voice sounded. I can understand. Qin Yu glanced at the two of them, indicating that they didn't need to worry. He stepped out of the battle array and faced the allied forces of the four tribes, his expression calm and unperturbed. Your worries do indeed have a reason for existing. So, no matter what you are thinking in your hearts, I am willing to cooperate and give you a definite chance. He looked up at the 9 dazzling suns above his head. He narrowed his eyes and said, So, what do you want to do? Just say it. The patriarch of the Black Tower tribe was a tall and burly man wearing black armor. His eyes burst with a sharp light and he gave a thumbs up. Desolate Marquis Zhongwu, regardless of whether or not you truly harbor evil intentions towards my Berserker tribe, the choice you made today is a true man. I admire you. Qin Yu was expressionless. I don't need it. The patriarch of the Black Tower tribe sneered. He flipped his hand and took out a wooden box with black fog lingering on its surface. He loudly said, Inside is a heart-devouring bug refined by a powerful fallen black sorcerer using his own life as the price. Grandmaster Hanya can test its use. Desolate Marquis Zhongwu, do you dare to make a blood oath that what you do after entering the Berserker territory will not harm the Berserkers? Qin Yu shook his head. I don't dare. He looked at the patriarch of the Black Tower tribe as if he were an idiot. I am the leader of a desolate smuggling team. I exchange for materials from you Berserkers. Although I cannot be sure what these materials will be used for in the future, a portion of them will definitely be used on the battlefield. Therefore, your words are completely meaningless. You! The Black Tower tribe patriarch was enraged. He clenched his teeth and took a deep breath. Good. As long as you make a blood oath that you won't harm the foundation of my Berserkers, you can do the same. Qin Yu turned and looked at Hanya. He didn't trust any of these barbarians, so he certainly had to inspect them. Of course, Qin Yu didn't dare to fully believe Hanya's inspection. So, when he turned around, he looked at his carriage. After several breaths of time, Meaty's voice sounded out in his mind. There is no problem. And at this time, Hanya had already received the wooden box that the Black Tower tribe patriarch offered her with both hands. After opening it, she slowly nodded. This is indeed a heart-devouring insect. It is of an extremely high grade. Even after a great shaman uses it, it is impossible to lie to it. The Black Tower tribe patriarch looked up, his icy cold eyes locking onto Qin Yu. Desolate Marquis Zhongwu, do you still dare to agree? Qin Yu had a calm expression. I will have to trouble Grandmaster Hanya to tell me how to use this heart-devouring insect. Hanya hesitated for a moment. She looked over. Qin Yu faintly smiled. He didn't speak any further. He walked over and whispered a few words, explaining the key point. In truth, the method to use it was extremely simple. After making a blood oath, he would take a drop of his blood and feed it to the heart-devouring insect. Qin Yu stretched out a finger and a bead of blood appeared. He raised his hand and made an oath. If I have done anything to harm the foundation of the Berserkers since I entered the Berserkers, then I shall be rejected by the heavens and earth, and my body and soul shall be destroyed. The bead of blood trembled. This meant that under the witness of the heart-devouring insect, the blood oath had been completed. The wooden box opened on its own and a strange cry came from within. The bead of blood soared into the box. Chapter 16:16. Hanya let out a sigh of relief. Although the fallen black sorcerers were a group of pitiful people that would be chased to death by ascetic cultivators, some of their methods were truly unimaginable. For instance, this heart-devouring insect in front of her. It was refined using the dark sorcerer's secret technique and was a strange object that didn't exist in this world. It was able to discern the tiniest ripples in one's heart. Although Marquis Loyal Marshal Ning Qin was the envoy of His Majesty the barbarian sovereign, he was still a desolate man. Luckily, the worst-case scenario hadn't occurred. After the heart-devouring insect swallowed the blood oath blood bead, it remained silent. This was the best evidence. The Green Willow Tribe Patriarch sneered. Now you still. His face stiffened and his voice came to an abrupt stop. He saw black energy suddenly rise up from the wooden box in front of Qin Yu. With a shrill howl, a fierce and ugly insect flew out from within. Its appearance could be seen as a cross between a centipede and a moth. There were countless legs under its abdomen, and its white body was covered with strange black lines. Its 2 wings flapped and its icy cold eyes locked onto Qin Yu. A sharp light burst out from the Black Tower Tribe Patriarch's eyes. He roared out loud, "Desolate man Marquis Loyal Marshal, you really are hiding evil intentions. Heart-devouring insect, quickly cut open his chest and enjoy your sacrifice." Blood oath, blood bead, heart-devouring insect, they were all related. After the blood bead was swallowed, it was the same as opening a back door for the heart-devouring insect. As long as the oath was false, it could ignore all attacks and defenses and directly eat the heart of the person who made the oath. The sound of flapping wings filled the air. The heart-devouring insect screeched and was about to rush out. But at this moment Qin Yu looked up at it. His eyes were indifferent and lofty, like a god sitting in a heavenly palace high above the highest heavens, looking down at the ants struggling to survive in the mud. The powerful suppression of the hierarchy caused endless fear to gush out, instantly crushing the heart-devouring insect. With a shrill scream, it exploded and died on the spot. The world fell silent, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Countless barbarians stared at the scene in front of them with wide eyes. They had all heard of the horror of the fallen black sorcerers and the legendary heart-devouring insect. But who could tell them just what was going on? The heart-devouring parasite wanted to eat people's livers, but before it could do anything, it exploded first. What kind of operation was this? The Black Tower Tribe Patriarch angrily roared. He pointed a finger at Qin Yu and said, "Desolate Marquis Zhongwu, you were actually able to kill the heart-devouring insect. But even so, your true face has been exposed." Qin Yu remained expressionless. As for why the heart-devouring insect suddenly went berserk, I think you should be well aware of this. If I forcefully urged it to do something it shouldn't have done, then since the heart-devouring insect couldn't touch me, it would naturally blow itself up. Hanya's figure moved. She arrived next to the sticky liquid that splashed out after the heart-devouring insect exploded. She squatted down and touched it with her finger. She placed it next to her nose and sniffed it. Her face immediately darkened. "Zhang Shuzi." He raised his head and looked at the 4 tribe chief. "I will definitely investigate this matter. Just who did this in secret? The Holy Lands will not let this go so easily." The Black Tower Tribe Patriarch's complexion changed. Before he could speak, a barbarian woman walked out and respectfully bowed. Purple Forest Tribe's Flower Thorn greets Grandmaster Hanya. She stood up, a respectful expression on her face. "My 4 tribes do not dare to question your judgment. The fact that Zhang Shuzi was able to cause the heart-devouring insect to go berserk is a secret of my Goliath tribe that very few people know about. Just who did something to the heart-devouring insect, and just what their goal was. I sincerely ask the Holy Lands to investigate this matter, and find out who plotted it in secret so that no more incidents occur in the future." Hanya glanced at her and nodded. "Patriarch Flowerthorn, rest assured that I will investigate to the end. I will not let go of the mastermind." Flowerthorn smiled. "That's good." She turned and looked at Qin Yu. "But just because the heart-devouring insect was tampered with doesn't mean that the desolate Marquis Zhongwu is innocent. In fact, I even suspect that this matter was a premeditated plot by the desolate race. Otherwise, how could they explain the heart-devouring insect exploding itself? In addition, they can stir up unrest within my Goliath tribe. Secondly, they can wash away all suspicions on themselves. After a brief pause, she bowed. He stood up and bowed, and his tone was incredibly respectful. That is why the 4 tribes still do not dare to trust him easily. Please understand, Master Banruo. After all, our actions are all for the sake of the Berserker's safety, and it does not involve our own personal benefits. Hanya remained silent. Although it was a bit forced, she had to admit that Flower Thorn's words were reasonable. Although Hanya was well aware that she was lying, there were some things in the world that you couldn't ignore just because you could clearly see them. She came from a holy land and was the disciple of a great shaman of Meng Mountain. To Hanya, this was an incomparably noble status and a powerful protective talisman. But from another perspective, it was also a shackle that made it so that he had to be careful in his actions to avoid damaging the Holy Land's reputation. This was the case when he blocked the Green Willow tribe, and this was also the case when he was pressured by Flower Thorn. How laughable! The heart-devouring parasite is something you brought out. Now that there is a problem, you actually want to push the blame onto others. Chief Flower Thorn's words are shameless to the extreme. I truly admire you. The old chief of the Green Willow tribe coldly sneered. His eyes were ice-cold. The truth is before you. I don't care how you argue, but Marquis Zhong Wu has already fulfilled his promise. Since it is your problem, then get out of the way. He lifted his hand and waved it forward. Greenwood Cavalry, open the way for my Green Willow tribe's esteemed guest. Anyone who dares to block us will be my tribe's mortal enemy. Grandmaster Hanya was restricted by his status and had many restrictions on his actions. He would not be polite. The old chief could clearly see the situation in front of him. The 4 tribes were already prepared and would not give up so easily. Even if the heart-devouring parasite didn't explode and die, they would still have other excuses and wouldn't give up until Marquis Zhong Wu died. Since that was the case, he might as well go straight to the point. Let's see if these people dared to start a war. Ha ha! Ha ha! The Greenwood Cavalry of the Green Willow tribe roared out. To them, for the allied forces of the 4 tribes to block their path in front of their tribe's camp was an extremely provocative matter. As for the disparity in strength between the 2 sides in this world, there were only barbarian men who died in battle. There were no cowards who would bow and scrape for a living. Even if they died, they would drag a few of them down with them. Flower Thorn's complexion darkened. It wasn't because he had been mercilessly scolded and ridiculed. As a woman, she was able to sit firmly on the throne of the Purple Forest tribe's matriarch. She didn't lack any of these things, so it was easy for her to swallow her saliva. This old thing from the Green Willow tribe was indeed difficult to deal with. He had poked at their sore spot. It wasn't a big deal for the 4 tribes to join forces to suppress the Green Willow tribe and even surround their camp. But the internal strife of the barbarians was a sensitive topic for all barbarians. It was also the only rule that the Holy Land had abided by for many years. No one dared to touch it. Rumble, rumble, across from them, the Green Willow tribe cavalry rushed forwards with a monstrous momentum. Qin Yu frowned. He looked at them and Meaty's voice echoed in his ears. How interesting. These barbarians seem to have a great backer behind them. Now that they've been forced into a dead end, they're ready to act for Real. Little Qin Yu, you are the new barbarian sovereign, but now you have become the spark that ignites the internal strife of the barbarians. I fear that at least 100,000 barbarians will die because of this. How do you feel? Qin Yu bitterly smiled and rubbed his temples. He didn't mind killing some of the barbarians who had ulterior motive. This didn't conflict with the barbarian bloodline mark he inherited. This was because the barbarian sovereign was an existence that ruled over the entire barbarian race. And since he ruled, there was also violence and suppression. Death was only a normal matter. But in his opinion, The people of Green Willow tribe didn't deserve to die. When he asked Meaty to save the divine willow and extend the vitality of the tribe, it wasn't because he wanted them to risk their lives for him and ruin their entire tribe. Qin Yu stepped forwards. With a loud bang, the ground instantly collapsed, forming a massive pit. Waves of earth rose up, rushing in all directions. The barbarian army that was about to collide with Qin Yu suddenly reined in their horses. The complexions of the four patriarchs changed. Their eyes fell on Qin Yu, shock in their eyes. They never imagined that the desolate Marquis Zhongwu would have such a formidable cultivation. Qin Yu lightly said, "The reason I entered the territory of the barbarians is to take what we need and benefit together. War is not what I want." He stepped forward. "I have already taken a step back. Since you won't give up, then according to the customs of the barbarians, we will fight to see who is stronger. I have 2 subordinates. As long as I can defeat them, I will turn around and leave. In the future, I will never take half a step into the barbarians' territory. But what if you lose? I want one person." Qin Yu lifted a hand and pointed at a thin barbarian beside the 4 patriarchs. This barbarian had his head lowered and was silent. "Hand him over to me and let me deal with him." After being pointed at by Qin Yu, this barbarian remained motionless, maintaining his original posture. And sometimes, no change was often the greatest change. Before this, he looked like an ordinary barbarian. But now that he was silent, he seemed as immovable as a mountain. Towering and towering, he pierced into the clouds, making it hard to see him clearly. The Green Willow tribe patriarch frowned, a trace of gratitude in his eyes. He certainly knew that if Qin Yu didn't intervene, then after today, the Green Willow tribe would likely be erased from the barbarian tribe register. Since the 4 great tribes had moved, they would definitely cut the weeds and eliminate the roots, not leaving behind any hidden dangers. This was a simple matter. If he were in their shoes, he would have done the same. Hanya walked to the side and respectfully bowed. "I would like to express my thanks to the Marquis on behalf of the barbarian children who should have died in battle today." At this moment, the last bit of doubt in his heart vanished. The desolate Marquis Zhongwu was indeed the envoy chosen by His Majesty. As for why a desolate man was chosen, there must be another reason. Qin Yu smiled. "He hasn't died, so there is no need to thank me. But I will have to trouble Grandmaster Hanya to be a witness for me, lest they continue to pester me after this matter." He narrowed his eyes. "Otherwise, I will really become impatient. At that time, I hope Grandmaster won't blame me." The 4 tribes joined forces to threaten him, so what? Even if he didn't do anything, little Meaty alone could easily finish everything. The only problem was that she didn't like the taste and didn't have any chewiness. "You are wrong. There is a good saying that if quality isn't enough, then quantity can make up for it. As long as you nod, I can do it for free. I definitely won't mind." Little Meaty's voice was calm, but Qin Yu swore that she was serious. Across from him, Hanya didn't know why, but a chill suddenly rose in her heart. She looked at Marquis Zhongwu and nodded. "Marquis, please rest assured." She turned and walked towards the 4 allied forces, not worried about her own safety at all. He had already explained the matter of the shackles and protective talisman. Unless the 4 great tribes lost their minds, they wouldn't dare to touch him. Grandmaster Hanya, Flower Thorn and the other patriarchs of the 4 tribes bowed together. The Goliath army behind them also lowered their heads in respect. Hanya said, "No matter what decision you make in the end, do not forget your status as Goliath. As for the Holy Land, we still have the ability to decide your fate." This was the first time he had placed a threat in the open. With Hanya's status, this sort of method was extremely crude. But it was also because of this that it proved that he was serious. The complexions of the 4 patriarchs changed. They bowed even lower. "Grandmaster, what instructions do you have? Please speak." Hanya said, "Do you agree to the agreement that Marquis Zhongwu proposed?" Or do you want to provoke a great war today? The Black Tower tribe patriarch hesitated for a moment. He didn't speak and looked up at Flower Thorn. It was clear that this Goliath woman was the true decision-maker of the 4 allied forces today. Covered by Hanya's gaze, Flower Thorn hesitated for a moment. Then, she respectfully bowed. "We are willing to accept." At this moment, she felt an intense restlessness that forced her to lower her head. In truth, Flower Thorn's choice was correct. If she refused, Hanya would attack without hesitation and kill her on the spot. Chapter 16-17. Hanya straightened her palms and bowed. Her eyes were gentle and calm. "Patriarch Hua Si and everyone else, please use your tribe's totem to swear to the Holy Land. My teacher, great shaman of Meng Mountain, will be the witness of this oath." Flower Thorn took a deep breath. All right. She, the leaders of the Black Tower tribe, the Heavy Mountain tribe, and the Yen River tribe swore an oath at the same time. Hanya sensed that the vow had been fulfilled. He turned around and left. "Qin, you didn't turn around. Baiji, go Xing." One of the carriages in the procession was pushed open from the inside. Baiji, who was wrapped in a white robe, walked out of the carriage with a cold look in her eyes. At the same time, a Li family disciple with a long sword on his back and a pale face appeared outside the battlefield where the 2 armies of the berserkers were locked in a stalemate. He coughed lightly as he walked over. Hua Si's eyes flickered and he suddenly shouted, "Desolate man Zhong Marquis, according to the rules of the barbarian tribe, the battle will be decided by 2 wins out of 3. Qin Yu glanced at her. "No need. As long as you can defeat either one of my 2 subordinates, consider it my loss." Baiji walked in front of him and bowed in a slightly unfamiliar manner. Her eyes were calm. Go Xing smiled bitterly. He raised his head and looked at Marquis Zhong Wu in front of him. "I'm already half a cripple. Marquis, you seem to be very confident in me. Aren't you afraid of losing?" Qin Yu lightly said, "If you lose, you will die." Go Xing frowned slightly and muttered, "Looks like I really have to risk my life this time." Of the 4 allied armies, the first to go to battle was the barbarian that Qin Yu had called out. He looked like an ordinary young barbarian. His body was rather small and skinny in the tribe. But since the 4 tribe leaders had sent him to fight, they were naturally very confident. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes. "Leave him alive." Baiji nodded her head and walked forward. Her white robe fluttered in the wind, outlining her proud curves. The barbarian army of the 4 tribes suddenly burst into laughter. Countless eyes fell on her chest. Her footsteps were steady, and there was not the slightest hint of chaos in her steps. However, her eyes grew colder and colder, as if they could freeze the entire world. The young barbarian clearly felt the pressure. He frowned and suddenly took a step forward. He had to strike first to gain the upper hand. Bang! The ground shook violently, then shattered and split open as a huge stone puppet was summoned. Raising its head to the sky and roaring, the stone puppet's eyes surged with a dense blood-red color as it raised its foot and stomped down. Baiji raised her head and stopped in her tracks. The strong wind blew against her face, causing her robe to flutter, making her curves even more alluring. Up above, the sky darkened. The stone puppet's feet covered the entire sky. Shwa, a streak of sword light suddenly appeared like a white rainbow piercing through the sun. It whistled through the air and slashed at the stone puppet. Baiji turned around and walked away. The huge stone puppet behind her was cut in half from the middle. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. It fell to the ground and shattered into pieces of huge stones. The young barbarian who had summoned the stone statue frowned and slowly said, "Good sword technique." A line of blood appeared between his eyebrows. Then, just like the stone statue, his body was split in half. His internal organs were scattered all over the ground. Fresh blood flowed freely, and a pungent stench assaulted the nostrils. "Marquis, this servant's sword can only kill and cannot spare his life. I ask for Marquis's forgiveness." Baiji didn't turn around. She respectfully bowed, clearly aware of all of this. Qin Yu glanced at her and lightly said, "You helped me win this round, so I won't blame you. But the madam might not." Baiji's body stiffened. Qin Yu waved his hand, not giving her a chance to speak. Baiji took a deep breath and turned to walk towards the carriage. At this moment, she was still as slim and graceful as before. She was still a beauty that could make a man's mouth dry up with just a glance. But now, no one dared to reveal any profanity. Instead, their eyes were filled with endless fear and awe. The complexions of Flower Thorn and the other barbarian powerhouses changed. Anger and alarm filled their eyes. They never imagined that a maid under the command of the desolate Marquis Zhongwu would have such a terrifying cultivation. That sword strike was terrifying to the extreme. Even if they attacked, they might not be able to block it. The third generation of the Li family, who had fallen to this point and had to work as a dog to survive, sighed. With such a pearl right in front of me, what should I do? He looked at Qin Yu, a trace of bitterness on his face. Qin Yu turned a blind eye to him. He repeated what he had just said, "If you lose, you will die." Dog Thorn sighed again. "Can't you say it in other words? It's inauspicious to die when you die." He shook his head and strode forward. His pale face was filled with helplessness. "Everyone on the other side, can you come up with a weak point and take the initiative to collide with my sword? I, Dog Leftover, owe you a big favor and will definitely repay you in the future." With Baiji attacking first, no one dared to underestimate this sickly man who seemed half dead and only had one breath left. The Black Tower Tribe Patriarch took a deep breath. He clenched his teeth and said, "I will do it myself." Flower Thorn narrowed his eyes. He didn't oppose. He is indeed seriously injured and can only strike once. Be careful, don't lose your life. The Black Tower Tribe Patriarch licked his lip. Don't worry. He walked forwards. With every step, his aura became stronger and stronger. With loud crackling sounds, his flesh and bones began to explode. His entire body swelled up and his exposed flesh and blood turned a metallic black. He diabolically grinned and stepped forward. "Pretty boy, let me see just how fast your sword is." Dog Thorn mumbled, "Pretty boy, in my hometown, in a sense, this is a compliment." As he spoke, his feet suddenly moved. His whole body was like a weightless feather as he directly slid to the left. In the next moment, the ground beneath Dog Thorn's feet was instantly smashed to pieces. Wild strength recklessly splashed out. The Black Tower Tribe Patriarch sneered again and again. "Aren't you desolate man-sword cultivators the best at killing people? Why do you only know how to run? It seems that pretty boys will always be pretty boys. They look good but are useless. When we get to bed, will you also be the one to be stabbed?" Dog Thorn was expressionless and his face paled even more. He continued to dodge, drifting about like a shadow. No matter how punch after punch smashed the ground, he was always able to dodge by a hair's breadth. There was one thing that Flower Thorn had guessed correctly. His current state was not good and he could only use 2 swords at most. But in reality, for Dog Thorn, he could only use 1 sword. Because once he used the second sword, he would immediately die. So he was waiting for his opponent to reveal a flaw. Only then would he be able to deliver a fatal blow and completely sever his life force. The Black Tower Tribe Patriarch cursed endlessly. He had already cursed several times. Although he seemed angry, the truth was that there was only coldness in the depths of his eyes. The sickly pretty boy was waiting for an opportunity to use his sword. He had already sensed this from the beginning of their fight. Because he could feel a threatening aura coming from this pretty boy. It wasn't strong, but it was suffocating. It was like an ice blade that was as thin as a cicada's wing. Although it could be shattered with a casual flick, as long as one was fast enough, it could still easily cut open one's flesh and meridians, causing fatal injuries. The Black Tower Tribe Patriarch had already deliberately revealed a flaw several times. But, whether it was because he was too cautious or because this pretty boy was too timid, he still hadn't attacked. This caused the Black Tower tribe patriarch to furrow his brows. In his current state, his defensive power was the strongest, but maintaining this state consumed a great deal of strength. The pretty boy in front of him seemed like he couldn't breathe and would die at any moment, but he was so slippery that he was able to avoid danger time and time again. If this continued, the Black Tower tribe patriarch would have no choice but to lower his defenses before he could kill Dog Thorn with a single punch. The Black Tower tribe patriarch punched out 3 more times, each one as fast as a bolt of lightning. But Dog Thorn seemed to be able to predict the trajectories of his attacks and was able to dodge every single one. He could not delay any longer. The Black Tower tribe patriarch took a deep breath and his chest puffed out. With a loud shout, he took a step forward and leapt into the air. Then, he punched out, using a secret technique unique to the Black Tower tribe. The earth violently shook and shattered, constantly caving in. A terrifying imprisoning strength surged out from the cracks in the ground. It was like an invisible cage that suppressed Dog Thorn within. The Black Tower tribe patriarch's feet leaving the ground was a major flaw. He was luring Dog Thorn to attack. But at the same time, this flaw was also a killing move. Even if Dog Thorn continued to dodge, he would still be imprisoned by the cracks in the ground, and it would be difficult for him to escape. Whether he attacked or not, all that awaited him was death. After dodging 3 punches in a distressing manner, Dog Thorn's black hair was drenched in sweat and his face was pale. He stood within the massive cracks in the ground, his expression as calm as before. He looked up at the Black Tower tribe patriarch in the air. Without hesitation, he drew his sword and thrust it out. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water, as if he had been waiting for this chance to attack from the very beginning. The Black Tower tribe patriarch's eyes suddenly lit up and a trace of coldness surged out. "Pretty boy." He only had time to say these 3 words before his entire body stiffened. He looked down at his chest and saw a transparent bloody hole. The heart that should have been beating there had already disappeared. That sword strike just now had been far too fast, so fast that he simply couldn't see it clearly. It was so fast that the moment his heart and the surrounding flesh and blood were pierced through, it had turned to powder. All of his life force had been severed. The Black Tower tribe patriarch fell to the ground. His swollen body returned to normal and his tyrannical and powerful aura vanished with it. Go Shing coughed violently. An abnormal flush appeared on his pale face. He covered his mouth and nose with one hand as he bent over and gasped for breath. He gave off the feeling that he would cough his lungs out in the next moment, causing them to spurt out of his mouth and nose. "Ha, pretty boy, although I think you are praising me." He stood up and wiped his mouth and nose. His palms were dyed red. "But I am still very unhappy." He turned and walked back. As he looked at the tottering Dog Thorn who could be pushed down with a single finger, the eyes of the Black Tower tribe powerhouses turned red. Shuar Hanya's figure appeared out of thin air. She calmly stood in the middle. "Marquis Zhongwu has won 2 battles. You have lost." Flower Thorn took a deep breath and bowed. "If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. Grandmaster Hanya, we will bid our farewells here." She turned and walked away. Tribe patriarchs High Mountain and Yenha followed behind with pale faces. After a moment of hesitation, the Black Tower tribe members didn't dare to act rashly. Chapter 16-18. The allied army of the 4 tribes retreated like a tide. The Greenwood cavalry let out heaven-shaking cheers, their cheers echoing through the skies. As Go Shing walked in front of Qin Yu, he looked at him, panting for breath. "Now, can I live?" Qin Yu had no expression. "I can decide your death, but whether or not you can live, that is not up to me." Go Shing was stunned. He gave a thumbs up. "You are fierce." His body was slightly bent as he walked towards the distant wilderness. He looked like a wounded lone wolf. But as they looked at his back, no one dared to underestimate him. Those familiar with the wilderness knew that a wounded lone wolf was truly terrifying. Before they died, they would not hesitate to pay any price to tear out their enemy's throat. Within the desolate troop, within a bright carriage, Baiji looked at the distant Go Sheng. She frowned, eagerness in her eyes. But in the end, she took a deep breath and suppressed her impulses. With a resounding slap, Baiji was knocked to the ground. And now, the space within the carriage was isolated from the outside world and could no longer be sensed. She covered her face and knelt in the carriage. "My lord, I didn't lie. My sword can only kill. I can't hold back." Meaty had no expression. "If it weren't for that, you would already be dead." She lifted a hand and slapped her again. Blood flowed out from the corners of Baiji's lips, but she didn't dare to wipe it away. She struggled to get up and kneel down. "Remember, everyone in this troop, whether they live or die, is decided by me. Even if it is just a dog, it is not something that you have the qualifications to deal with. Just now, you were lucky that you restrained yourself and didn't try to attack me, otherwise I would have killed you." Meaty's eyes were icy cold and her expression was one of loathing. She kicked Baiji to the ground. "Remember what happened today. If there is a next time, I will personally pull out your head." Meaty vanished from sight. Baiji spat out a mouthful of blood. She crawled up and curled up in a corner of the carriage. Her eyes were the only thing exposed in her white robes, but there wasn't the slightest bit of hatred in them. She stretched out her hand and gently stroked her swollen face. She muttered, "My lord, you will understand one day that everything I do is for your good. Even if I die, I will absolutely not let anyone hurt you. Even if it's you." The group continued on their journey. When Qin Yu returned to the carriage, he saw little Meaty carefully wiping her palms with a white gauze. When she saw him return, she glanced up and then lowered her head to continue wiping her palms. Qin Yu sat down. He thought for a moment and slowly said, "The one that was killed by Baiji was a cultivator from that race." This was something he had already determined at first glance. Therefore, it was easy to guess the real backer of the Black Tower, the Heavy Mountain, the Yen River, and the Purple Forest tribes who dared to go against the will of the Holy Land. No wonder Hanya was so cautious. Everything could be explained now. As a race that could compete with the Western Desolate for the right to rule the broken world of the Southwest Desolate region, one could imagine their strength and foundation. After all, the Western barbarians were the biggest external threat to the Western Wasteland Empire at the moment. The enemy of an enemy could be a friend. This was a very simple matter. As for why that race would secretly provoke the four great tribes to act, it was likely because they had already realized Qin Yu's current delicate status in the Western Desolate. Disregarding that race that would inevitably infiltrate the Western Desolate, just in the imperial capital, there were countless people who hoped that Qin Yu would die. For instance, the Howie family. It wasn't hard to imagine that they would sell information about Qin Yu and even take the initiative to seek cooperation with that race. His exposure was also a matter of course. It was impossible for Baiji's sword to cut down that desolate person. She wouldn't have truly killed that cultivator from that race. At most she would have severely wounded him. But she had ruined Qin Yu's plans. He originally wanted to capture this person and use him to make a fuss in the Western Desolate. After all, the four old claws of the Imperial Palace were currently hiding in the wilderness. They were protecting Qin Yu and also monitoring him. As long as they learned of the existence of that race, it would be able to intensify the conflicts between the Western Desolate and that race. Of course, Baiji's actions weren't without any benefits. At the very least, it prevented Qin Yu from having his identity seen through. After all, if he could lock onto that race's aura, who knew whether or not they also had a way to sense that something was wrong with him? Meaty said, "Baiji's sword can indeed only kill." She didn't deliberately not hold back. After a brief pause, she coldly sneered. "So, that is why she took the initiative to be the first to go out and kill. You didn't realize it yourself, so you can't blame her. Qin Yu nodded. He spoke of his own considerations. I don't completely blame her. After all, it is likely that Baiji helped me. But the appearance of that race is something that I can use. Do you have a way to let the 4 old claws sense this? Midi shook her head. They should be carrying a formidable concealing treasure from the western desolate imperial palace. Completely fuses with the world, and unless I release my aura, it will be difficult to find them in my current state. It would be difficult, but it wasn't impossible. But doing so would consume too much of Midi's strength. In fact, breaking the seal she placed on herself wasn't worth it. Qin Yu let out a deep breath. Since that's the case, I can only take things one step at a time. Since that race has taken action, they won't give up so easily. There will always be a chance in the future. Midi nodded. She threw away the white gauze in her hand. Flames appeared in the air, directly burning it to ashes. A look of loathing appeared in her eyes. Qin Yu felt this was a bit strange, but his intuition told him not to ask too much. Following that, the journey was smooth. They entered the Green Willow tribe. The camp and everything they needed had already been prepared. After Qin Yu stepped off the carriage, he exchanged greetings with Hanya and the old tribe leader. The two of them didn't stay for long. They said that the Marquis must have had a hard journey and that he should rest early. Then, they bid their farewells and left. It was clear that the Green Willow tribe had spent a great deal of time and effort in the construction of the camp. They had prepared a common residence for Qin Yu in the western desolate imperial capital. Although it wasn't as extravagant as the residence in the mine, it was still exquisite and unconventional. As for the Green Willow tribe, they had likely obtained some news from the Golden Crow tribe. Within the forsaken mortal camp, they had left behind a large open space for the 2 large trees that served as servants. Midi was clearly satisfied with this arrangement. The 2 flattering trees jumped off the carriage, and each chose a spot. Their roots drilled into the ground and their bodies began to swell up. Just like before, Midi walked into the treehouse and leaned back in a comfortable chair. She rolled over and yawned, soon falling into a deep sleep. Qin Yu looked from afar at the 2 busy flattering trees. Then, he looked at the sleeping Midi in the treehouse, a thoughtful look in his eyes. He ordered everyone not to approach the treehouse. After sleeping for 3 days and 3 nights, Midi walked out with sleepy eyes. Qin Yu sensed something. He stopped cultivating and left the residence, walking towards the 2 large trees. The first thing he said when he saw Midi was, "How are you now?" Midi looked at Qin Yu and rubbed between her eyebrows. Then, she froze midway and slowly put her hand down. "I'm fine. I'm much better after sleeping." Seeing Qin Yu remain silent, Midi curled her lip. "Even if I'm not fine, what can you do about it? Do you want me to eat the forsaken people below or the barbarians of the Green Willow tribe?" Qin Yu rubbed his nose, not speaking. Midi chuckled. "Men are just a bunch of liars. Whoever believes them will have bad luck." Qin Yu helplessly said, "It's not good to overturn a boat full of people. In this world, although most men are bad, there will always be 1 or 2 that are good." As he spoke to her, he was interrupted. Midi sneered again and again. "If you dare to say it's you, I will drive you away right now. Don't even think about freeloading." Qin Yu decisively shut his mouth. He reached out a hand and pulled at his lips, his eyes shining. On the way here, he had drunk several fruits and wine. But, he really missed the cooking skills of the Root People chef. From the time he returned to the imperial capital until now, he hadn't eaten a single bite. He couldn't think about it. His saliva was about to drip out. Midi rolled her eyes. She probably thought that Qin Yu's future prospects were just like this. She waved her hand and the Root People chefs immediately put forth 120% of their skills. A banquet table was quickly completed. Qin Yu picked 3 fruits in a row. Just as he was reaching for the 4th, he was stopped by Midi's eyes. She frowned and said, "Do you want to die?" Qin Yu immediately understood that his current limit was to drink 3 fruits at a time. Tsk. He had improved quite a bit from before. It seemed that the increase in his boundary had brought about great changes. Yes, he had to hurry up and cultivate. He had to strive to take another step forward as soon as possible. At that time, he would be able to eat and drink even more. Midi's eyes nearly rolled back into her head. She was probably shocked by Qin Yu's useless thoughts and was left speechless. But to the current Qin Yu, these small matters were nothing more than a drizzle. They couldn't affect his appetite in the slightest. Just like before, Midi would occasionally take a bite of food. Most of the time, she would only take a fruit and slowly drink it. Qin Yu didn't stand on ceremony with her. He ate with incomparably fragrant sounds. 1 mouthful of wine and 3 mouthfuls of food. He was as happy as an immortal. He was full. The taste wasn't too good, but Qin Yu still drank the last mouthful of wine. Then, he stood up shakily. "That you rest well. I'll be leaving first." Little Ro let out a sound of acknowledgement with her eyes half closed. She leaned back on the soft couch, and naturally, there were nimble branches that quietly swept away the mess in front of her. She switched to a more comfortable position and lay down. She watched Qin Yu's back as he left, her eyebrows subconsciously furrowed together. Just what is the problem? She closed her eyes and soon fell into a deep sleep. But after Midi fell asleep, her perception of the world actually reached its strongest. But unfortunately, just like before, Midi still couldn't feel anything wrong. It was like there was an invisible and incomparably thin gauze screen in front of her. It wasn't thick and light could pass through it. But it made everything in front of her blurry, making it impossible to see clearly. After the desolate tribe entered the Green Willow tribe, the first thing they did was to make up for the supplies they owed. Although the barbarian tribes all expressed that they weren't in a hurry and even hinted that they could completely erase the debt, they only asked for Marquis Zhongwu's help. There was no other reason. Only the totem had advanced. There was no need to mention the Golden Crow tribe's totem, the Golden Crow. Every barbarian tribe powerhouse that went to the Golden Crow tribe to pay their respects would turn green with envy. Even the Green Willow tribe's totem, the Golden Crow, had nearly been struck to death by thunder tribulation in the past. All that was left was a single branch that was still alive. After extending its life force, it changed every day and its strength rose to an astonishing degree. It was said that even in its nascent state, the benefits it brought to the Green Willow tribe were nearly the same as when the totem was in perfect condition. It had to be known that the barbarian tribe's nascent state and adult state couldn't be compared at all. The difference in strength was several times, or even dozens of times. In other words, the Green Willow tribe's totem had advanced. Perhaps it was a coincidence that the Golden Crow tribe's totem had entered the house and saved the Green Willow tribe's totem, or perhaps there was another reason. But now that both totems had advanced, was there any need to hesitate or doubt? Previously, the Black Tower, Chongshan, Yanhe, and Zilin tribes had joined forces to threaten them, so no one dared to express their opinions. Now that they had retreated and the situation had stabilized, why didn't they hurry to ask for help? Were they waiting to be scolded by their own totem? It was said that some of the more powerful totem in some tribes had already given a death order to their chief. If they couldn't invite the desolate Marquis Zhongwu, they should immediately step down and retire. In short, the Green Willow tribe was extremely lively now. The old chief also experienced the pain and happiness that the chief of the Golden Crow tribe, Ku Tuo, felt. As long as they were brave enough, they could receive so many gifts that their hands would cramp. Chapter 16-19. The experienced Zhou Dafu had traveled through the barbarian territories for many years, but he had never discovered that the barbarians were so easy to deal with. Transaction after transaction was completed without the slightest bit of sloppiness. The prices were low and the profits were high. It was simply unimaginable. A great profit, a complete and utter profit. This trip was equal to 10 trips in previous years. In order to curry favor with the Marquis, these barbarians were willing to stop at nothing. The only thing they didn't do was pay him money and give him things for free. In the past, Zhou Dafu would have made a profit, but he would still feel uneasy. After all, what the Marquis did in the barbarian territories was too much of a taboo. But this time, when he returned to the capital to report on his work, nothing happened. The Marquis was even promoted. What was there to worry about? He quietly calculated the profits he would receive after this transaction was completed. The entire Desolate Man team was happy. They felt that following the Marquis Zhongwu to work for them was a blessing they couldn't obtain even in 10 lifetimes. Of course, making money was making money. Zhou Dafu didn't interfere with anything he shouldn't have. These barbarians were constantly hinting at him. Wasn't it because they wanted to get close to the Marquis? Humph humph, they knew what was proper. Money could be earned, but words could not be spoken. The result was that the barbarians, who had lost a fat piece of meat, did not receive any response. They cursed in their hearts and cursed Zhou Dafu's ancestors for dozens of generations. But when they turned around and saw him, they smiled and warmly greeted him. Sometimes, the strong barbarians of the various tribes even made themselves feel aggrieved. These people had never thought that one day they would end up in such a situation in front of the Desolate Man. Zhou Dafu could pretend to be ignorant, but as the saying goes, you're the one who takes advantage of others. The old chief of the Green Willow tribe, who was in pain but happy at the same time, soon felt tormented. He hesitated again and again. If he didn't go find the Desolate Man Marquis Zhongwu, then the powerhouses who had given him gifts would fall out with him. He clenched his teeth and braced himself. Luckily, things went smoothly. After they settled in the camp, Marquis Zhongwu, who had been busy cultivating, quickly received him. "Greetings, Marquis." The old chief bowed. Qin Yu looked at him and thought for a moment. He smiled and said, "Old chief, your face is glowing. It seems that you have been very lucky recently." The old chief bitterly smiled and waved his hands. "Marquis, don't laugh at me." He took out a storage ring and handed it over with both hands. "This is half of the gifts we received recently. Now our Green Willow tribe is penniless, and we need to spend money on all aspects. I'm shameless enough to take advantage of you, Marquis." Qin Yu looked at the storage ring in his hand. "I don't need this. Consider it as rent to Marquis." He stomped on the ground. "After all, our team of Desolate Men is making money every day. It's all thanks to the tribe leader's willingness to give us this place." The old patriarch hesitated for a moment. He looked up at Qin Yu's expression and nodded as he put away the storage ring. His smile became even brighter as he said, "Lord Marquis is such a generous renter. Even if there is another stack, our Green Willow tribe will never have too many of them." Of course, he knew that the so-called rent was just an excuse. What Marquis Zhongwu really cared about was the attitude the Green Willow tribe showed when facing the allied forces of the 4 tribes. This was what it meant to return a plum for a peach. Because of this, he hesitated for a moment before putting away the storage ring. If he insisted on giving it away, that wouldn't be good. It might cause the Marquis Zhongwu to misunderstand that the Azure Willow tribe was asking for more. It would be better for them to be even. Qin Yu smiled and gestured with his hand. "Don't just stand there and talk. Patriarch, please sit down. I brought some tea leaves from the Western Desolate. The taste isn't bad, please have a taste." He reached out for the teapot, but the old patriarch hurriedly stopped him. "I don't dare to trouble Marquis, I can do it myself." He poured a cup of tea and took 2 sips. The old patriarch gave a thumbs up. "Good tea, good tea." Qin Yu faintly smiled. "It looks like the patriarch didn't come here today just to split the profits with me. If there is something you want to say, then speak directly." The old patriarch revealed a surprised expression. He coughed and said, "Marquis is wise. Us barbarians have an old saying. If you eat your neighbor's sheep or cows, then you must return their fertilizer. In short, our Azure Willow tribe has already received a great deal of gifts, so we need to do something for them. Looking at Qin Yu's complexion, he took out a sheepskin scroll from his chest. On this there are several tribes that have given you the most gift. Each one of them is rich and powerful, and they are the wealthiest people in our western desolate lands. They have already promised that as long as Marquis is willing to help, they will give you a great reward. They will definitely satisfy Marquis. Qin Yu drank his tea, his fingers tapping the table. The old patriarch regained his composure. He hurriedly said, "Marquis, rest assured that our Azure Willow tribe has already conducted a screening ahead of time. We guarantee that none of the tribes on this list participated in what happened before." Qin Yu smiled. Patriarch is thoughtful. Then I will take a look. He paused for a moment and continued, "But I cannot guarantee whether or not I will choose one of the tribes." The old patriarch smiled and nodded. "When I accepted the gifts, it was only a promise to deliver this list to Marquis. Now I have fulfilled my end of the bargain. As for what Marquis chooses in the end, that is your own matter. My Azure Willow tribe will have no objections." On the sheepskin scroll were the names of 6 barbarian tribes. Qin Yu looked over it from top to bottom. Then, he put down his hand and fell silent. He needed to continue building the world-breaking token, otherwise he wouldn't be able to stabilize the Western Desolate. This was also Qin Yu's main goal in entering the territory of the barbarians. In fact, during this period of time, although he had been cultivating, he already had some plans in mind. As for the arrangement of the world-breaking token, he couldn't just casually choose a place. For instance, this time, along with the materials that were delivered to Qin Yu, there was also a marked map. The Stone God tribe was one of the targets that the Western Desolate had drawn up. It just happened to be on the sheepskin scroll, and it was ranked first. The old patriarch calmly drank his tea. As he said, as long as he delivered the list to Qin Yu, he would have completed his task. As for who he chose in the end, that was up to Marquis Zhongwu. He was a truly intelligent person. "Patriarch. Lord Marquis, please speak." The old patriarch laid down his teacup. Qin Yu smiled. He tapped the sheepskin scroll with his finger. "The first-ranked Stone God tribe, did they give you the most gifts?" The old patriarch blushed red. He nodded. "I wouldn't dare to hide anything from Lord Marquis. The Stone God tribe sent me a stone essence that was produced when their tribe's totem evolved in the early years. It can greatly accelerate the growth of my tribe's divine willow totem. In terms of value and practicality, it is indeed the highest. However, the fundamental reason why the Stone God tribe is first is not because of this. Lord Marquis knows that my tribe's divine willow totem suffered from thunder tribulation in the early years, and we have been struggling to survive. The Green Willow tribe's strength has declined and their status has plummeted. The reason we have been able to maintain our territory for so many years, and even though there are constant small conflicts, no one dares to bully us, is all because of the Stone God tribe's help. My Green Willow tribe has good relations with the Stone God tribe to begin with. Even when the 4 great tribes joined forces to threaten them, the Stone God tribe clearly expressed their opposition, giving them a great deal of pressure. Qin Yu nodded. He believed that in this aspect, the old patriarch wouldn't speak carelessly. After thinking for several breaths of time, he smiled. "Then this time, I will choose the Stone God tribe." The old patriarch was overjoyed. He stood up and bowed. "Thank you, Lord Marquis." Qin Yu said, "Friendship is friendship, but we cannot lack anything." "Patriarch, do you understand what I mean?" The old patriarch patted his chest. "Lord Marquis, rest assured that the Stone God tribe's totem god stone has been stuck at a bottleneck for over 200 years. Because of this, the entire tribe has pulled out countless strands of hair. As long as Lord Marquis is willing to help, even if you want the stars in the sky, they will agree." The old patriarch blinked and lowered his voice. Moreover, I won't hide it from Lord Marquis. The background of the Stone God tribe is among the best. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. The patriarch doesn't seem to have finished speaking. The old patriarch rubbed his face. He forced a smile. Lord Marquis has good eyesight. He hesitated for a moment and then lowered his voice even further. I heard, cough cough, this is just a rumor. Around 600 to 700 years ago, the Stone God tribe, because of some special characteristics of their totem god stone, caused a star to fall from the heavens. It changed directions and fell directly into the tribe's camp. Normally, this should have been a disaster. And in truth, the Stone God tribe did suffer many casualties. But afterwards it was said that the patriarch of the Stone God tribe grinned so hard that his teeth nearly popped out, as if he had picked up, cough cough, picked up some amazing treasure. Qin Yu glanced at the old patriarch, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Ah, that's what happened. Lord Marquis, please consider it yourself. I won't disturb you any further. Farewell, farewell. The old patriarch stood up and bid his farewells. A star falling from the heavens, it seemed that this was some sort of good treasure. In the past, the Stone God tribe's patriarch had probably shown off too much. It was indeed wise not to show off one's wealth. Otherwise, even if several hundred years passed, there might still be problems. Qin Yu's lips curved up in a smile as he teased the old patriarch of the Green Willow tribe. In truth, he understood that the reason the old patriarch had brought up the matter of taking the initiative was because he didn't want Qin Yu to learn of it from others in the future and ruin the harmonious relationship between the two sides. At this time, Meaty's voice sounded out in his ears. I want this piece of fallen star. Qin Yu rubbed his nose. He helplessly said, You couldn't have been eavesdropping all this time, right? I think you should at least give people a bit of privacy. Meaty coldly sneered. Privacy? Fine, I can give it to you. As for the matter of the Stone God tribe, I'll have to trouble you, Marquis Zhongwu, to personally handle it. Qin Yu choked on his words. He bitterly smiled. Fine, it's all my fault. Miss Meaty can do whatever she wants. Humph. Well, did you wake up again? It's been several days. I'm sure you're hungry. Qin Yu said as he walked out. Hurry up and have the chefs of the Root tribe cook up some food. I'll come over and eat with you. It's just too boring staying here by myself. It was rare for Meaty not to mock or ridicule him. After a brief moment of silence, she said yes. This abnormal action scared Qin Yu so much that he nearly turned and left. He wondered if something had happened to Meaty today, right? Outside the treehouse, Meaty clenched her teeth. She thought that this bastard Qin Yu was truly hateful to the extreme. After hesitating again and again, Qin Yu still couldn't bear to give up this chance to freeload and eat. Luckily, although Meaty's complexion was ugly, the entire process went smoothly. He was too full again. Qin Yu felt a bit intoxicated. He narrowed his eyes and glanced at Meaty across from him. I think I'll need to sleep for a while. Can I borrow some space? Meaty frowned, a look of disgust on her face. But she coldly snorted and waved her hand. Immediately, another branch came over and made a similar soft couch for Qin Yu. Haha, thanks. Qin Yu took a step back and turned around. He thought that there was no one else who could enjoy this more. Other than that, it was just two trees, yet they were actually so adept at serving people. Who knew how they were trained? It was really difficult for them. The strength of the wine was indeed great. In addition, he had been in a constant state of cultivation during this period of time. His mind was exhausted and he soon fell asleep. On the other side of the couch, little Meaty was taking small sips of wine. She glanced at the sleeping Qin Yu and her lips twitched. She thought that this boy's courage wasn't small at all. He actually dared to fall asleep right in front of her. But her eyes quietly softened. After a moment of hesitation, she stood up and squatted down in front of Qin Yu, earnestly looking into his eyes. No matter how exquisite the method of changing one's appearance was, it was all an illusion to flesh and blood. because what she observed was the soul of a living creature. He was clearly a stranger to her, and she had no impression of him at all. But why couldn't she control her own thoughts? She lifted a hand and gently traced Qin Yu's eyebrows with her meaty fingers. She furrowed her brows and withdrew her hand. She took out a piece of white gauze from somewhere and rubbed it with all her might until it was burnt to ashes. Humph! With a cold sneer, she returned to the couch and sat down. Forget everything that happened just now. If anyone dares to remember anything, I will burn them down. The two flattering trees didn't move at all, without the least bit of response. But the truth was that this was a truly brilliant response. We are just two trees that don't know anything. Since we don't know anything, we certainly won't be able to hear what our master is saying. But this Qin Yu, his status in her master's heart really wasn't ordinary. It seemed that she would have to treat him a bit better in the future. Perhaps one day she would be able to sleep on the same bed as her master. A mass of flames appeared out of thin air, covering the two trees at the same time. Massive tracts of branches were instantly burned to ashes. The busying roots on the ground all clutched their heads and fell to the ground. Little Meaty clenched her teeth and said, "Do you two really want to die?" The two trees shivered. But in reality, the branches that were burned down by the flames were restored to their original state in the blink of an eye. After all, to a certain degree, they could be said to be immortal beings of this world. The so-called immortal referred to the fact that they were extremely difficult to kill. Otherwise, even if they lived for a long time, they could still be chopped to death with a single saber strike. As Qin Yu was sleeping soundly after eating and drinking to his heart's content, the old patriarch of the Green Willow tribe returned to the encampment. He had already found the elder of the Stone God tribe, who had stayed behind to inform him of the good news. "Thank you, patriarch." Across from him, the Stone God tribe elder's face flushed red with excitement. The old patriarch coughed. "There is something I should remind you of. Tell that old monkey that you must prepare the most precious reward for your Stone God tribe. Otherwise, if the desolate Marquis Zhongwu isn't satisfied, I fear there will be other changes. At that time, your family's totem god stone will be enraged. I fear that old monkey and all of you will be cursed to death." The Stone God tribe elder's eyes widened. He looked at the old patriarch across from him, his lips trembling. The old patriarch had an innocent expression. "What are you looking at me for? Did you think that even if I didn't say anything, the desolate Marquis Zhongwu wouldn't know? Humph humph, if you want to blame someone then blame that old monkey, who told him to be too arrogant in the past. He said some nonsense about fortune and disaster, and now he is suffering retribution." The Stone God tribe elder was well aware that the old patriarch of the Green Willow tribe had grown up together with him, and they were old friends. It was common for them to curse each other, so he wasn't angered by this. He bitterly smiled. He probably thought that the old patriarch wasn't wrong. His patriarch was good at everything, but he loved to show off in this aspect. Even after so many years, he hadn't changed in the slightest. The Stone God tribe elder cupped his hands together and said, "I will report this matter to the patriarch." Chapter 16:20. Elder Stone God hurriedly left. As he watched this person leave, the old tribal patriarch's expression became tranquil once more. He thought that this old monkey wasn't stupid and would surely know what to do after being reminded. After all, while Starfall was good, it was still an extraordinary treasure. But after several hundred years, the Stone God tribe still hadn't found a way to use it. Exchanging a piece of fallen star for a totem god stone to evolve was a very good deal. After all, to a barbarian tribe, the strength of a tribe's totem affected many aspects. It could be called the foundation of a tribe. The next day, Elder Stone God hurriedly returned and expressed his agreement to Marquis Zhongwu's request. The old tribal patriarch frowned. "Since you've agreed, is Starfall with you?" Elder Stone God shook his head. The old tribal patriarch's frown deepened. "What does this old monkey mean?" He's asking for help. He doesn't even have the slightest bit of sincerity. Elder Stone God bitterly smiled. Patriarch, don't be angry. You are old friends with my tribal patriarch, so how could you not know his personality? Although he is a bit cough-cough, he likes to exchange tribal treasures with others, he is still a cautious person. The tribal treasures are hidden deep, and Starfall is especially deep. Even if we want to take it out, it will take some time. The old tribal patriarch covered his face and sighed. This was really shameful. Across from him, the elder of the Stone God tribe also had an embarrassed expression. He braced himself and said, "But old tribal patriarch, don't worry. My tribal patriarch is working hard. Once Marquis Zhongwu arrives, he will definitely obtain it." He took a deep breath and suppressed his strange emotions. The old tribal patriarch wryly smiled and stood up. "What else can we do? Let's go, I will bring you to see Marquis Zhongwu. But whether or not things will change will depend on your luck." Elder Stone God bitterly smiled. "You must help put in a few good words for us. My tribe is sincere." The old tribal patriarch coldly sneered. This time, they waited for a moment before being received by Marquis Zhongwu. "Patriarch, who is this?" The old tribal patriarch said, "Marquis, this person is Elder Stone God. You can call him Stone San." Sher San, who hadn't been called Sher San for many years, bowed. "Greetings, Marquis Zhongwu." Qin Yu nodded. "Elder Stone, please rise. It seems the patriarch has already conveyed my intentions to your Stone God tribe." Sher San respectfully said, "Yes. My tribe is willing to offer Starfall as compensation to Marquis, but—" He looked over with a pleading expression. The patriarch sneered coldly. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to help explain the cause and effect of the matter. "Hi. I'm not afraid that Marquis will laugh at me, but this old friend of mine really makes me speechless. It's his own treasure, yet he treats it as if it's stolen. Even taking it out is so troublesome. But this old man can guarantee to Marquis that the Stone God Division will not go back on their word. When Marquis arrives, you can directly get it." Seeing that Qin Yu didn't respond, the old patriarch clenched his teeth. "This time, I will go with the Marquis." Sansher's face was filled with gratitude. He knew that the old chief of the Green Willow tribe had really gone all out to help. Qin Yu thought for a moment and slowly nodded. "Since the old patriarch vouches for us, I naturally believe him. Then, I ask you two to wait a moment while I make some preparations." Sher San was overjoyed. "Many thanks, Lord Marquis." The old patriarch stroked his beard, feeling proud of himself. "Marquis, there is no need to be anxious. We will just wait." When Qin Yu stood up and left, Sher San turned and bowed. "Old patriarch, you are truly worthy of being our Stone God Division's best friend. I truly have to thank you this time." The old patriarch faintly smiled. He lightly waved his hand. "It's fine. I just happen to be a bit more familiar with Marquis Zhongwu." He was inwardly pleased with himself and felt even more gratitude towards Qin Yu. It was often said that when friends got along, they had to give and take. This was the way to go in the long run. If one blindly gave or blindly took, neither was the way to go in the long run. And several hundred years ago, when the Green Willow tribe suffered a calamity, the Stone God Division continued to help them for several hundred years. This was a great knot in the old patriarch's heart. If it weren't for this, then if it were anyone else, even if they were good friends, he wouldn't have worked so hard. The advancement of the Stone God Division's totem god stone was a grand event. If he helped in this aspect, then when the old patriarch saw his old friend in the future, he would be able to stand tall and proud. Although it seemed as if he was too greedy, the truth was that this was how true friends should be. When Qin Yu said he was preparing, that was only an excuse. He was only going to ask Little Meaty to see when it would be convenient for her to leave. He arrived beneath two large trees. Before he could speak, a branch fell in front of him and Little Meaty walked down. She looked at Qin Yu in front of her and frowned. Then, she composed herself. What is it? It's nothing. Little Meaty reached out a hand and beckoned behind her. You two, come with me. Rumble, rumble, or the earth shook and shattered. Countless thick roots pulled out from the ground, and the two large trees rapidly shrank. Finally, they were only the size of a fingernail. They jumped up and landed on Little Meaty's earlobes, firmly clinging to them like two exquisite earrings. Qin Yu frowned, a deep look in his eyes. Is something wrong? Little Meaty thought for a moment. She said, I don't know, but I've been feeling a bit uncomfortable lately, as if something is about to happen. As she spoke, she looked up at the skies. Qin Yu took a deep breath. I will go and refuse them. We won't go. Little Meaty shook her head. Her tone was calm and indifferent. What will come will come. You can't avoid it. In short, you have to be careful. Qin Yu's heart chilled. For Little Meaty to reveal a bit of a lack of confidence, it could be seen that there was a great danger lurking in the unknown. Little Meaty lightly said, Let's go. A moment later, several carriages left the camp. The news that the Stone God tribe had taken the lead and asked Marquis Zhongwu to help soon spread out. For a time, envy, jealousy, and hate swelled up like a raging tide. But towards the Green Willow tribe's choice, there was nothing they could say. After all, for these last several hundred years, the Stone God tribe had taken care of the Green Willow tribe. This was a matter that everyone knew about. Burning a cold stove had actually produced a massive lucky chance. This caused many Goliath tribe powerhouses to feel resentful. At the same time, their enthusiasm towards the Green Willow tribe became even higher. The Stone God tribe was indeed powerful, but within the western savage lands, there were many great Goliath tribes that could compare with them. Why did the desolate Marquis Zhongwu choose the Stone God tribe? The meaning behind this was obvious. As for why the great Goliath tribes were so impatient, the reason was simple. It was because no one knew how long the desolate Marquis Zhongwu's deal would last. Before this, when the Black Tower, Heavy Mountain, River Overlook, and Purple Forest tribes joined forces to threaten the desolate Willow tribe, the other Goliath tribes had remained silent. The four tribes were tyrannical in strength, but the most fundamental reason was that they also had similar suspicions. The Goliath and Desolate tribes had a blood feud that lasted for generations. They had fought each other for endless years and wished for the other to disappear, for their bloodlines to be severed. Would the desolate Marquis Zhongwu be so kind as to help the Goliath tribes advance their totems? Moreover, after he helped the Golden Crow tribe and the Green Willow tribe, he didn't encounter any trouble upon returning to the Western Desolate. Instead, he was even promoted. Even if one thought with their knees, they knew that something was wrong. As for why the Holy Land would take the initiative to protect Marquis Zhongwu and what the cause and effect was, they couldn't guess and didn't want to guess. In short, inviting the desolate Marquis Zhongwu as soon as possible was the most important matter. Thus, the Green Willow tribe didn't fall silent because of the old patriarch's departure. Rather, it became even more lively. Generous gifts were sent in without any regard for their lives. They tried to find all sorts of connections, shouting that if they didn't accept it, it meant that they were looking down on them. The group hurrying towards the Stone God tribe was quiet. On the road, Qin Yu had already obtained information about the Totem God Stone as well as a fragment of its main body that had been specially brought over and delivered to him. This fragment was the size of a knuckle and was pure black. Beneath the sunlight, it shimmered with a jade-like luster. Little Meaty had already taken a look and indicated that there were no problems. Although Qin Yu never doubted Little Meaty's abilities, he still nodded. In fact, after Little Meaty told him that something was wrong, Qin Yu's mind was in a highly vigilant state. As he played with the Totem God Stone fragment, Qin Yu focused his senses. But he couldn't sense anything strange. Little Meaty glanced at him. Don't waste your energy. If you have the time, you might as well cultivate. She leaned back on a soft couch, her eyes half closed. With your current boundary, if something really happens, you won't be able to help. Qin Yu's eyes rolled back. He thought that outside the commander's tent in the border army, a powerful ruler realm assassin had been severely wounded by him. Little Meaty hadn't seen his current strength. Little Meaty coldly sneered. Fine, you are strong. If something happens, remember to stand in front of me. Qin Yu decisively refused. A person should know their own limits. Thank you, Miss Little Meaty, for reminding me despite the harsh advice. Little Meaty rubbed her temples, a helpless look on her face. She thought that Qin Yu was becoming increasingly thick-skinned these days. She touched her earlobe. The earring attached to it emitted a faint green light, like rippling green waves. A sharp light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. Before you left, what you said to me, was it a double meaning? Little Meaty changed her position, her back facing Qin Yu. Think about it yourself. Her curves were mesmerizing. Perhaps it was because he had drunk a great deal of wine during this time, but Qin Yu discovered that he couldn't control himself. This was really seeking death. Beads of sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. Qin Yu quickly looked away, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. Little Meaty furrowed her eyebrows together. But deep in her eyes, there was an imperceptible trace of smug satisfaction. One day later, they arrived at the Stone Divinity tribe. The reason that they had been able to look after the troubled Green Willow tribe for several hundred years was because the territories of the two tribes were extremely close. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the two patriarchs to become friends when they were young. Outside the carriage, Third Elder Stone's respectful voice sounded out. Marquis Zhongwu, the patriarch has brought people to personally welcome you. The carriage door opened and Qin Yu stepped out. But a step ahead of him was the old patriarch of the Green Willow tribe. He jumped onto the ground and walked over to the side of a thin old man. He raised a hand to measure the difference in height between the two of them and sneered, I haven't seen you for over 100 years, but your head hasn't changed at all. The thin old man rolled his eyes. How old are you? Aren't you childish? The little ones are all watching from the side. You old thing, you don't care about face, but I do. The people of the Stone Divinity tribe had strange expressions. It was hard for them to endure. The old patriarch curled his lips. There are honored guests today, so I'll leave you some face. Go and get to know Marquis Zhongwu. As he spoke, he winked at the thin old man. The thin old man nodded. The old patriarch let out a breath of relief. He turned and laughed, Marquis, this is the patriarch of the Stone Divinity tribe, Old Stone. Greetings, Marquis. The Stone Divinity tribe patriarch, who was called Old Stone, bowed with a smile. Behind him, the barbarians of the Stone Divinity tribe also bowed. Qin Yu smiled. Patriarch, there is no need to be so polite. Everyone, please rise. After a brief exchange of greetings, the Stone Divinity tribe patriarch gestured with his hand. Everyone, please enter the tribe. We have already prepared a banquet to welcome our honored guest. Chapter 16:21. The banquet of the Stone God tribe was extremely smooth. Tribe leader Shurgan and a group of elders were all present. They expressed their gratitude to Marquis Zhongwu for coming all the way to help them. In short, he said a whole bunch of good things, making them feel at home, and everything was very appropriate. Of course, what was more important was that at the beginning of the banquet, the Shurgan patriarch handed over the starfall he had just taken from the tribe's mystic land to Qin Yu. He also expressed his apologies and hoped that the Marquis wouldn't take it to heart. Qin Yu smiled and waved his hand, indicating that it was fine. He took starfall, glanced at it, and then put it away. The item was a good item. He could confirm it the moment he laid his hands on it. However, since Little Meat had asked for it by name, it was better not to look at it. Otherwise, if he saw it and pulled it out, he would be the one hurting himself. The old patriarch of the Green Willow tribe accompanied Qin Yu to the banquet. It could be seen that his relationship with Patriarch Stonebold was quite good. Laughing and scolding, the two of them seemed to be at odds with each other, but they managed to maintain the lively atmosphere of the banquet without making others feel discourteous. This was a great test of their tacit understanding. The Stone God tribe was extremely enthusiastic. Qin Yu drank a great deal of wine, but he didn't know if it was because he had drunk too many of the wine fruits from the wine tree, but his capacity for liquor had been tempered and he actually didn't feel drunk at all. Of course, although this was the truth, he couldn't show it. Pretending to be drunk was also a skill. Not only could he avoid suffering, but he could also save precious time. Another reason was that little Meaty was not at the banquet. Even though she knew that this distance was practically nothing to little Meaty, she still did not want to be too far away. Cough cough, after all, it was not safe for her to be alone. Seeing that Marquis Zhongwu had drunk too much, regardless of whether it was real or fake, it was enough as long as his intentions were there. Thinking that his family's hospitality was considered polite, the Shurgon tribe leader decisively stopped him. The tribe's elders took turns and ended the banquet with a smile. They ordered people to send Marquis Zhongwu back to his residence to rest. The old patriarch of the Green Willow tribe greeted Qin Yu and said that he wanted to stay here. He wanted to use the excuse of being drunk to say a few words to his old friend and then have him return first. Once Qin Yu left, the elders bowed and drew back. Shurgon stood up and said, "Let's go. We'll find another place to continue drinking." The old patriarch nodded. "Did you make any smoked fish?" Shurgon said, "A few days ago I guessed that you would come, so I ordered people to prepare it. Have a taste." A moment later, the two patriarchs, who had known each other for more than 1,000 years, sat down in a small stone courtyard. There were only 4 dishes. One of them was the smoked fish that was mentioned earlier, and the other 3 were common wild vegetables. They were not exquisite and could not be compared to the delicacies at the banquet. The patriarch of the Green Willow tribe revealed a smile. "Not bad, old monkey. It's been hundreds of years, but you still remember my taste." Shurgon coldly snorted. "Do you still remember that it has been several hundred years since we sat down to eat together?" A look of shame appeared on the tribe chief's face. He took a deep breath and let out a breath before cupping his hands and saying, "You know me. I don't easily lower my head to others, but I was wrong in this matter. I'll be leaving first." He poured the wine and downed it in one gulp. On the other side, Shurgon's expression softened a bit. He picked up his cup and drank with him. "I've heard about what happened this time from Shur-san. You've helped our Stone God division so much. You can stand tall in the future." The old patriarch's eyebrows danced. "Of course. Hee, I'm not trying to boast, but if it weren't for me desperately fighting for him, would Marquis Zhongwu have appeared here? Old monkey, you should properly thank me. It wasn't the wine that intoxicated him, but the wine that intoxicated him." The knot in his heart of many years had been unraveled. At the banquet, the old patriarch had a clear and bright expression. But now, after drinking a cup of wine, he revealed a bit of drunkenness. He narrowed his eyes and happily smiled. Thus, he didn't notice the unnatural look that flashed across Shurgon's face. Shurgon lifted a cup of wine. "Thank you, my old friend." 4 dishes and several jugs of wine. The old patriarch drank himself into a drunken stupor. The smoked fish was completely eaten, but according to him, the taste had changed and wasn't the same as it was in the past. Shurgon looked at the old patriarch who was slumped across the table, fast asleep. He slowly said, "Old friend, everything in this world can change." He ordered someone to send him back to rest. Shurgon stood up in the small courtyard, looking up at the bright moon above his head. His eyes were dim and his back lonely. After returning to his dwelling, Qin Yu waited for the people of the Stone God tribe to leave. Then, he stood up and knocked on Little Meaty's door. "It's not locked. Come in." Hearing the calm voice from within, Qin Yu relaxed a little. He really was a bit worried. He was afraid that some accident would occur before he even knew what was going on. The room was brightly lit. Whether it was the mine-dwelling or the imperial capital's Marquis Zhongwu mansion, it was similar. She didn't seem to like the dark. Little Meaty was drinking tea. He didn't know if it was because of the light or if it was just Qin Yu's imagination, but he felt that Little Meaty's outline had become incomparably soft. "I've obtained Starfall. I'll bring it to you and see if there are any problems." As he spoke, he took it out and placed it in front of Little Meaty. Within the room, countless starlight shined like threads of spring rain. It was filled with a mysterious and hazy sense of beauty. Starfall was a black stone the size of a child's fist. It wasn't conspicuous at all during the day, but at night it shined with starlight. Little Meaty looked at it and nodded. "There's no problem. The Stone God tribe doesn't have the methods to tamper with Starfall." Thinking for a moment, she said, "This piece of Starfall is very precious, at least to me it is. And the reason I was able to obtain it was indirectly because of your help. So, the old debts you owed me from before will be written off today. We can be considered even." Paying off old debts was originally something worth being happy about for Qin Yu. But for some unknown reason, a bit of restlessness gushed out from the depths of his heart. He took a deep breath and stared at Little Meaty. "Tell me the truth. Is there really a major problem? Even if you think I don't need to care about you so much, you should at least understand that I really can't do without your help right now. So, if there is anything you must tell me." Little Meaty shook her head. "You brat, consider yourself speaking the truth. But I've already told you the truth, at least for now, there isn't any problem." She waved her hand and began to drive him away. "Starfall is very useful to me. I'm preparing to eat it now. Hurry up and leave, don't waste my time." Qin Yu took a deep breath. "I'm going to stand guard outside, otherwise I won't be able to rest easy." Without waiting for Little Meaty to refuse, he turned and left. "That's right, you're right. With my current cultivation boundary, you might think I'm weak in the future. But, when it comes to being on guard and warning, I am still competent enough. Don't drive me away, I won't leave even if you do." With a loud bang, the door slammed shut. Feeling Qin Yu's aura from outside, Little Meaty curled her lip. She picked up the starfall on the table. As this thing fell into her hand, starlight began to shine. It was thick and viscous, as if it were tangible flames. As it burned, the pitch-black body rapidly decomposed, releasing masses of starlight. Little Meaty swallowed the starlight into her stomach and burped. She patted her belly and narrowed her eyes, revealing a satisfied expression. The strength contained within this piece of starfall was far greater than she had imagined. After completely refining and absorbing it, it was enough for her to display some of her true abilities within a limited range. Qin Yu was still outside the door. Little Meaty was too lazy to bother with him. She walked over to the bed and closed her eyes, falling asleep. To some existences, sleeping was the best form of cultivation. This was a matter that left one envious but unable to obtain. The Stone God tribe's Forbidden Land was a place that Stonebold had marked out long ago to store the tribe's most precious treasures. Besides him, only 2 or 3 tribe elders had the qualifications to enter. After sending away the drunken Green Willow tribe patriarch, he gazed at the moon for a long time. Then, he suddenly felt something in his heart and walked into the Forbidden Land. Although it was called a Forbidden Land, the truth was that it was only a giant cave that led to the totem god stone. The space inside was enormous, and walking inside was like walking into an underground world. On the walls there were special crystals that were naturally formed. In the darkness, they emitted a dazzling light of all colors. But now, he didn't know whether it was an illusion or not, but beneath the brilliant light of the cave, there was actually a trace of gloom. "She has already eaten up the starfall and is refining it," Stonebold slowly said. This was the only thing that the Stone God tribe had been able to accomplish in the last several hundred years after obtaining the starfall from the heavens. This should have been an incomparably sad matter, but today it was incomparably crucial. There was no response, but Stonebold didn't care. It was as if the only reason he came here was to speak these words to himself. He turned and left, vanishing from the cave's exit. I'm really curious now. Just who are you? A woman spoke up from beneath a voluminous black robe. She looked at him with a deep and probing gaze. A white-robed youth that was as handsome as a banished immortal rolled his eyes. We agreed to cooperate, but only this once. Don't even think about probing me. A light chuckle sounded out from beneath the black robes. Of course, you have the final say. She stood up. Then I will go see them now. The white-robed youth nodded. But as she turned and walked several steps away, he suddenly said, There is something I must remind you not to say, otherwise it is likely she will discover it. At that time, you will all die, and you will all die miserably. The black-robed youth paused for a moment. He nodded and walked away. The white-robed immortal youth fell onto his bed. He hugged his blanket and rolled around, wrapping himself tightly in it. I'm so scared, so scared. I'm afraid I've gone crazy. I actually dared to join forces with these idiots to plot against that person. I have no choice but to go crazy. After so many years of suffering, I've finally managed to open my eyes and see the world. If I don't knock down that great witch, how can I live a carefree and happy life? How can I ride a sword and ride a horse to the ends of the world? The white-robed youth was finally wrapped up in his blanket, leaving only his head sticking out. As he gasped for breath, he muttered, If I die, then I die. I have to try, otherwise I won't be willing. The night passed peacefully. Outside, Chinyu opened his eyes. He wasn't cultivating. Although he was a bit tired because of his nerves, his mind was still tense. Even so, a sharp light still surged in his eyes. He could sense that little Meaty was still sleeping. This caused his eyes to darken even more. For little Meaty to have no choice but to sleep to digest Starfall, it could be seen that this matter placed a certain burden on her. And the reason she was so impatient was because she didn't have absolute confidence. Chapter 1622. In truth, this was the first time that Chinyu truly felt Meaty's restlessness. He raised his hand and rubbed the space between his eyebrows. He couldn't help but feel a little irritated, but he still took a deep breath and forced it to the bottom of his heart. He could not afford to panic. Otherwise, he would only end up dying even faster. After waking up from a hangover, the Green Willow Tribe patriarch washed up and went to look for Chinyu. His complexion changed and he hurried here. When he saw Chinyu standing with his hands behind his back, he let out a long breath. Last night, he had just bragged and pulled out the knot in his heart. If things were to change, he really wouldn't know what to do. Marquis, you're here. What's the matter with Madam? Chinyu shook his head. I'm fine. I slept with the Madam last night. The old patriarch blinked, a teasing look on his face. Marquis is in such a good mood. It's really good to be young. At my age, even if my body is still fine, I don't have that kind of impulse anymore. Chinyu glanced at the old Green Willow Tribe patriarch. He thought to himself, Your luck is truly good. It's just that little Meaty is currently sleeping, otherwise if you heard these words, you would have died. However, he wasn't sure if little Meaty would still be able to sense the outside world after falling asleep. After all, things like common sense didn't apply to little Meaty. With a light cough, Chinyu changed the topic. Patriarch, why are you looking for me? Did the Stone God tribe urge me? The old patriarch waved his hand. No. Last night, after the Marquis left, I drank a lot of wine with the old monkey. He's as drunk as mud and probably hasn't woken up yet. Humph. A cold laugh echoed in his ears. Shurgon was expressionless. Old blockhead, you're already so old yet you still love to boast. A trace of embarrassment appeared on the patriarch's face as he grinned. Old monkey, you've gone too far. The Marquis worked hard last night, and you're rushing him so early in the morning. Aren't you being too insensible? Chinyu took a deep breath. He thought that it was fine if you liked to brag, but your ability to court death is truly extraordinary. Just now, he had already sensed a slight change in the aura of little Meaty in the room. It was hard to say if he had heard the first sentence, but this time, he had most likely heard it. A moment of silence for the old patriarch. Shurgan coldly sneered, completely ignoring him. He cupped his hands together and said, "Good morning, Marquis. This old man only came here to invite you to enjoy my tribe's spectacular sunrise. I have no intention of rushing you. After all, the totem god stone has been stuck at a bottleneck for over 200 years. There's no harm in waiting a few more days." As soon as his voice fell, a loud dong suddenly rang out from somewhere far away in the stone god tribe's encampment, and the ground beneath his feet trembled. Shurgan's face instantly revealed a trace of embarrassment. The old clan leader laughed out loud, his face full of mockery. "It seems like your words as the clan leader aren't that effective. TSK, hurry up and take it back, or else your family's totem god stone will drown you in its spittle." "It's fine. The totem god stone is old now, so it's more like a child. I've made Lord Marquis laugh at me." Stonebold's expression returned to normal. "I wonder if the madam has woken up yet? The sunrise is about to begin, and today is a day of full colors. If you miss it, you will have to wait another month. I fear that Lord Marquis and the madam will miss this beautiful sunrise." The old clan leader didn't continue to rub salt into the wound. He smiled and nodded. "Old Monkey is right. The Stone God tribe's sunrise, especially the day of full colors, is one of the most famous sights in our great Goliath tribes. Lord Marquis shouldn't miss it." With a creaking sound, the door was pushed open from the inside. Little Meaty calmly walked out. She lightly said, "Then let's go take a look." Chinyu glanced at her. Her aura hadn't changed at all. He hesitated for a moment and then nodded. Shurgan reached out a hand. "Lord Marquis, madam, please follow me." After taking 2 steps forward, he coldly snorted. "As for the other person who came to make up the numbers, if he's willing to come then he can also come." The old clan leader smiled in satisfaction. "Old Monkey, at least you know what to do. Otherwise, I would have made you completely drunk tonight." Shurgan remained expressionless. "Will you die if you don't brag?" Little Meaty ignored the bickering between the 2 clan leaders. She was the first to leave. Chinyu smiled apologetically. He didn't explain anything. He quickly walked beside her. "How is it?" he asked in a quiet voice. Little Meaty nodded. The reason that the Stone God tribe's sunrise became a popular sight amongst the great Goliath tribes was because of special geographical factors. The tribe station was located on a massive rocky beach. Countless large and small stones were either completely exposed or half buried in the ground. In the early morning, 9 suns leapt out from the earth, and the first ray of light sprinkled down. Because of the angle, the light shined on these stones, causing them to reflect a brilliant halo of light. It could be called a spectacular sight. In particular, on this day of the month, the totem god stone would breathe in and out, causing the destiny of the surrounding land to circulate, making this scene even more beautiful. Countless Goliath tribesmen came to watch, but most of them could only watch from afar, not daring to approach the station of the Stone God tribe. After all, every month when the totem god stone breathed in and out, the Stone God tribe would be vigilant and on guard to avoid any accident. And in truth, the best observation point was at the peak of the mountain where the totem god stone lived. From there, one could overlook the entire land. They smoothly climbed to the peak. Not long after everyone stood still, a gust of wind blew away the clouds. The 9 suns leapt into the air at almost the same time. The early morning sunlight sprinkled down, illuminating the land. Countless large and small stones reflected light. All sorts of colors gathered together and fused together, forming all sorts of wonders. It was like the most gorgeous fireworks in the world. Suddenly, the phantom of a city appeared amidst the countless colors. It was incomparably clear, and one could even see people walking to and fro in the city. At this time, a 100,000-foot-long dragon suddenly broke into the scene. It roared as it flew over the city, casting a massive shadow over the ground. However, the people in the city seemed to have long since grown accustomed to this scene. Most of them merely raised their heads to take a glance before continuing on with their own business. The Green Willow Tribe's patriarch's eyes widened and he cried out, "Divine Dragon City! It's actually Divine Dragon City! I never thought that after 1,000 years, I would be able to see the shadow of this ancient city again." His expression was excited and his face flushed red. Qin Yu didn't know what Divine Dragon City was, but he keenly sensed that at this moment, Midi was momentarily absent-minded. He turned his head, a questioning look in his eyes. Midi shook her head, indicating that she was fine. Shurgan smiled faintly and said, "Lord Marquis and Madam are truly honored guests. The mirage of the Gravel Sea has only appeared 3 times in the past 1,000 years. The Divine Dragon City's image has only appeared today. I heard that those who can see Divine Dragon City will obtain the protection of an invisible draconic energy. In the future, everything will go smoothly." After a brief pause, his smile widened. "It looks like the advancement of my tribe's totem god stone is almost certain." Qin Yu thought for a moment. He asked, "Captains, may I ask what the story behind Divine Dragon City is?" Shurgan's eyes lit up with surprise. He looked at the Green Willow Tribe's patriarch and said, "Let him explain this matter." The old patriarch said, "In the past, I specially looked through the ancient records of Divine Dragon City, so I do know more about it." He lifted a hand and pointed. "In the legends 100,000 years ago, a grand and majestic city once appeared in this world. It was built by a true dragon. How should I say it? The meaning of a true dragon is similar to the destiny spirit of the world. In this vast world, every time there is a cycle of reincarnation, a powerful life form will be born. This life form will inherit the destiny of the world and receive the protection of the world. This life form will endure 10,000 tribulations without being destroyed, forever existing." Shurgan lightly said, "There are some things that are best said clearly. There is nothing in this world that can truly exist forever. The destiny spirit of the world is indeed said to be able to live as long as the world itself, but there have been several changes in the past. Otherwise, in short, the cycle of all things withering away, the cycle of reincarnation, is the eternal and unchanging melody." The old patriarch frowned. "Why don't you say it?" Shurgan looked up at the sky. The old patriarch snorted and curled his lips. "What I said just now isn't wrong. At least, according to the records of our barbarian race, the destiny spirit of the world has changed at least 4 times. The first destiny spirit of the world is a mystery, and no one knows where it came from. The second one is the master of Divine Dragon City that you and I see in front of us, an incomparably powerful true dragon. Afterwards, the true dragon perished for some unknown reason, and the true dragon city was annihilated along with it. Then, the third destiny spirit was born, the heavenly bull. As for the fourth, it is only half a destiny spirit, and it doesn't have a proper reason to come. Instead, it feels like it is trapped and cursed." The old patriarch looked at Qin Yu. He cupped his hands together and hesitated for a moment. "Lord Marquis is an important minister of the Western Wasteland, so you should know that your Western Wasteland has always had a great external threat. I'm not referring to us barbarians. Lord Marquis, please don't misunderstand." Qin Yu waved his hand, indicating that it was fine. He slowly said, "That race." The old patriarch nodded. "That's right," his words were interrupted by Stonebrave. "Lord Marquis knows these things better than you, so why would he need an old fellow like you to speak?" Now, the 9 suns slowly rose into the sky. The dazzling brilliance of the world gradually faded away, and the phantom of Divine Dragon City in the skies began to vanish. Stonebrave smiled and said, "My tribe has prepared some special barbarian dishes. Lord Marquis, madam, I ask that you enjoy your breakfast." Little Meaty suddenly said, "What you said just now is a bit wrong." Stonebrave cupped his hands together. "I ask madam to advise me." Little Meaty looked at the vanishing divine dragon city. She lightly said, "In this world, there are indeed beings that are eternal and undying. In other words, they are the so-called long-lived species. It's just that you have never seen them before." After she finished speaking, she didn't explain any further. She turned and walked down the mountain. The two uniquely shaped earrings on her earlobes glowed with a faint green light. Qin Yu said, "Patriarch sure don't mind her. She is just like this." Stonebrave shook his head. "I wouldn't dare." He looked at Little Meaty's back and frowned. There was a thoughtful look in his eyes. When Qin Yu and Little Meaty walked far away, the old patriarch of the Green Willow tribe reached out and patted Stonebrave's shoulder. "Why are you in a daze? Whether or not there are long-lived species, what does that have to do with us?" Stonebrave let out a deep breath. He slowly said, "I just think that this world is a bit too unfair. It's fine. Let's go. It won't be good to keep our honored guests waiting." They enjoyed the breakfast that Divine Stone Tribe had carefully prepared. Compared to the cooking skills of the Root Man, it could only be considered ordinary. Qin Yu wiped the corners of his mouth and glanced at Little Meaty. Seeing that she didn't say anything, he smiled and said, "You've seen Fata Morgana and also eaten breakfast. Let's get down to business as soon as possible." The old patriarch said in a low voice, "The matter isn't urgent. Lord Marquis can rest for another night. It won't be too late to restore your spirit." Qin Yu's lips twitched. He looked at the old man and thought to himself, "Old mister, your courage is truly great." Little Meaty glanced at him. Qin Yu felt his heart skip a beat. He quickly waved his hand and said, "It's fine. This marquis is in very good condition. There is no need to wait any longer. Let's do it today." Little Meaty's words were the final word. Chapter 16:23. After making the decision, Shurgan was the first to get up and leave. He said that he had to gather the clan elders to complete some instructions and arrangements. He left in a hurry. After the news spread, the tribe's elders quickly gathered together. "Today, the desolate Marquis Zhongwu will help my clan's divine totem stone complete its transformation." Shurgan went straight to the point. His eyes swept over everyone. "There is no need for this old man to explain the significance of this matter to my stone god tribe." He stood up. "Pass down my order. Mobilize the tribe's soldiers and set up a defensive formation. Before the totem evolves, no one is allowed to enter or leave. Pass down my orders. All elders are to carry out their own duties and pacify the tribe. As the totem god stone evolves, there may be some movement. Without my orders, no one is allowed to approach the Forbidden Land. Pass down my order. From now on, all clansmen are not to act on their own." Orders were executed at the fastest speed. The huge stone god division was like a precise machine, quickly operating at high speed. Everyone could understand the patriarch's cautiousness. The totem god stone had been stuck at the threshold of advancement for more than 200 years. Once it succeeded, it meant that the overall strength of the stone god tribe would skyrocket. This concerned the future of the tribe, so they couldn't afford to be careless. Little Meaty's mood wasn't right. Others couldn't sense it, but Qin Yu could faintly sense it. He chased away the Green Willow tribe's old chief with the excuse of calming himself down and adjusting his condition. He looked at Little Meat and asked, "Is Divine Dragon City related to you?" Little Roe glanced at him. "You're really smart. You can even guess such a secret." He admitted it. Qin Yu's heart shook. He thought back to what he had heard before. That true dragon of this world, he really didn't mean it, but he couldn't help but think that this true dragon, could it have been eaten by Meaty? What nonsense are you thinking about?" Little Meaty rolled her eyes. I don't want to talk about this, so don't ask. Well, with just a few words, all the words that Qin Yu was about to say were blocked back down. Now, he could somewhat understand little Meaty's personality. If she wasn't willing to say something, it would be useless even if he broke the casserole. After thinking for a moment, Qin Yu said, "Then why did you choose today?" Little Meaty was expressionless. "You chose it, Qin Yu." He had to admit that it was indeed the case, but why did I feel like I was about to choke and couldn't breathe? However, one thing was certain. Little Meaty was not in a good mood. Qin Yu turned and sat to the side, no longer looking for trouble. But the truth was that he didn't relax at all. An hour later, Shurgan personally arrived. He respectfully bowed. "Marquis, madam, my troops have finished their preparations. Please follow me." The old chief of the Green Willow tribe was not here, which was reasonable. It was related to the promotion of the totem of the Stone God tribe, so it was inappropriate for an outsider to be present. After all, they were close, but it didn't mean that they didn't need to avoid arousing suspicion. The encampment of the Rock God tribe was almost cleared out. Only the old tribe leader was leading the way. Looking around, there was no one else. Noticing Qin Yu's gaze, Stonebold explained, "My tribe's totem god stones, because of their own attributes as well as their cultivation needs, have already fused into the earth veins beneath our feet. Once it starts to advance, it will definitely cause a scene similar to an earth dragon turning over. Thus, this old man ordered my clansmen not to go out to avoid unnecessary losses." Qin Yu nodded. "Patriarch Shur is thoughtful." Shurgan smiled. He waved his hand. "I will have to ask Marquis for everything today. Once my tribe's totem smoothly advances, the Stone God tribe will surely reward you." Soon, the group of three arrived at the mountain where they had watched the mirage in the early morning. Shurgan pointed a finger. "My tribe's totem god stones are cultivating at the base of the mountain. Marquis, madam, please follow me." After a moment of hesitation, he revealed a bit of awe. "Marquis, madam, perhaps you heard some things about me from that old block of wood. Cough cough, rumors aren't completely baseless. There are some arrangements inside. I ask that you two follow me to avoid any accident." They passed through an illusory array, a trap array, and a bewildering array. After a great deal of time, the three of them arrived at a crack in the ground at the base of the mountain. It wasn't large. The part that was exposed outside wasn't even as tall as an adult. They had to bend down to enter. Shurgan coughed. "This is the passage to the base of the mountain." Qin Yu glanced at the old patriarch who was leading the way. He thought that this old patriarch's cautious personality was indeed exaggerated. There was another world within the cave. The entrance was extremely small and narrow. If one didn't personally enter, who would have thought that there would be such an incomparably massive space hidden within the mountain, one that seemed like an underground world? All sorts of crystals emitted light. It was similar to the mirage that everyone saw this morning. It was incomparably quiet. All that could be heard was the footsteps of the three people. Shurgan constantly reminded them in a low voice to avoid triggering any mechanisms. The three of them smoothly advanced. After an hour, they finally saw the totem god stone. "Marquis, madam, today is my tribe's totem god stone's monthly breathing period. I ask that you wait a moment. I will go up first to awaken the divine stone." Shurgan bowed. He walked to the side of the totem god stone but didn't stop. Instead, he took a step forward. Then, like a shadow, he fused into the divine stone and vanished from sight. Qin Yu's complexion changed. In the next moment, he was grabbed by Little Meaty and pulled behind him. The totem god stone trembled. A halo of yellow earth light was released from it, sweeping through the entire cave and covering everything within. On the ground, countless stones began to tremble. Then, they came to life, jumping up and fusing together, turning into ugly stone monsters. These stone monsters didn't attack. Instead, they gathered around the divine stone, wrapping it up in layers. Little Meaty stepped forwards. The yellow earth halo in front of her instantly broke apart, forming an empty space that was 10 feet wide. She looked up at the divine stone, her eyes icy cold. "I guessed that there was a problem with you, but with just you alone you dare to attack me?" Of course he wouldn't dare. Another voice sounded out from thin air. "You are extremely mysterious and your strength is unfathomably deep. Today you have acted unscrupulously. I have been disrespectful." Little Meaty coldly sneered. "Hiding your head and showing your tail in front of me, are you sure you won't die?" She lifted a hand and pointed out a finger. With a puff, space shattered and a black hole appeared. A pained cough came from the black hole. Then there was a roar of anger. "Attack! Kill him and you will obtain your freedom." Schwa, 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 figure after figure appeared out of thin air. All of them were hidden beneath black robes, revealing only a pair of eyes that were icy cold and wooden. Without any hesitation, these people attacked at the same time, towards Qin Yu. That's right, all of their attacks avoided Little Meaty. Their goal was clear, they wanted Qin Yu to die here. All sorts of supernatural powers blotted out the skies. The weakest amongst them were at the ruler level, and 2 of them were high-level ruler powerhouses. They were stronger than the assassin that had tried to kill Qin Yu outside the commander's tent. Although Qin Yu had severely wounded that assassin, that was only one person. And now there were at least 10 people in front of him. Quantitative change would eventually lead to qualitative change. If 10 rulers joined forces, it wouldn't be difficult to kill an extreme ruler. Qin Yu's complexion paled. He thought that something was wrong. Little Meaty had clearly sensed that something was wrong ahead of time, so why were these people targeting him? But it was clear that no one would give him an explanation. At this time, the gauze that had been covering Little Meaty's eyes suddenly vanished from sight. With a single glance, she was able to see everything that had happened. "It seems like not eating you directly was a mistake," Little Meaty muttered to herself without hesitation. She flicked her sleeves and great waves appeared in the void, shattering all of the incoming attacks. The assassins that had appeared out of nowhere were like large fish in the sea. They were forced back. She hadn't killed anyone. It wasn't that she couldn't, but that she couldn't. The other party had already discovered her flaw. Her best choice now was to leave this place. But since they dared to let Little Meaty see what had happened today, it would likely be difficult for her to escape. She had to try. Little Meaty stomped her feet. The entire cave violently shook and a wild strength rumbled into the earth. Bang, bang, bang. The stone golems that surrounded the totem divine stone suddenly shattered in great numbers, exploding into powder. Kacha, a crack appeared on the surface of the divine stone. Stonebold's face appeared, a pained expression on his face. But soon, an earthen yellow light surged and the crack disappeared. The shattered stone golems condensed once more, filling in the empty space. Little Meaty's eyes fell on the divine stone. Stonebold's face twisted and he screamed in pain. He closed his eyes, but blood still gushed out from them. And at this time, the assassins that had been forced back had already rushed forwards once more. Little Meaty stomped her feet again. The cave shook once more and the assassins that rushed forwards were sent flying away once more. This time, their injuries were lighter. In fact, it could be said that they weren't injured at all. They were wrapped up in a gentle strength. "If I don't kill anyone, what can you do?" She looked up at the totem divine stone. "I want to see just how long you can last." Bang, another heavy stomp landed. The stone golems were shattered and cracks appeared on the totem divine stone. Stonebold roared out in anger, "Hurry up and attack!" He discovered that he had underestimated the strength of this Marquis Zhongwu's madam. If things continued like this, at most 3 or 5 stomps would be enough to forcefully shatter the imprisonment that he had laid down using the entire earth vein as the price. At that time, he would certainly die a cold death. Suddenly, the eyes of the black-robed assassins turned blood red and a wild aura broke out from their bodies. "Ah!" They roared out in alarm and anger, mixed with pain. But soon, all that was left over was brutality and destruction. There wasn't the slightest bit of sobriety left in them. With loud howls, they wildly rushed forwards. Their crimson eyes widened as they stubbornly stared at Chinyu. Little Meaty's eyes turned even colder. She reached out a hand and pulled Chinyu into her bosom. In the next moment, terrifying explosions rang out like billowing thunderclap. Chinyu didn't have time to enjoy the warm and fragrant taste of jade. He only felt dizzy and his chest tumbled in his chest. 14 ruler-level powerhouses had all blown themselves up and died. Little Meaty's face paled, but she didn't move. Instead, her expression became increasingly indifferent. What does exploding themselves to death have to do with me? A light sigh sounded out in his ears. A black-robed woman appeared in the aftershocks of the explosion. Whether it has something to do with you or not, I fear that whatever you say doesn't count. Chapter 16:24. Rumble, rumble, where the stone god tribe was, thunder roared from the highest heavens. In the blink of an eye, countless clouds surged out, thick and low, as if they would touch that forbidden mountain. The complexions of the stone god tribe elders that were guarding outside changed. They could feel a ruthless and destructive aura. Could it be that an accident occurred when the divine stone was breaking through its bottleneck? The Green Willow tribe patriarch's figure flashed, and he appeared on the roof of a small stone courtyard. He looked at the place where the thunderclouds had fallen, his eyebrows furrowed and his face heavy. Something wasn't right. At this time, the terrifying suppression falling down from the heavens was even more terrifying than the backlash of the world when the totem divine willow failed to break through. Just what was going on? With hesitation in his eyes, the Green Willow tribe patriarch took a deep breath. He took a step forward and howled out. He didn't hide his whereabouts, and soon 2 stone god tribe elders welcomed him. Patriarch Wood, when my tribe's totem is breaking through, please don't casually walk around. One of the elders said. On the side, San bitterly smiled. He thought that these newly promoted elders were a bit too insensible. He glared at him and hurriedly explained, Patriarch Wood, please don't be angry. He was just worried and lost his sense of propriety. The old patriarch said, I won't bother with him. But now, the totem divine stone is breaking through. It is clear that some accident has occurred. Do you still want to continue waiting? San cupped his hands together. The patriarch just sent out a message. Although there have been some accidents, the overall situation is still under control. He wants us to be on guard against anyone scheming against us, and not act without orders. Although his words were respectful, there was also a hint of warning. After all, in the Stone God tribe, the Green Willow tribe patriarch was still an outsider. The old patriarch's complexion darkened. He humphed and turned to leave. Not only did he not feel relieved after hearing San's words, but an even greater sense of worry and unease rose in his heart. With the old monkey's cautious personality, there was something wrong with it for it to remain so calm after causing such a great commotion and not do anything else. Something had happened, something had definitely happened. The old patriarch was deeply worried. But right now, besides waiting outside with wide eyes, there was nothing he could do. The red negative karma flames that were as thin as flying threads surged out of her flesh and enveloped her figure. At this time, the terrifying thunder tribulation that descended from the outside world had nothing to do with the totem god stone. Instead, it had locked onto her. As someone who should not exist in this world, he had already committed a great taboo by descending into this world. It was only because the flesh had completed its self-seal and minimized its interference with the outside world. That was why it was reluctantly allowed to continue staying. However, today's slaughter had resulted in the deaths of more than 10 sovereign realm experts. This terrible debt of taking lives was placed on the flesh. Just as the black-robed woman had said earlier, the flesh's words did not count. Only the world itself could make a judgment. It was clear that its patience had reached its limit. It tacitly decided to use some methods that weren't exactly honorable to expel the flesh. The reason for that was because her existence was a hidden danger to the world. The reason why he didn't directly kill her was because she couldn't be killed at all. She was a truly perfect and flawless type of long life. The flesh pushed Qin Yu away, not allowing him to be contaminated by the blood flames of karma. Her eyes fell onto the black robes, cold and indifferent. Is there any use in wearing a robe in front of me? After a moment of silence, the black robes dissipated like smoke, revealing Li Ruhua's figure. The third-generation disciple of the central desolate divine continent bowed from afar. Your supernatural abilities are incredible. Since I have appeared, I have no intention of continuing to hide. She stood up, her expression solemn. I only came to make things clear to you. Everything I do today has karma. You stole half of my destiny and gave it to the loyal Martial Marquis Ning Qin. This is the same as severing my great Tao. Li Ruhua naturally has to take it back. Her eyes swept over Qin Yu. They were cold to the extreme, without the slightest hint of emotion. If one had to say something, it would be an unforgettable hatred and a cold, killing intent. This gaze left Qin Yu somewhat baffled. It was your Li family that took the initiative to scheme against me. No matter how you looked at it, I was the victim. As for stealing half of her destiny, Qin Yu felt that was simply nonsense. How could he not know what happened to him? But at this time, Qin Yu stiffened. He suddenly thought of the memories that had disappeared in the realm of grandeur and yellow millet. Could it be that it had something to do with Li Ruhua? Her gaze right now was just too frightening, as if she had done that to her again and again. As if sensing the meaning in Qin Yu's eyes, Li Ruhua's chest rapidly heaved several times and her eyes turned even colder. You bastard, why are you pretending to be innocent here? You really should be torn to shreds. Midi coldly sneered. This time, you were far too shameless. Through that little fellow, you told them many things. You even made preparations ahead of time to settle karma. But, do you think this will be useful? Or do you really not fear death? Although the words used were the same, they were referring to different things. Li Ruhua paled. To die now or to wait for death in the future, there is no difference. I would rather give it my all. The mortal body's eyes were ice cold and her lips curved up in a sneer. Although her eyes didn't change, her temperament was like an empress looking down on the world with disdain. Then, I will help you. Bang! Midi punched out. Li Ruhua's complexion changed. But before she could respond, she was like a ripe fruit that exploded in the air. Blood splashed out and pieces of flesh and bone flew into the air. Blood karmic flames gushed out from within Midi's body. Her strength instantly rose to a level that was even greater than when she had killed over a dozen ruler powerhouses. She really is a reincarnated body. It seems her achievements in her past life were quite high. Rumble, rumble, even deep underground, one could still hear the roars of thunder in the skies, filled with anger and depression. It seemed that Midi's unhesitant punch to kill Li Ruhua had thoroughly enraged the world. Beneath the blood karmic flames, Midi's complexion paled. But her eyes were bright. She looked up, seeming to pierce through all obstacles and stare into the skies. What are you shouting for? Do you think the louder you are, the more reasonable you are? If you have the ability, then act like a man and attack. Bang! A terrifying pillar of thunder instantly fell down from the clouds, faster than lightning. In the blink of an eye, it smashed into the stone god tribe's forbidden mountain. From within the totem god stone, pained screams echoed out. Countless cracks appeared, covering every inch and corner of it. The ugly stone monsters surrounding the god's stone were instantly smashed into pieces by the lightning. But what they withstood was only the aftermath of the thunder. Nearly all of its strength had crashed into Midi's body. Within the dark red blood karmic flames, countless bolts of thunder leapt about. Crackling sounds constantly rang out, each one representing an extremely terrifying destructive strength. Midi's complexion paled even further. her lips curved up in a smile. So many years have passed and you still haven't made any progress. You really don't have enough brains, brother. She flicked her sleeves and grabbed onto Chinyu. Then, she shot into the skies. Heavenly thunder rumbled through the channel as she rushed out of the forbidden mountain. At this moment, the Green Willow Tribe Patriarch's eyes widened. Although he was far away, his eyesight as a cultivator allowed him to clearly see that the people that rushed out of the Pillar of Thunder were Marquis Zhongwu and his wife. Just what had happened? Why was it like this? Stonebold's resentful and angry roars echoed out from deep underground. The Forsaken have plotted to harm my tribe's totem, and their plot has been exposed. All members of the Stone God tribe, heed my orders. Kill them at all costs. The old patriarch's eyes widened. He could feel his ears ring and his mind go blank. The elders of the Stone God tribe were dazed for a moment before a cold light gushed out from their eyes. They didn't doubt the patriarch's words at all. Of course, what was more important was that all of them could clearly feel the anger and weakness of the totem god stone. It even gave them a feeling that they were on the edge of death, a feeling that they could fall into a great fear at any moment. Kill the Forsaken! With a roar, the first Stone God tribe elder shot into the skies. His body was covered in crimson blood flames, and he was wrapped in layers of lightning. His aura was like the flesh of a demon god, but his eyes were calm. She didn't do anything. She just looked down at Elder Stone God, who was rushing over with a face full of resentment. With a bang, he exploded into pieces on the spot, turning into a crimson blood mist. Then, he was devoured by little Meaty. She licked the corners of her lips and muttered, "It's really been a long time since I've enjoyed the pleasure of recklessly slaughtering people." Deep within Meaty's eyes, traces of blood red appeared. It wasn't thick, but at this moment, Chinyu felt as if he were facing two boundless seas of blood. He took a deep breath and said, "Meaty, don't be controlled by your instincts. The more you kill, the greater the trouble will be." Meaty turned her head and glanced at Chinyu. "I know, but it's already too late." Bang, bang, two more Stone God tribe elders that shot into the skies exploded in the air. Blood fog approached Meaty and fused into her body. It was like she was an endless black hole that swallowed up blood. Rumble, rumble, above her head, the thick clouds became increasingly dark, as if yin and yang of day and night had been reversed. The entire world was covered in pitch-black darkness. With a loud explosion, endless lightning surged, covering every inch of the clouds. An even more terrifying pillar of lightning crashed down towards Meaty. She lifted a hand and grasped downwards. A massive blank appeared in the battle formation of the Stone God tribe. All of the Goliath warriors and mounts within range were turned to powder. In the next moment, a giant bead of blood appeared in her hand. As Meaty sneered, it rapidly stretched out, turning into a giant blood umbrella. She held the umbrella in her hand. No matter how the endless thunder struck down, it couldn't take a single step forwards or touch her body. "Meaty!" Chinyu roared. In the end, he was the Goliath sovereign. Meaty had no expression. A blood-red light swirled in the depths of her eyes. "If they don't die, you will die." Chinyu's heart violently shrank. Meaty's hand held up the blood umbrella, withstanding the violent bombardment of heavenly thunder. As it trembled, it constantly evaporated, causing massive amounts of blood fog to rise up. The blood umbrella itself also became increasingly dim and thin. Without waiting for it to shatter, Meaty's hand grasped the earth once more. Rumble, rumble, countless Stone God tribe warriors instantly died. After the bead of blood fused into the blood umbrella, it instantly restored to its original state. Meaty looked up at the clouds above. She muttered, "No matter how long you want to play, I will accompany you to the end. But, he is my bottom line, don't take an inch and take a foot. Otherwise, you should be well aware of just what sort of strength a long-lived being can erupt with after their great Tao is severed." Chapter 16:25. The tumbling thunderclouds paused for a moment. Meaty's lips curved up in a smile. That's right, that's how it is. We all need to know our limits in order to live a better life. Bang! As if enraged by her provocation and warning, a third pillar of thunder came crashing down. Meaty reached out her hand once more. She grabbed the lives of tens of thousands of barbarian warriors and condensed them into beads of blood that fused into the blood umbrella. The corners of her mouth were still smiling, and it was even more brilliant than before. The endless negative karma flames had already enveloped her completely, and only a very soft voice slowly came from within. It seems like you don't believe what I said just now. Kacha, a light sound came from within Meaty's body. At this moment, her aura was instantly restrained. She was like a stone, a wooden stake, without the slightest fluctuation. But at this moment, everyone could clearly feel the despairing and ruthless suppression of destruction that came from her. It was enough to destroy all, even the world itself was included. The thunderclouds above fell silent. In the next moment, they rapidly dissipated. In just several breaths of time, they vanished from sight. A great sun appeared. It sprinkled down warm light that shined on the bodies of the stone god tribe, making them feel as if they had been separated from the world for a lifetime. If it weren't for the blood karma flames still burning above their heads and the arcs of thunder that hadn't completely dissipated, one would have suspected that everything just now was just an illusion. But in the end, it wasn't. The entire stone god tribe had withstood the shockwaves and was nearly completely destroyed. Less than 20% of the tribal warriors that formed the battle formation remained. As for the others, they were turned to powder by Meaty's 3 grabs. Their bodies and souls were destroyed, forever vanishing from the world. As for the ordinary tribesmen, the number of casualties was over 10 times, or even more. Were they in the wrong? Not necessarily. Perhaps even in death they wouldn't know what had happened. But the stone god tribe's patriarch Stoneforge had already chosen death for them. This was probably the sorrow of the weak. They couldn't decide their own birth, and even their own death was controlled by others. Schwar Meaty turned and walked away. With a single step, she vanished from sight. The Green Willow tribe patriarch's face was deathly pale. He stood in the mess, his body tottering. She disappeared and reappeared. Meaty was already far away from the stone god tribe. It was unknown what she had done, but the blood karma flames around her were forcefully suppressed. Qin Yu looked at the deathly pale face in front of him. As he thought about how many barbarians had died in stone god tribe today, his complexion became extremely complex. Ro sneered. Although the name of the barbarian emperor is not bad, but don't take it too seriously. Let alone killing tens of thousands of people, so what if he killed millions of people? Only when you are alive will everything have meaning. Remember this in the future, don't look for trouble for yourself. Qin Yu took a deep breath. Let's not talk about this. How are you right now? I'm fine. Speak the truth. Little Meaty was silent for a moment, then said indifferently, I'm leaving. Qin Yu frowned. That's it? Meaty said, for the next period of time, I will fall into a deep sleep, and will not be able to continue descending. Fortunately, the debt between us has already been settled. Otherwise, I would have suffered a great loss if I couldn't collect the debt. I would have been so upset that I wouldn't have been able to sleep. Qin Yu took a deep breath. How long? Little Meaty glanced at him. Before she could speak, Qin Yu interrupted her. I want the truth. Pursing her lips, she slowly said, It might take a long time, but I won't die. I'll definitely be able to come back. So, Qin Yu, you must try your best to live on. You must live for a very, very long time. Don't wait for me to come out and find that you have already died without even a soul fragment to be found. Qin Yu frowned. If that was the case, then it really would be a very long time. It was so long that they might never see each other again. Looking at Meaty opposite him, for some reason, a trace of sorrow suddenly gushed out from the depths of his heart. Qin Yu tried his best to suppress it, but his eyes still turned slightly red. He took a deep breath and turned sideways. How can I help you? Little Meat sighed and said in a gentle tone, "It's useless. Didn't I say before that your cultivation is still too weak?" Perhaps it was because he felt that it was not good for him to say such harsh words when they were about to part ways, so he smiled and said, "Cultivate well. When the day comes that you can punch a hole in that big net, you will have the ability to save me." Qin Yu remained silent. Little Meat waved her hand. "That's enough. I really don't have much time left. There are some important matters that I need to quickly explain to you. The first matter is in Nank and Golden Millet. I left something for you. When you truly fall into a hopeless situation and have no choice but to die, you don't need to despair. You need to believe that there is a reason behind the phrase, escaping death in a hopeless situation. The second matter is that the Lord Ruler beside you is not ordinary. Really, this is already the highest level of evaluation I can give him. Besides that, there is one more thing. There might be some connection between me and this Lord Ruler. I can't say for sure, and I'm not too sure myself. In short, you need to pay more attention to her. If she really is an existence similar to me, she might not have my patience. The third matter is that you must carry the treasure that I forged for you in the imperial capital with you. That way, even if you were to truly reincarnate, I would still be able to find you. Perhaps I might even be able to help you regain your memories of this life. Finally, let me satisfy your curiosity. I am indeed familiar with Divine Dragon City, because that is the only true dragon in the world. Strictly speaking, he can be considered a pet that I raised." Little Meat's smile was brilliant. She waved her hand and the traces of suppressed blood flames drilled out once more. "I have to go. Goodbye, Qin Yu." "Hold on," Qin Yu suddenly said. He stared at Little Meat in front of him. "Hold on a little longer before I wake up, don't leave." Little Meat furrowed her eyebrows. "There's no point in saying that." Qin Yu had already closed his eyes. In the distance, within a half-abandoned crack in the world, the slumbering Lord Ruler's long eyelashes gently trembled. He slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, there seemed to be countless stars and clouds swirling within. It was too beautiful to behold. After a brief daze, she suddenly lifted her hands and clutched her head. "Qin Yu, little Qin Yu, are you poisoned? Why do you always have to come and disturb my sweet dreams?" As she spoke, she clenched her teeth. She wished she could reach out and grab that stinky brat and beat him up. The Lord Ruler struggled to get up. He rubbed his eyebrows. "Even I think this matter is tricky. Why do you care? She won't die. At most, she will sleep for a period of time. She will eventually come out. If you interfere and aren't careful, you might really die." She lifted a hand and tapped her forehead, her face full of anger. "You can't even understand this? I think you brat, you've forgotten your life in the face of love. Do you really want to die?" The Lord Ruler lay down on his back. I don't care. I don't care about this. Do whatever you want." She closed her eyes and covered her ears, but she couldn't block it at all. With a scream, she jumped up and put her hands on her hips as she cursed. "You bastard, I'm warning you, don't go too far. After all, I am you. If you really annoy me, I'll settle this debt with you." She flicked her sleeves and sealed off this half-abandoned crack in the world, cutting off all perception. "Humph humph, if you want to save someone, look at yourself first. Unless that person beside you takes action, no one will succeed." Qin Yu opened his eyes. Meaty in front of him had already been wrapped up in the blood flames of karma. She had retreated far away, the world around her fiercely twisting. She could clearly feel that this twisted world was releasing a formidable repulsive strength that wanted to force her out of this world. "I have a way to help you. Trust me, take me with you." Qin Yu roared out loud. In the blood flames, Meaty rubbed her temples. "Don't make a fuss. You can't go to my home. External objects cannot enter or leave, but souls are an exception. As long as you are willing, you can take me in." Meaty frowned. "Qin Yu, have you thought it through? If we go there, we will die without a doubt. Qin Yu shook his head. I won't die, and neither will you. He stepped forwards. After a long slumber, you will indeed wake up and descend upon this world once more. But at that time, you might not remember me. Before, you said that you wanted me to take the treasure refined from the startling cicada's wings and the shedding of a jellyfish. You wanted to find me after you forgot, right? In the blood flames, Meaty's eyes widened. Qin Yu smiled. Are you surprised? You see, I even know these secrets, so I definitely wasn't speaking nonsense. You don't have time. If you stay here any longer, you will suffer even greater injuries. Take me home with you and I will definitely be able to bring you back. Meaty mumbled, I'm not forcing you. This is something you are willing to do. She lifted a hand and grasped forwards. Qin Yu's soul instantly left his body. Before he could feel anything, his field of vision fell into darkness. In the next moment, the blood flames vanished. Meaty and Qin Yu fell to the ground, both of them unconscious. A moment later, the cry of a sword came from afar. With a swoosh, Baiji fell in front of the two. She hurried over to Meaty's side. She knelt down on the ground and held her in her arms. After sensing for a moment, her complexion turned icy cold, and her eyes erupted with icy killing intent. Although I don't really like this loyal Marquis who only knows how to eat his meals, I advise you not to do anything. If he dies, I will definitely die as well. At some unknown time, the sword-bearing youth called Dog Leftover had appeared at her side. His face was pale white and he looked as if he only had half a breath left. Baiji looked up. The only thing that was revealed was a cold chill. You want to stop me? Dog Leftover coughed several times. He wiped away the blood that had spilled out and earnestly said, No, I just want to live. He felt dizzy, as if there were several large stones in his head. It was so heavy that he couldn't open his eyes and his consciousness was hazy and unclear. Faintly, he could hear a voice outside, as if someone was shouting a name. It was a woman. Who was she calling? Was it me? But who was he? Where was he? He wanted to wake up, but his head felt heavy and there was nothing he could do. After struggling for a bit, he used up the last bit of his energy and fell into a deep sleep once more. The voice in his ears faded away. The Green Willow Tribe Patriarch looked at the pale-faced Stonehollow, who seemed to have aged several hundred years in a single day. He slowly said, Tell me just what happened? Stonehollow was expressionless. Desolate Marquis Loyal Marshal secretly harmed my tribe's totem god Stone. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted. The old patriarch slammed the table. Old monkey! You can deceive others with these words, but you can't deceive me. He leaned forward, his eyes stubbornly staring at Stonehollow. If you don't have any ulterior motives, then look into my eyes and repeat what you just said. Stonehollow lowered his head and drank some tea. Even if I say it 10,000 times, it will still be the same words. The old patriarch took a deep breath. You should know that Marquis Loyal Marshal is the savior of my Green Willow tribe. My tribe owes him countless lives. As for the reason why he chose the Stone God division and appeared here, a large part of it was because of me, Stonehollow said. What do you want to say? The old patriarch turned and walked away. From today onwards, we are no longer friends. Stonehollow didn't urge him to stay. He allowed him to walk out of the small stone courtyard and soar into the sky, leaving the Stone God tribe station. The teacup smashed into the ground, smashing into pieces and steaming hot air. Stonehollow lowered his head, hiding his twisted old face in the shadows. Old friend, I just don't want to accept this. I just want to live. Is that wrong? The heavens are too unfair. A low roar came from his mouth and nose, echoing in the small courtyard. Chapter 1626. Dark red flames blazed in the air like blood. A woman's body was rapidly condensing in the flames. When her flesh and blood were full and her long hair fell down, she opened her eyes and fell to the ground with a loud thud. She gasped for breath in great gulp. Her full chest was now exposed, drawing an exaggerated arc in the air. Her white skin was astonishing. But what a pity, the one enjoying this beautiful scene was only an 11 to 12-year-old youth. He wore snow-white robes and was incomparably handsome, like a banished immortal. Now that he heard the woman's movements, he only turned his head. After casually sizing her up, he curled his lips and turned his head away. "Hey, I'm just a 10-some-year-old youth right now. Don't you think this sort of seduction method is a bit too advanced? Hurry up and find some clothes to wear. Although I'm fine, I scared the surrounding plants and flowers. That can be considered a sin." After the woman fell to the ground, her breathing slowed down a little. She lifted a hand and a red dress appeared, covering her naked body. She walked over and respectfully bowed. "Thank you for helping me resurrect." The white-robed youth smiled. "There is no need to thank me. This is our agreement and I have always been a man of my word." He stood up and dusted off his buttock. His white clothes were still clean. "You're alive, so our deal is over. Goodbye." "Hold on." The red-dressed woman bit her lips. "Half of my destiny hasn't been restored yet. Marquis Zhongwu Ningqin is still alive." The white-robed youth shrugged. "That isn't my problem. After all, our agreement didn't cover this. I'm leaving. Don't call me again. Even if you do, I won't respond to you." Schwar's space flashed and the white-robed youth vanished from sight. The red-dressed woman frowned and a cold light appeared in her eyes. She looked down at her palm and saw that the red spots had dimmed. Her complexion turned even uglier. Suddenly, the red-dressed woman covered her chest with a pained expression. She clenched her teeth and left. The white-robed youth called, "Qin, you hadn't gone far." His figure disappeared and reappeared several times before he arrived at a half-exposed cave. Although he did not enter and was separated by a thick layer of stone, this distance was enough for him to see everything. "Main body, you're really brave. You actually dared to follow that person home. Doesn't that mean you'll never be able to come back?" Thinking to this point, young Qin Yu smiles from ear to ear. He only feels that his heart is at ease. Everything in the world is good. Birds are singing and flowers are fragrant everywhere. He had been given his real name, and it was a very particular name like Qin Yu. It was impossible for him to do anything to Qin Yu. Even though his main body was currently in a soulless state, Qin Yu could only watch from afar. He did not dare to approach at all, lest he come into contact with some unknown karma. Previously, Li Ruhua's problem could actually be easily solved. However, after thinking about it, Qin Yu decided not to tell her about it. His main body was currently enjoying the flow of time. A day in the heavens was equivalent to a year below. If he were to leave the nourishment of his mortal body, his soul would soon wither away and he would naturally die. To him, this was the safest and most advantageous method. He didn't have to worry about anything going wrong. Smiling, the young Qin Yu turned around and left. He would let his main body slowly wait for death. He wanted to take a serious look at this great mountain river world. He disappeared in a flash. In the western wasteland imperial palace, His Majesty, who always hid his emotions, was truly enraged for the first time. His angry roars resounded through the entire Longevity Temple. The eunuchs outside bowed their heads, afraid that if they breathed too much they would incur His Majesty's wrath. But within the imperial capital, everything was clearly stable. His Majesty, who had obtained 100 years, had nearly restored his peak ruling strength. No one dared to challenge His Majesty's status and dignity. The four borders were also stable. There were no urgent military reports. His Majesty, why was he angry? Was he angry? Soon, the sky-bearing monarch was summoned and hurried into the Longevity Temple. It was unknown what he said to His Majesty, but when he left the Longevity Temple, his complexion was ashen. Without any delay, the sky-bearing monarch brought the two exalted lords and left the imperial capital at the fastest speed possible. Like this, they vanished without a trace. No one knew where the sky-bearing monarch went. Of course, if one carefully investigated, with the various powerhouses of the empire, they would definitely be able to find some clues. But at this time, no one was willing to provoke him. His Majesty, who was already on the verge of erupting in anger, chose to ignore them. Ye family. The old man's complexion was heavy. A black jade chess piece in his hand shattered into pieces. On the other side, the military advisor, who had lost half of his body and had become a cripple, frowned and asked, "What happened?" It had been many years since he had seen his commander lose his composure like this. The old man took a deep breath and slowly said, "Marquis Loyal Marshal Ning Qin has gone missing. It's unknown whether he's alive or dead." The military advisor's frown deepened. His eyes were sharp. His Majesty sent out 4 old claws, so how could someone succeed? It's within the borders of the barbarians. The old man lifted his hand and rubbed his temples. At this time, his old face had already returned to tranquility. When a person lived for a long time and experienced enough wind and rain, they would naturally develop a valiant mind and shrewdness. The military advisor let out a long breath. It's time to pull back. If Marquis Loyal Marshal really dies, the Yi family won't fall. You taking the initiative to pull back is different from His Majesty reminding you afterward. The old man nodded. You're right. Then let's slow down and take a look. He loosened his hand, allowing the chess pieces to scatter to the ground. His eyes were ice cold. In the end, I still underestimated Yi Bohu. His head was still dizzy, but it was much better than before. After an unknown amount of effort, he could finally see a blurry light in front of him. He was going to wake up, he was going to wake up. His heart stirred with excitement. Then, the voice in his ears became clear. Qin Yu, if you don't wake up, you really will die. Shua, his eyes flew open, but he couldn't bear the light in front of him, so he closed them again in the next moment. Qin Yu? Is he calling me? I am Qin Yu? He let out a pained roar as he clutched his head tightly with both hands. It was as if millions of years of memories had settled down in his mind like a raging flood. Come to think of it, I remember everything. Qin Yu slowly opened his eyes. Resisting the blinding light in front of him, he was finally able to see the person in front of him. Little. He tried to speak, but there was a burning pain in his throat. It was like he had been thirsty for countless years and had completely rusted together. Little raised a finger, acting as a torch. This was because the flames that Qin Yu saw were coming from her fingertip. You're awake? You're really awake? She stretched out her other hand and stretched out 2 fingers. Carefully count. How many is this? Qin Yu was so angry he nearly laughed. He weakly said, 2, little smiled. Then you're really awake. Qin Yu, you really can sleep. I thought you were going to fall asleep like this. Qin Yu's complexion changed. How long did I sleep for? Little fell silent. The restlessness in Qin Yu's heart became increasingly heavy. He ignored the discomfort of his body and took a deep breath. He squeezed out a smile and said, It's fine, I can withstand it. Just tell me the truth. How long did I sleep for? Little Meaty revealed a look of guilt. I'm sorry, Qin Yu. There was an accident in the past and I wasn't able to smoothly bring you home, and by the time I found you, many years had already passed. In order for you to truly wake up and restore your memories, it took many more years. So, if you ask me just how long I slept for, I have no way of answering you. His field of vision darkened and he nearly fainted. There was only one thought in his mind, it was over, it was all over. According to Little Meaty, how many years had passed? No, I'm afraid it's possible to add 10,000 words to it. Thinking of this, Qin Yu's mind blanked out. Everything was fine, but when he closed his eyes and opened them again, all the people he knew had withered away and disappeared. Regardless of whether it was relatives or enemies, they had all become fleeting clouds. How would it feel? It was not an exaggeration to say that he was completely disheartened. Pfft! Ha 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 ha! Qin Yu, you're too funny. You even believe this. He laughed so hard that he rocked back and forth. I'm lying to you. You've been sleeping here for around 4 days. It's true. Don't look at me with such strange eyes. I swear on this ball of light on my finger that what I'm saying right now is the truth. Qin Yu let out a long, long breath. He lifted his hand with difficulty and pointed at little Meaty, his lips trembling even more fiercely. Scaring people to death. Just you wait for me. Little Meaty arched an eyebrow. Oh, young Master Qin, you've learned to hold a grudge against me? Could it be that you don't remember where you are right now? Humph, let me tell you, this is my home. If I don't let you leave, then you can only obediently stay here and accompany me until the end of time. Do you understand? Qin Yu's intuition told him that little Meaty wasn't lying. If she wanted to, she really could keep him here forever. As they said, a wise man didn't fight when the odds were against him. Qin Yu lightly coughed and tried to move his body. He felt much better and slowly sat up. I was anxious for a moment. Miss Meaty is magnanimous and magnanimous. Please don't lower yourself to my level. Little Meaty coldly sneered. She yawned and turned to sit down. Speak, how do you want to save me? Let me tell you, after I came back I should have gone to sleep. I've been waiting for you all this time and I'm feeling very uncomfortable. Hurry up and explain yourself. Qin Yu thought for a moment. A strange expression crossed his face. After a moment of hesitation, he said, I have a great son in my hand. In all honesty, these were absolutely her original words. But as for what they meant, he really didn't know. And in the situation at the time, he had been pressed for time and didn't have a chance to ask. But little Meaty seemed to directly understand. Her eyes widened and she earnestly looked at Qin Yu several times. It was unknown whether she was putting on an act or if she really did see something. She nodded in understanding. So that's how it is. Then perhaps there really might be a chance to leave this damned place. She reached out a hand and patted Qin Yu's shoulder. Qin Yu, then I'll leave myself in your hands. You must do your best. After she finished speaking, she gestured with her hands and then lay down where Qin Yu had just been sleeping. In almost an instant, she fell into a deep sleep. Puff, the flames were extinguished, and everything around them fell into absolute darkness. But luckily, darkness was one of Qin Yu's sore strengths to begin with. Although the darkness here was different from the outside world and was much richer, he could still just barely see his surroundings. His eyes fell on little Meaty's face. Perhaps it was because she had fallen into a deep sleep and was unable to conceal her true state, but her complexion was pale and she couldn't hide her weariness. It seemed that she hadn't been lying. In order to wait for Qin Yu to wake up, she had indeed held herself up for a very long time. Otherwise, she wouldn't have instantly fallen asleep after asking. Qin Yu took a deep breath. He slowly said, Don't worry. I said I would bring you out of here, so I will definitely keep my word. A rustling sound suddenly came from all directions. Qin Yu's complexion changed. He thought that it couldn't be. He had just spoken a few words and now something was happening to him? But luckily, this was only a false alarm. This was because at this time, what was spreading towards him were some slowly climbing tree branches. Qin Yu only needed a single glance to find a familiar feeling. Sure enough, these tree branches gently pulled little Meaty up, skillfully weaving together to form a soft bed. Soon, a similar bed appeared in front of Qin Yu. He smiled and jumped onto it. With you two here, things will be much easier. Come, take me to the coldest place in your memories. Chapter 1627. Qin Yu finally understood why Meaty liked to live in a place that was bright and resplendent. It was probably because she was tired of the unchanging darkness in front of her, as thick as ink that dyed the world black. Moreover, she should really be very, very lonely, and it wasn't just words. This caused Qin Yu to think back to the day when she had suddenly shown a trace of warmth. The endless world of darkness was so vast that it seemed without end. Here, there was no concept of space or time. There was only an endless emptiness and an eternal silence. And this was Meaty Meaty's home. She had lived here alone for countless years. No wonder when she first arrived in this world, even in the wilderness, Meaty Meaty still looked at it with great interest. She even said that she wanted to plant trees and vegetables and enjoy life. So to her, that was already a great enjoyment. Qin Yu lay down on a soft bed woven from tree branches. He casually turned over and they immediately adjusted themselves into the most comfortable position. It wasn't that the two trees were too flattering, but that after coexisting for countless years, this had already become their instinct. Considering it from this perspective, the cooking skills of the root people, chefs, were probably simple. Because they had done it too many times, they had slowly reached the peak of perfection. Qin Yu let out a long breath. Indeed, in this world, everything had a cause and effect. Everything he saw had its origin. He crossed his legs, not because this position was comfortable, but because he needed to constantly shake his legs to prevent himself from becoming absent-minded. This was because this place was a bit strange. If a person stayed here for too long, it was easy to feel as if their brains had become rusty and sometimes they would forget how to think. Qin Yu would occasionally notice this, and he would be on guard against it. He always felt that he couldn't really fall into this, otherwise there would be great trouble. He was seriously thinking about a few things. First, his current state. It wasn't that Qin Yu was selfish and only cared about himself, but that there had to be an order to everything in this world. Meaty Meaty had fallen into a deep slumber. If he wanted to wake her up and then smoothly leave this place, he could only rely on Qin Yu's efforts. If there was a problem with himself, then that would be the true problem. Everything would be over. How to say this place was indeed mystical. Qin Yu had entered this world of darkness in his soul state. But now, he didn't feel any discomfort at all. He felt that his soul was solid, no different from his mortal body. There was a high chance that this matter was related to Meaty. This was because Qin Yu could clearly feel that in this world of darkness, his soul was in a state of constantly losing strength. But now, his soul was in a state where it was as stable as his body, causing this loss to be greatly reduced. In simpler terms, Qin Yu could persist here in his soul state for a longer period of time. Of course, even so, he would still try to open this world of darkness as soon as possible. He didn't know why, but in this darkness, he felt a bit restless. The second thing was to search for the so-called coldest place in this dark world. In truth, the concept of coldest was more of a feeling on the level of the mind and soul. As the saying goes, extreme yang generates yin, and extreme yin generates yang. Only by finding a suitable place could one achieve twice the result with half the effort and increase the success rate to the highest. Right now, he was on the path of searching, and Little Meaty's two trees were very useful. As for the third matter, Qin Yu didn't know if it was true or not. After Little Meaty fell into a deep slumber, he felt a gaze quietly fall on him. It was extremely indifferent, without the least bit of emotion. But it caused a great deal of vigilance to rise up in his heart. He focused his senses to sense but found nothing. Qin Yu almost thought that this was just an illusion born from suppressing his mind in the darkness. But his intuition told him that it wasn't an illusion, then he could only be more cautious. The only good news was that these two great trees had accompanied Little Meaty for countless years in the darkness. They clearly had a rich exploration experience in this world of darkness. As time passed, Qin Yu could clearly feel the temperature of this world of darkness decreasing. He took a deep breath and sat up straight. He rubbed his hands together and looked forward. Now that the direction was correct, all that was left was a matter of time. The once encampment of the Stone God tribe was now in ruins. The large and small stones that had been piled up on the ground had all been dug up and divided up. Besides the occasional broken wall, it was hard to imagine that a powerful barbarian tribe had once existed here. After the totem god Stone perished, tribe leader Stonebrave's whereabouts were unknown. The several remaining elders began to fight amongst themselves, exhausting the last bit of the stone god tribe's vitality. Afterwards, the tribesmen either died or fled. This caused the powerful stone god tribe to be battered by the wind and rain in just a few years. Several barbarians from small tribes were constantly rummaging through the ruins of the stone god tribe encampment. As the saying went, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Although the stone god tribe had been completely destroyed, there might still be some good things that had yet to be discovered. For instance, those crushed stones that had absorbed the aura of the totem god stone. Each one was an excellent refining material. It was said that several days ago someone had inadvertently found a piece the size of a child's fist. When the sun shined on it, it would emit a faint halo of light. This was enough to cause a small tribe to be pleasantly surprised. Let's rest a bit. Our luck today isn't good. I fear it will be difficult to obtain anything. An old barbarian spat out a mouthful of mud and sand. He turned and sat down on a nearby stone. Unfortunately, although this stone wasn't small, it wasn't useful at all. It was just a large stone that could only support one's butt. That's right, I think we shouldn't come back in the future. The stone god tribe is too poor, there isn't even a single good thing left behind. Several barbarian juniors complained. The old barbarian took out his smoking pipe and took a deep puff. He sneered, "Do you dare to say it now? If it was a few years ago, even if you had 800 times the courage, would you have dared to say half a word?" Several barbarian juniors shrunk their necks, a look of resentment on their faces. The Stone God tribe was a great tribe that ruled over 10,000 miles. Just the vassal tribes alone numbered over 100. The small tribes that they came from didn't even have the qualifications to carry shoes for others, let alone gossip about them. If they dared to do so, then they were truly tired of living. "Uncle, everyone in our tribe knows that you have always been the most well-informed. Do you know what happened to the Stone God tribe? How did such a powerful tribe completely decline in just a few years?" A junior barbarian said with a smile. He wiped his dirty hands and came over to massage the old barbarian's shoulders. The others also widened their eyes, revealing curious expressions. They had long wanted to know about this matter. They had asked before, but they didn't get any reply. For such a big matter, even if they only knew bits and pieces of it, it was enough for them to go back and brag about it. Then, they could exaggerate and say how they were at that time. Who knows, they might even be able to shock some inexperienced girls. That would be great. The old barbarian sneered. But his reaction made the eyes of several barbarian juniors brighten. He didn't directly refuse, which meant that there was hope. "Uncle, just say it." "That's right, the Stone God tribe has completely declined. Even if you tell us, there won't be any trouble. Our mouths are sealed. Even if you reveal the heavenly secret, we won't say a word." The old barbarian sneered, his face full of disdain. "I've seen you guys since you were young. All you know is how to shit. What's the use of saying these words to me?" He took 2 more puffs and spat out a thick, spicy smoke. "But there's one thing you guys are right about. The Stone God tribe has completely fallen. There are some things that can't be considered karma by saying them." He cleared his throat and spat out thick phlegm. The old barbarian pointed at the ruins in front of him. 5 years ago, the Stone God tribe invited the desolate Marquis Zhongwu to help the totem god Stone advance. But who would have thought that it was a trap? At least 4 sides joined forces. Some wanted to kill people, some wanted to chase people away, and some wanted to live for a few hundred more years. Those who were killed did not want to die, those who were chased away did not want to leave, so there was a conflict. The result was that whoever went to the Stone God tribe would be unlucky. The Stone God tribe became men with their spines broken. They could only lie on their beds. If there was no accident, they might not have died. After all, it is hard to find such an obedient dog like the Stone God tribe in the barbarians. The old barbarian's lips curled up, revealing a trace of disdain. It was a dark and windy night. 4 sneaky old cripples sneakily attacked the totem god's stone that was about to come back to life. After paying a price, they completely shattered its vitality. Therefore, the Stone God tribe is finished. Shurgon escaped and struggled at death's door, but he is like a grasshopper after autumn. No matter how hard he struggles, he can only live for another 3 to 5 years. I'm afraid he will die soon. The eyes of the group of young barbarians lit up as they listened. They thought that their uncle was indeed worthy of being a famous talker in the tribe. His words were full of mystery, but the key point was that they sounded like the truth. This was not a loss at all. If this were to spread out, it would definitely scare many people. Looking at the faces of these boys, the old barbarian knew what they were thinking. He laughed and said, fuck off. Hurry up and look around. We won't take your achievements and leave." The group of young barbarians giggled as they left. The old barbarian picked up his smoking pipe and took a few more puffs. He narrowed his eyes and slowly exhaled smoke. "You brought this upon yourself. You can't live. At this time, the several young barbarians that left didn't see the stone that the old barbarian was sitting on. There was a pained expression on its face, a pleading look in its eyes. The old barbarian looked down at him, his expression particularly calm. "That's right, I'm talking about you. Hurry up and die, I'm waiting to pick up some treasure." After waiting for some time, he saw that it was getting late and that the stone he was sitting on didn't show any signs of cracking. The old barbarian became a bit impatient. After a moment of hesitation, he picked up his smoking pipe and used the copper pot to strike the stone. The stone cracked open. The face that appeared on its surface, filled with despair and unwillingness, completely vanished. "Oh, my butt!" The old barbarian stomped his feet and cursed. Then, he bent down and picked up a palm-sized stone that seemed to be made of crystal. Treasure! Just as he shouted these words, he hurriedly covered his mouth and kicked several young barbarians that were trying to catch up. "Look at your mothers! Hurry up and leave. If you stay here, you'll die." The old barbarian jumped onto the wooden cart. The several young barbarians pushed and pulled him away like a gust of wind. The old barbarian crossed his arms and turned to look at the ruins of the Stone God tribe station. His eyes were indifferent, without any emotion. From this moment on, the curtains were drawn. The Stone God tribe had vanished into thin air. Chapter 16:28. In the grotto, Baiji was kneeling on the ground with a gauze in her hand. She was carefully wiping Meaty's face. Her eyes were devout and respectful. She didn't dare to overdo it, as if she was afraid of waking up the sleeping lord. For the past 5 years, she had been like this every day. Baiji's respect for Meaty hadn't been reduced because she had been asleep for a long time. After finishing, she carefully cleaned the gauze and knelt on the ground. "This servant has offended you, please don't blame me." A light cough came from behind, followed by a few gasps. "The madam's soul is gone and she can't wake up. What you did was really unnecessary." Baiji's face was expressionless. She didn't change at all. She turned around and looked at him with cold eyes. "It seems you are really going to die." Goshing raised an eyebrow and wiped his nose and mouth. "How do you know?" Baiji said. "You talk too much." Goshing was silent for a moment. Then, he said with emotion, "I didn't expect you to be so smart. But since you are so smart, how can you not notice the madam's disgust for you?" Baiji's eyes were cold. The temperature in the air crazily dropped and a trace of cold and fierce aura slowly emerged. Goshing's mouth curved up. "What? Did I poke a sore spot and you want to turn against me?" He sat up straight with his arms on the ground and patted his chest. "Come, don't be polite. Stab me with your sword. If I dodge, I will be your son." Baiji's eyes became colder. "You are really going to die." Goshing curled his lips. You said this 2 years ago, but even today, I am still panting with you. Do you think it's interesting? Baiji said, 2 years ago, you could still use 2 swords, but now, you can only use 1 more sword. She paused for a moment and then continued, this time, you will die. Gou Xing clapped his hands and exclaimed in admiration. That's right, that's right. But my last sword will definitely drag you down with me. Do you believe me? Baiji slowly nodded. The coldness in her body disappeared. She sat back on the ground and closed her eyes. She didn't speak, but the meaning in her eyes was very clear. Because of this, you can live to this day. Under normal circumstances, the 2 of them would fall into silence after their daily battle until Baiji wiped Little Flesh's face the next day. But today, Gou Xing felt that he still wanted to say a few more words. He frowned and said, Hey, Baiji, aren't you curious why I can still have such a terrifying sword when I'm only left with a little bit of life? Even you are not willing to touch it. Baiji opened her eyes. If I ask, will you tell me? Gou Xing nodded. Yes. Then tell me. Gou Xing rubbed his chin. Your attitude is a little too insincere, but forget it. I don't care about my attitude when I want to say something. He raised his hand and pointed at himself. Look at me. Yes, look at me. Have you realized that I'm a sword? Goli was smiling. This was the 3rd generation of the Li family who had his sword Dao severed. He had to endure endless pain and suffering every day, but he never revealed any of it. Even if he knelt down and became a dog, he could still maintain his calm. But now, for the first time, some emotions rose from the bottom of his heart. He pointed again and again, easily poking holes in the ground. His smile grew brighter. Look, this is the proof. Baiji frowned slightly. He stared at Gou Xing with surprise in his eyes, but there was also a hint of burning desire in his eyes. Do you understand? Gou Xing laughed. Don't you find it strange that there is a freak like me in this world? In fact, it's very simple. My parents are the strongest sword cultivators in this world. They only have swords in their hearts. They don't have the concept of blood affinity. The reason why they chose to give birth was that they hoped to give birth to a good sword embryo through this method. But later, they discovered that there was a small problem with this idea. If they insisted on continuing, one of them would have to die. Neither of my parents wanted to die, so they abandoned me without hesitation and returned to the mountains to continue their cultivation. That's why I survived and was given the title of Sword Immortal by the Li family. TSK, don't you think it's funny? Laugh if you want, because I also feel that my life in this world is indeed a joke. Baiji was expressionless. She thought for a moment and said slowly, Tell me all this and let me see through your nature. What do you want? After saying so much in one breath, Gou Xing was a little exhausted. His extremely pale face showed an abnormal redness. He took a few breaths and said with a smile, I can promise you, but I will guard the sword intent in my main body until the end of my life. I will not let it leak out even a little bit. With my corpse, you can forge a sword that is perfect for you. Not only will it solve your flaws, but it will also improve your strength. I think you won't doubt this. After all, this should be our madam's original idea. Baiji said, What do I want to do? Gou Xing raised 2 fingers. Baiji frowned. Gou Xing smiled and shook his head. Baiji, you have to be patient. Let me finish, okay? First, before I die, you are not allowed to do anything to Marquis Zhongwu. I want you to swear on your sword heart. Even if I pass out one day, it will still be effective. Second, refine my corpse into a sword. If there is a chance in the future, go to the Li family in the central province. Don't stare, I won't let you avenge me. That is no different from asking you to kill yourself. Find my parents and show them the sword. Tell them that I am very grateful to their ancestors for allowing me to live and appear in this world. Baiji pondered and said nothing. Gou Xing sneered, Don't be discontented. My conditions are already very fair. The first thing is just a start and the rest is just a meeting. I didn't set a time limit. You can wait until you have enough confidence before doing it. He narrowed his eyes. Otherwise, before I die, I will cut out this sword in my body and let you watch as a peerless sword is destroyed. Baiji nodded. Okay. She raised her hand and swore on her sword heart. She was straightforward and didn't play any tricks. Goshing smiled and nodded. He lay back and fell into a deep sleep. Baiji could immediately see that he had reached his limit. In his deep sleep, he could die at any moment. Had he been tricked? It couldn't be considered that. If she didn't agree, then Goshing really would cut out that sword. And it was likely that the sword edge would be aimed at her. She looked at the unconscious Goshing, and then at the loyal Marquis Ningqin. Then, she closed her eyes and began to meditate. It was just a bit of time. She would just have to wait. The darkness was even colder. Qin Yu had no choice but to sit down cross-legged and revolve his soul force with all his strength. Only then was he just barely able to resist. But, if so, the rate at which his soul passed away would be much faster. In other words, in this state, the amount of time Qin Yu could last would be greatly reduced. The two trees beside Little Meaty continued to move forwards, but their speed was much slower. Qin Yu could clearly feel the fear they emitted. It was like in the unknown darkness ahead, there was some strength suppressing them. Calculating the time, another 4 hours passed. A layer of frost began to form on the branches of the two trees. Soon, it thickened and solidified into ice crystals, as if they were wearing clothes made of ice. Peepa, the branches began to crack apart, turning into ice powder that fell to the ground. The speed at which the two trees moved forwards had slowed to the extreme. They were barely moving forwards, one step at a time. Qin Yu opened his eyes and let out a long breath. For them to persist until here and endure the fear and cold, they were already loyal and devoted to him. If they continued forwards, even if they could persist, these two trees would likely suffer irreparable damage. As the saying went, appearance came from the heart. Although this cold came from the heart, as long as you believed it, it truly existed. This wasn't to say that you could ignore it if you didn't believe it, but that as long as you stepped within a certain range, you would unconsciously and instinctively believe this. Only those with a boundary that surpassed the boundaries could break through the void and see the truth. Only then could you achieve the state of being impervious to all techniques as long as your heart didn't believe it. The two trees couldn't accomplish this, and neither could Qin Yu. But it was unknown whether it was because Little Meaty had helped him stabilize his soul, or whether it was because he was a man holding a sun in his hand, but he was still able to persist. Of course, even if he could persist, he would still feel the icy cold. The surface of his soul was covered in a thick layer of white frost. It melted, and then reappeared. After repeating this several times, the result was that Qin Yu's entire body was wet. The taste of this extreme cold was truly refreshing. Qin Yu tried to dispel the moisture around him, but it came from the cold and seemed to possess some sort of immortal attribute. All sorts of methods were useless against it. Now, he decided not to waste any more energy and just let it be. Stop. You all wait here and don't go any further. Qin Yu stood up and let out a breath of cold air. He rubbed his hands together and turned to look at Little Meaty. She was sleeping soundly like before, and the chill in the dark didn't disturb her at all. This left Qin Yu envious. At the same time, he bitterly smiled and felt fear deep in his heart. In the past, he had lost his mind and followed Little Meaty home. But now that he was facing a true life or death trial, he began to panic a little. If he failed, he would really be finished. If he were to be locked here, his soul would wither away and die. He rubbed between his eyebrows and flicked his sleeve. His feet moved and he floated forward. This was also one of the most mysterious aspects of this world of darkness. It didn't have any substance and a person could naturally float in the air. They could move up and down, left and right, and they could reach places with just a thought. It was like a person in water. It was impossible to think about it. As soon as the word water was mentioned, he suddenly felt even colder. This was a similar feeling that Qin Yu had experienced in the past when he passed through the icy sea in the depths of the dark abyss and returned to the vast Yang world. But today, in terms of cultivation, Qin Yu was over 100 times stronger than he was back then. From this, it could be seen just how terrifying the extreme cold in this world of darkness was. Chapter 16:29. As he walked forwards, Qin Yu held onto a branch that was wet from his clothes and wet from his wet clothes. From time to time, an extremely dim green light would flash across its surface, guiding Qin Yu in the right direction. Otherwise, it would be very easy for one to get lost in the endless darkness without any coordinates and see nothing but a vast expanse. At this time, Qin Yu had already been walking alone for an hour. The chill in the darkness had risen by 30% compared to when they parted ways. This was already terrifying. The heat released by his soul was no longer able to melt the white frost in time. Thus, the water began to freeze. As Qin Yu moved forwards, every step he took emitted cracking sounds. The thin layer of ice covering his body was breaking apart. But, at the same time, Qin Yu felt an excruciating pain as if his flesh and bones were breaking apart. This feeling was hard to describe. The green light on the surface of the branch became much darker and the frequency at which it flashed was much slower than before. Frowning, Qin Yu lifted his hand and placed it on the branch. Then, his face paled. If he shared some of the warmth with it, Qin Yu would have to withstand more of the damage brought by the power of ice. The most direct manifestation of this was that the layer of ice covering his body had suddenly thickened. What followed was that with every step Qin Yu took, the layer of ice would shatter and the pain he felt would rise. But this was necessary. Even though he knew this, he still had to do it. Otherwise, without the guidance of the branch, Qin Yu wouldn't be able to find the correct position. This was something that it had mentioned before. If he wanted to save someone, he had to find the right place. Kacha or kacha, in the darkness, rhythmic sounds constantly echoed out. This represented that Qin Yu was moving forward step after step and he was enduring more pain than before. The pain of his flesh and bones breaking was no different from being cut alive. In front of him was boundless darkness. He couldn't see the end, but it also seemed as if there would never be an end. This was something that left him feeling even more despair than the pain he felt. But now that he had come this far, there was no turning back. Either he could leave here alive or he could die here. Like this, Meaty would fall into a deep slumber. When she woke up, she would still be that mysterious and formidable existence hidden in space-time. It was just that she would lose a small portion of her memories from her long life. Thinking of this, Qin Yu pursed his lips, a firm look in his eyes. 2 hours later, the branch in his chest nearly fell into a deep slumber. It was covered in a thick layer of ice and was frozen together with Qin Yu. After a long time, a green light flashed on its surface. As for Qin Yu, it was like he was wearing a thick suit of ice armor. Every step he took caused the ground to rumble. His vision darkened. This was a sign that his mind was reaching its limit, and he could collapse at any moment. However, this situation had been going on for quite some time now, and he was still moving forward. Although he was moving a bit slower than before, he didn't stop. Another hour later, Qin Yu's entire body was covered in a layer of ice. He had turned into a giant moving block of ice. Only the faint cracking sounds coming from within indicated that he was still alive. Their speed of advance became very slow. Often, it would take several breaths before they could take a single step forward. There was a light cracking sound mixed with the cracking sound. It was the branch in Qin Yu's chest. It was finally unable to withstand the extreme cold outside. In a frozen state, it directly shattered into powder. Why do we still have to go forward? If you feel that there is no way out, then I can give you another choice. A calm voice suddenly sounded out in his ears. Qin Yu paused for a long time before he confirmed that this wasn't an illusion. Who are you? That isn't important. What is important is that I can allow you to leave here alive. I can consider it as you taking a different path. Why? Because I think that you are a very interesting creature. Ling, it would be a pity if you were to die here. I don't believe you. It's simple. A trace of warmth shined on Qin Yu's body. At this moment, he felt like a traveler in the desert who was about to die of thirst and suddenly had a drop of sweet spring water fall into his mouth. At this moment, the throbbing in his heart and his instinct to survive left him impatient. He instantly reacted. The voice sounded out once more. As long as you want to, you can leave at any time. You don't need to do anything, just turn a thought. If you leave here, you will discover that not only will you be unharmed, but you will also experience the dark cold tide and obtain unexpected harvests. At that time, you will become even stronger. If you cultivate seriously, it may not be impossible for you to return here in the future and save her. And death, especially if you die here, is eternal annihilation. Your soul fragments will be used as nourishment by the person you are trying to save. She will collect, decompose, and absorb them. Of course, this is not her original intention, but please believe me when I say that this is your end. Qin Yu's body trembled. The ice ball emitted crackling sounds. He didn't know who the owner of this voice was, but he believed that there wasn't the slightest bit of falsehood in these words. But he remained silent, motionless as he endured the heart-wrenching pain. Qin Yu, you are far more outstanding than I imagined. If you had agreed just now, you would have lost the additional reward I gave you. Yes, that was a test just now and you have already passed it. If you choose to leave now, I will give you a great fortune. For instance, I will let you see the threshold to the Emperor realm in advance. You have persisted until now and remained silent. This is already benevolent enough. No one will question you because of this. What's more, no one will ever find out about this. This is the promise I can give you right now. Believe in my sincerity. Take my reward and leave this place now. I guarantee that this will be your only chance. Qin Yu could no longer speak. But because of the arrival of an unknown power, every thought he had would be spoken directly in this world. After a brief silence in the darkness, his calm voice rang out. You have very little experience. When you do something like this, your tone needs to fluctuate a little. Only then will you have the power to move people's hearts. Also, after little Meaty fell asleep, that gaze that has been silently watching me should have come from you, right? You have hidden for so long and only now have you jumped out and offered me such good conditions. It seems that you really don't want me to save her and leave this place. Also, I should be very close to success now, right? After several breaths of time, just as Qin Yu thought that the voice wouldn't give him a response, it spoke up once more. Qin Yu, you are smarter than I imagined. But smart people often understand that only when they live can there be meaning to everything. If you save her, you will die. This is the judgment of your fate, effective immediately. Qin Yu's heart violently shrank. An intense fear of death shrouded his mind. For no reason at all, Qin Yu's intuition told him that everything this voice said would become an unchangeable fact. If he saved little Meaty, he would die. Qin Yu's mind violently shook. At this moment, his strong survival instinct crazily struggled and howled. Nod, Qin Yu, nod, hurry up and nod. With a single thought, he would be able to escape from certain death and obtain an unimaginable fortune. What did the threshold of the Emperor realm mean? If he could see it in advance, he could prepare in advance and build a solid ladder step by step. As long as he had enough time, he was destined to be able to step into it and become a true peak existence of the great desolate world. At that time, what would that clan do? It wasn't impossible to save Ning Ling. However, the bright future of a great life and the end of death could be decided by a single thought. What was he still hesitating for? Nod, hurry up and nod. In his mind, he instinctively let out a mournful roar, like rolling thunder, rumbling and exploding continuously. blood seeped out of Qin Yu's orifices. Strangely, it wasn't frozen by the extreme cold of the darkness. Instead, it melted into the ice, like a drop of blood falling into clear water. It rapidly spread and dyed the entire giant block of ice dark red. Qin Yu's body trembled. The blood-red block of ice constantly shattered. Kacha, kacha, like a madly beating heart. Refuse! Swish, in his mind, the instinctive howls and howls instantly disappeared without a trace. Along with them, the voice that had appeared in Qin Yu's ears just now also disappeared. He had made his choice. It wasn't because Qin Yu wasn't afraid of death, but because he knew that if he wanted to obtain anything in this world, he had to pay a price. The more he obtained, the greater the price. To leave alive, the threshold of the Emperor realm. This meant that Qin Yu would have to pay a price that was equal to or even far greater than that. What would it be? Qin Yu didn't know, but it definitely wouldn't be too wonderful. It might even make him feel that living was far worse than death. Since this was the case, why not take a gamble? And the reason that supported Qin Yu and made him dare to take a gamble was actually very simple. Because just now, the owner of the voice had only dared to look at him after Midi had fallen into a deep slumber. If one pondered deeply, they would be able to decipher the meaning behind it. Do you think I must die just because you say so? That wasn't necessarily the case. Moreover, the future benefits of this gamble were extremely substantial. Having Midi by his side and not having Midi by his side were two absolutely different circumstances. As the saying goes, the bigger the bet, the bigger the win. This time, Qin Yu had even staked his own life on the line. As long as he won, he would be full. Your choice was correct. A trace of warmth suddenly spread from his chest. It was Qin Yu's beating heart. Right now, it was like a sun that released endless light and heat. The ice that covered the surface of his body rapidly melted away at a speed visible to the naked eye. Qin Yu gasped for breath and hurriedly closed his eyes. Under the illumination of the bright light, his face appeared incomparably pale. A great sun rose from his chest and appeared in front of him. A blurry figure emerged from within. It looked at Qin Yu with a complex look in its eyes. Qin Yu raised his hand and rubbed the space between his eyebrows. He narrowed his eyes and allowed his tears to flow freely. I'm guessing there's a but behind your words. You guessed right. The figure within the great sun said in a calm voice, there is one thing that you are mistaken about. It isn't that he can't appear before the master of this place falls asleep, but rather that the two sides have already made an agreement. Qin Yu frowned. Was I wrong? The figure within the great sun nodded. No one can change his judgment. He leaned forward and earnestly looked at Qin Yu. Now, do you regret your choice? Qin Yu blinked. Is there any use in regretting? The figure in the sun shook his head. Qin Yu smiled. Then why should I regret it? He raised his head and looked at the darkness above him. Since you took the initiative to appear, it means that I've found the right place. Is this it? Yes. Qin Yu lifted a finger, his movements elegant and confident. Go. Shwar, this great sun suddenly rose high into the sky, and with a loud rumble, endless light burst out like a stormy sea, violently shaking and sweeping in all directions. In an instant, it illuminated this world that was eternally shrouded in darkness. This scene was like an ancient god splitting apart the heavens and earth. Chapter 1630. The light dispersed the darkness. Midi's eyelashes trembled slightly as she lay on a soft bed made of tree branches. She then opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was the great sun above her head that released endless light and heat. Her eyes widened and she revealed a helpless smile. Little Qin Yu, you actually managed to take this step. Shwa, she stepped forwards and her figure instantly vanished. When she reappeared, she reached out a hand and caught the falling Qin Yu. Save one, die one. This was the judgment of fate. No one could change it. Since Midi had woken up, Qin Yu was naturally going to die. In the western barbarian territory, at the top of Mount Heng, amidst the endless falling snow, the black-tiled temple was solemn and solemn. The grand shaman of Meng Mountain, who was sitting cross-legged on the pure white floor of the temple, suddenly sensed something. His eyes snapped open, a pained and sorrowful expression on his face. Endless despair appeared in the depths of his eyes. 6 years ago, when His Majesty's aura disappeared, the Grand Magus of Meng Mountains could only vaguely sense that His Majesty's life force was still there. It was as if he was in some strange place and had an unknown encounter. Yet at that moment, he could clearly sense the grief and weeping that came from his berserker blood. The barbarian sovereign had passed away. The Grand Shaman of Meng Mountains took a deep breath, slowly rose to his feet and knelt down. He roared, "Farewell, barbarian sovereign, for your body has transformed into the vast expanse, and your soul has returned to the earth." At the peak of Hing Mountain, a strong wind blew, and the falling snow turned blood-red. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire mountain peak. It caused the snow-white world to turn into a boundless blood-red color, desolate and sorrowful. On this day, all the totems of the barbarian tribes in the barbarian territory outside the great desolate lands revealed their true forms at the same time. They knelt on the ground and wailed in grief, expressing their grief towards the death of the barbarian emperor. The world was shaken. The totem of the Flowing Fire tribe was a palm-sized spirit that was born from the underground fire vein. Now it appeared in the flames, rolling around and crying bitterly, "My emperor has collapsed. The berserker's kismet has been severed. They no longer have a path of survival. It's over, it's completely over. Everyone will die, no one will survive." The tribe leader of the Flowing Fire tribe and the few elders kneeled on the ground with pale faces. At this moment, they only felt that all their hopes had turned to dust. It wasn't because they were truly sad, but because their bloodline instinctively felt endless despair. It came from the bottom of his heart and he could not control it at all. Now all of them had their eyes wide open, and their hearts were filled with blankness and fear. They thought to themselves, "What exactly is going on?" Last year, the clan had obtained a precious stone, and it seemed that they could use it to turn the situation around. How did the situation suddenly become like this? Berserker Emperor. When did the Berserker tribe have a new emperor? Moreover, he suddenly died without any warning. A few young barbarians rushed over in a frenzy. "Uncle, uncle, the tribe said that our new emperor has fallen, and the barbarians are doomed." Their faces were filled with fear and panic. Then, they discovered that the old barbarian's body was shaking like a sieve. His face had become extremely strange. One moment it was red, the next moment it was purple. His eyes were wide open, as if they were about to explode at any moment. "Uncle, what's wrong?" A young barbarian put on a long face as he carefully reached out his hand. He was afraid that the barbarian would not be able to withstand the blow and would pass out in a single breath. Before he could even touch the old barbarian's face, he was slapped away. "Hee ha 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 ha. You bunch of old bastards, I'm not wrong. You're the ones who are wrong. I knew you were wrong. The end is not the end. Only by being reborn from death can we usher in true change. The great prosperity of the Berserker tribe shall begin today." They rushed out of the tent. The old barbarian knelt on the ground and continuously kissed the ground. Tears streamed down his face, and he was extremely emotional. The young barbarians of the Flowing Fire tribe looked at the old barbarian, who was on the verge of going crazy, and were about to cry. "It's over, Uncle has gone crazy from fear." Central Desolate Divine Continent 13th Tower. The messenger flying swords were sent back as fast as they could, regardless of the cost. An old ancestor of the Sioux family, who had betrayed the family and joined the 13th Tower, did not hesitate to exhaust his entire cultivation to ascertain the heavenly secrets. The Berserker Emperor was dead. Countless cheers rang out in the 13th Tower. The Qin Empire had ordered to reduce taxes and amnesty for the people. The important figures of the 4 clans and 4 sects heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. Except for the Sioux family's yin-yang world, which had an extremely depressing atmosphere, they all revealed smiles. The Berserker Emperor's existence was like a fishbone in the throat to all the people in the 9 regions of the Great Desolate. If he died, then everyone would be safe. On the same day, the 3rd generation junior of the Central Desolate Li family, Li Ruhua, passed through the Wudong County's array formation and directly returned to her family. She was received by the patriarch and a group of elders. Afterwards, a great cultivator from the 13th tower arrived. It was unknown what sort of confirmation was made, but the implications and consequences of Li Ji's death were directly erased. Li Ruhua obtained a spot to enter the 13th tower to cultivate. It was rumored that a senior from the 11th tower had chosen Li Ruhua and was willing to accept her as a closed-door disciple. The Li family was filled with cheers and laughter. To pique families like them, for a direct disciple to enter the 13th tower to cultivate was a great stroke of good fortune. Li Ruhua already had a special status to begin with. After this matter, her status in the family rose once more. For a time, rumors spread out from within the Li family. As long as Li Ruhua returned from the 13th tower, she would obtain the status of an elder. There was even a chance that she would become the next ruler of the Li family as a woman in the future. But no one knew that at this time, Li Ruhua was sitting alone in a training chamber. She looked down at the red spot on her palm, her complexion incomparably pale. He didn't feel anything at all. It was like he had slept for a very, very long time. Then, Qin Yu slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, his vision blurred. Vaguely, he seemed to see a gate that spanned the heavens and earth. This gate shined with a golden light, incomparably dazzling beneath the sunlight. But it didn't give off the slightest feeling of vulgarity. Rather, there was only endless majesty and dignity. He blinked, trying to see it more clearly. But this gate soon vanished and a familiar face appeared in front of him. Yo, you're finally willing to wake up? Hurry up and wipe off the drool from the corners of your mouth. How disgusting. Just what kind of dream did you have just now? Little Meaty had a look of disgust. She swept her eyes over Qin Yu's suspicious areas, but when she couldn't find any evidence, she rolled her eyes. It was unknown whether she was disappointed or something else. Little Meaty! Qin Yu shouted out loud. He suddenly sat up and looked around. As he felt the familiar aura around him, a smile gradually appeared on his face. We're back! Little Meaty's eyes softened a little. We're back. She stood up and walked outside. But you should clean up your personal problems first. You're so dirty and stinky. Soak in and take a short nap. It'll be good for you. Within the large wooden barrel, steam was rising. A pale green liquid was slowly bubbling. Qin Yu walked to the side and looked down. His eyebrows immediately furrowed together. With his messy hair and unkempt beard, he looked like a savage. Just how long did I sleep for? His lips twitched. Inexplicably, he thought back to how he had been frightened by Little Meaty. There was even a lingering fear. No, otherwise Little Meaty wouldn't be so calm. Stop trying to scare yourself. Qin Yu rubbed his chin and sat down in the barrel. Hiss, it was like countless ants had instantly drilled into his flesh and bones. It was numb and sore. But after that, he felt unprecedentedly comfortable. I closed my eyes, opened my eyes, and came back. I feel like there are many things that happened here. Just as Qin Yu was thinking this, he couldn't resist the overwhelming drowsiness. He leaned against the edge of the barrel and fell asleep. Little Meaty's figure appeared beside the barrel. She thought for a moment and placed a finger between Qin Yu's eyebrows. After sensing for a moment, she let out a light breath. Qin Yu, you're fine. You're even better than before. A calm voice sounded out from behind. Little Meaty turned and glanced at him. Let's go outside and talk. All right. The two walked out, one behind the other. Outside the cave, Baiji was kneeling on the ground. Go Xing had already woken up. Although he was emaciated, his eyes were particularly bright. Their gazes carefully fell on the two people that walked out of the cave. They knew that as long as these two wanted to, they could leave them beyond redemption with a single thought. The madam was fine. They had long since become accustomed to her unfathomably strong and unparalleled strength. But who was this man? It was fine if he was handsome to the point of being unreasonable, but he was also so strong. Go Xing's emotions were pure curiosity and awe. As for Baiji, besides these two emotions, there was also a deep sense of dread and hostility. The man walking behind suddenly turned around. Go Xing heard a stifled cough from the side. He turned his head and saw that Baiji had become even whiter. Beads of blood were seeping out of her mouth, nose, ears, and eyes. Strong, really strong, strong to the point of leaving one in despair. But at this time, Go Xing's eyes had become even brighter than before. Little Meaty didn't turn around. She lightly said, "She is my maid. Even if she is a bit stupid, if you want to beat a dog you have to look at its master." The man behind her faintly smiled. If it weren't for that, she would already be dead. Little Meaty thought for a moment and slowly nodded, agreeing with this explanation. She stopped and casually waved her hand. But at this time, she stopped midway. "You come." The man lifted a hand and isolated space, forming a small sealed world. He looked at Little Meaty and hesitated for a moment. "In order to save Qin Yu, is it worth it to pay such a price?" Little Meaty said, "Is there a possibility of regret?" The man shook his head. Little Meaty coldly sneered. "Isn't that just nonsense?" The man thought for a moment and then cupped his hands together. "In the end, I still have to thank you." Little Meaty waved her hand. "There is no need. When Qin Yu saved me, he didn't think too much about it." She paused for a moment and then said, "There are some things he will definitely ask you. Just tell him as we agreed." The man nodded. "All right." Little Meaty looked at him. "I find it a bit strange that you would actually agree to help and expose yourself to him. You and I both know the risks involved in this matter, so can you give me an explanation?" The man was silent for a moment. Then, he faintly smiled. "The explanation is that I feel that I should save you. When it comes to things like intuition, you have to believe in it. Moreover, the current situation isn't as dangerous as you say it is. For the two of us to stand here and speak, that is the best evidence." "Humph!" Little Meaty coldly sneered. "He only has scruples in his heart. If there is a chance in the future, he definitely won't be lenient." The man didn't deny this. His expression was faint. "Then don't give him a chance. Moreover, besides you and me, Qin Yu has other cards in his hand." As he spoke to her, there was a thoughtful look on his face. Although his memories hadn't been restored after reaching this step, he could certainly sense that there was something unusual about Qin Yu. Or, it was more accurate to say that he had already discovered something. In the past, when he was chosen to be the vessel, was it really just a coincidence? Or, was it something that was predestined long ago? Chapter 1631. Little Meaty seemed to guess his thoughts. She lightly said, "There are some things that can only be verified with time. Thinking too much about it is useless." The man thought for a moment. He cupped his hands together and bowed. "I understand." He stood up and said, "Your current state is similar to the other one. As for the one who hasn't been unsealed yet, I think we should wait and see." Little Meaty said, "That's what I think too." She looked back in the direction of the cave. "Qin Yu has woken up. You can go now. Remember not to speak too much." The man faintly smiled. "Okay." He turned around. This time, Baiji lowered her head, not daring to reveal the least bit of disrespect. In the wooden barrel, Qin Yu woke up. He felt his entire body brimming with energy and his condition was at an unprecedented peak. As he closed his eyes and sensed his body, he opened his eyes as he heard footsteps. He looked at the man walking in from outside the cave and asked, "What happened after I fell unconscious?" The man stopped beside the barrel. He furrowed his eyebrows. I promised her that I wouldn't speak carelessly. Qin Yu sneered. It seems you have forgotten who is on your side. He stood up and prepared to pull the man into the barrel. The man dodged to the side. He helplessly shook his head. Even if you want to commit suicide, you shouldn't frame me. Hurry up and speak. The man looked up into Qin Yu's eyes. You died. He paused for a moment and then said, and now you're alive again. Qin Yu frowned. Don't learn to speak like that. It's hard for me to listen. Moreover, was the price she paid very great? Very great. The man had a serious expression. So, I think you should treat her a little better in the future. Qin Yu rubbed his temples. He had clearly disregarded his life and risked everything to save her, so why did he end up owing her a favor? The man's smile widened. A truly intelligent man will never haggle over the women around him. Qin Yu glanced at him. Are you very experienced? The man's smile froze. Humph. Qin Yu curled his lips. Then stop putting on an act. Let's get down to business. Did we make a loss this time, or did we make a profit? The man said, from the looks of it, we made a profit. He raised a finger. First, little Meaty is back. With her by your side, as long as you don't seek death, it shouldn't be too difficult. Second, didn't you see a door just now? There's no need to doubt it. It's not an illusion. It's the gate you're thinking about. Since you've seen it, there's hope for the great Tao in the future. However, this isn't because that person is fulfilling his promise. This is an opportunity given to you by Little Meaty. That's why I said that you'd better treat her a little better. Thirdly, the Berserker Sovereign has fallen. The human cultivators have already confirmed this, so you don't have to worry about being hunted down anymore. You can relax a little. Qin Yu glanced at him. Tell me about the losses. The man nodded and put up another finger. First, I've been exposed. This matter will definitely have hidden dangers, but it'll be fine in the short term. Secondly, Little Meaty had lost something, so her future abilities would be slightly reduced. Thirdly, the Berserker Sovereign is dead. But this matter is still fake, and your identity has already been discovered. He looked at Qin Yu, his eyes earnest. 30 years. You only have 30 years. Then, everything will be revealed to the world. At that time, the human cultivators will stop at nothing to kill you. Believe me, only by stepping into the Emperor realm will you have a chance at survival. Otherwise, you'll definitely die. Even if Little Meaty and I act together and use all of our trump cards, we still won't be able to save you. Qin Yu raised a hand and rubbed the space between his brows. Stepping into the Emperor realm in 30 years. Even though he'd already seen that door, he still felt pressure. Like a mountain. There was no pretense at all. It was true. The Berserker Sovereign Realm was known as the Apex Realm, the level of the world's overlords. In the past tens of millions of years, countless geniuses had shone like stars in the sky, but how many of them had stepped into the Emperor Realm? The Great Western Desolation, a vast empire that had accumulated countless years of history, only had 7 of them. How difficult would it be to step into that realm? Qin Yu's expression suddenly changed as he looked at the man in front of him. Half. The man shook his head. Qin Yu's face was ashen. Just like that, what nonsense was this about profiting? He might as well just tell him to enjoy his time in peace, and wait for his death after 30 years. If there's a chance, we don't want you to die, but 30 years is too short, so short that you can't afford to make any mistakes. The man slowly said, Little Meat has already arranged the specifics. You must hurry up from here on out. He turned around and walked out. Qin Yu gritted his teeth and growled, You're leaving just like that? I'm leaving. Don't think about it anymore. Did you forget something? The man didn't turn around. He tossed out an item. Qin Yu reached out and caught it. The item unfurled and wrapped around his wrist, turning into a light green bracelet. Traces of joy and joy flowed into Qin Yu's heart. I lent it to you. Remember to return it to me in the future. Also, only 6 years have passed in the desolation realm. You really are just scaring yourself. The man's footsteps paused as he walked out of the cave. His eyes fell on Baiji. Put away all your thoughts. If you dare move even a little bit, you will die. Whoosh, his figure vanished into thin air. Baiji knelt on the ground, her face pale as if she was seriously ill. Her entire body was drenched in sweat. The footsteps stopped. She raised her head with difficulty, her lips moving. Madam, bang! Baiji was sent flying away by a heavy kick. Merits and demerits cancel each other out. After this kick, you can still live for the time being, but don't think that I will save you. Her eyes fell on Dog Leftover. He struggled to stand up and kowtowed with difficulty. As a dog, you are qualified. I am very satisfied with you. With a kick, Dog Leftover tumbled on the ground, tumbling several times before coming to a stop. If I tell you where to go, your life will be preserved for the time being. But if you can't arrive in time, then you are fated to die. Dog Leftover stood up. After respectfully bowing, without hesitation, he rose up from the ground and vanished without a trace. She had also been kicked, but Dog Leftover had survived. Baiji's merits and demerits cancel each other out. The disparity could be seen with a single glance. But her eyes were still as calm as before, without the least bit of resentment or unwillingness. As her eyes fell on Meaty, there was only respect and reverence. Humph! With a sneer, Meaty stepped into the cave. Towards the eyes behind her, she didn't feel the slightest bit of pity. An idiot should enjoy the treatment of an idiot. Otherwise, wouldn't the smart people of this world suffer too much? Qin Yu had already tidied himself up. It wouldn't be too much to say that he had rosy lips and white teeth. After waking up, he discovered that he had undone his changing state and returned to his original appearance. He wasn't just a little bit more handsome than Ning Qin. Meaty curled her lips. She looked him up and down several times. Your appearance isn't too bad. Qin Yu ignored her teasing. He slowly said, Baiji has been loyal and devoted to you. Her performance these past 6 years is the best evidence. Before she finished speaking, she was interrupted. Meaty sneered, Do I need you to teach me how to do things? She sat down, still seething with anger. Vanish. Men really couldn't be trusted. He had clearly promised to keep his mouth shut, but in the blink of an eye, he had sold her out. This was simply preposterous. Feeling the way Qin Yu was looking at her, Meaty couldn't stand it any longer. Her eyes widened and she fiercely said, Qin Yu, listen to me well. I was willing to save you because you saved me first. So, we are even now. You don't owe me anything, so don't look at me like that. It makes my entire body feel uncomfortable. Qin Yu thought for a moment and nodded. If you say it like that, it actually makes sense. It's just like how you easily paid off all my debts in the past. An unnatural expression appeared on Meaty's face. She didn't look at Qin Yu. Speak frankly. What do you want? Qin Yu said, Tell me, what is your current condition? In order to save me, what price did you pay? Meaty coldly sneered. Don't listen to that person's boasting. He's just trying to make himself look good so that you think you've already profited by surviving. This matter, he is responsible for it. If he had acted earlier, then everything would have been fine. Why did he have to wait until the end? Qin Yu looked at her, not speaking. Meaty spread out her hands and spun them around twice. Look carefully. I'm perfectly fine right now. There isn't a problem at all. Seeing Qin Yu remain silent, his eyes shrouding her, Meaty angrily rubbed her temples. That's right, I paid some price. If I was omnipotent in the past, then right now I only have around 9,900 abilities left. Qin Yu said, Tell me in detail. Meaty hatefully said, Tell me in detail. Now that I have returned to this world, I can only display the strength of a ruler. Once I exceed that, I will lose my source and need to sleep to restore it. This can be considered an additional limit to my strength. Are you satisfied now? She angrily said, Qin Yu, that's enough. If I knew you were so annoying, I would have just watched you die. Qin Yu nodded. Then let's leave it at that. He took a deep breath and slowly let it out. Looking at the gloomy Midi across from him, he bitterly smiled inwardly. She definitely wasn't speaking the truth. Although he didn't know who the owner of that voice in Midi's home was, it wasn't hard to determine just how terrifying that person's boundary was through what the little blue lamp had added. A single word could determine the fate of a living being. Even if Qin Yu was at the ruler realm, he would still be judged dead on the spot by that single word. If Midi wanted to reverse this matter and forcefully save him, the price she had to pay would definitely be far greater than what she had said. The so-called upper limit of the ruler realm's strength should only be one of the symptoms she couldn't conceal after paying the price. Just because she wasn't willing to say it didn't mean that Qin Yu wouldn't admit it, nor did it mean that the two of them were even. For instance, the debt that Qin Yu had mentioned just now, was the help that Midi had given him really something that could be repaid with the value of treasures? Moreover, those things had been loaned to him afterwards. A person couldn't be without a conscience. This was why Qin Yu had disregarded the dangers and first sought out His Excellency the ruler. After receiving his reminder, he had sought out the little blue lamp. He hadn't hesitated to expose his greatest secret in order to save her. There were some things that one could choose not to do, but there were some things that one absolutely had to do. Otherwise, even if one lived for 1,000 years, 10,000 years, even if one lived as long as the heavens themselves, so what? Looking back, his heart felt uneasy. Looking at Midi, Qin Yu smiled and said, Tell me, what are we going to do next? I heard that you've already made arrangements. He would keep it in his heart for now. If there was a chance in the future, he would do what he had to do. There was no need to say too much.